Chapter 586. Mr. Vulture was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, "Ming, you don't understand your father's heart. Lei Zhen, I understand his temperament very well. He is forcing the war people onto the road of death. I must stop him and leave a chance for the war people. Lei Zhen, he is no longer suitable to be the clan leader of the war people. You are also in the second level of the earth martial arts realm. I have already discussed it with Zhao Danshan. The next clan leader is you, Lei Ming." Lei Ming's body shook. Clan leader, this word, was still quite tempting to him. "Father, please explain in detail." Lei Ming bowed and said respectfully. "The bet set by Yang Ningfeng, the war people must win 2 rounds, but Zhao Danshan has already told me that it is impossible for the war people to win. If the war people lose, with Lei Zhen's temper, he will definitely lead the entire war people to fight to the death. What kind of power is the Wushu alliance? The war people are not even fit to carry their shoes. At that time, the entire war people will definitely perish. Not only Lei Zhen, even we will become the eternal sinners of the war people." Lei Ming nodded and said, "Father, I understand. In other words, as long as Lei Zhen dies, when the time comes to carry out the 3 rounds and the war people lose, I, the new clan leader, and you, the only one in the second level of the earth martial arts realm, will lead our clansmen to the Wushu alliance. In this way, the war people, you, and I, can all live forever." Mr. Vulture's gaze turned over from outside the window. He sized up Lei Ming for a while, then said, "Little guy, you've become a lot smarter. You're right, once Lei Zhen dies, those friends of his should also leave. There will be fewer people who will give us trouble, and our action to protect the war people will also go smoothly. You must remember, we are protecting the war people. We are the righteous side, while Lei Zhen and the others are eternal sinners." Was that so? Lei Ming was actually a little confused. He knew that among the war people, except for him and his father, the rest of them were unafraid of death and could not wait to perish together with the Wushu alliance. "Father, if we do this, won't our clansmen scold us for being spineless and letting down our ancestors?" Lei Ming probed. Mr. Vulture laughed coldly, saying, "They're all idiots. If they want to curse, then let them curse. We've protected their lives. Wait a year, 2 years later, sooner or later they'll all kneel before us groveling and bending their knees, praising our great actions right now. Therefore, Lei Zhen is a stumbling block for us war people. He must die." When he said the word death, old Vulture's fists emitted crackling sounds. "Father, Zhao Danshan didn't kill Lei Zhen today. What should we do?" asked Lei Ming nervously. Mr. Vulture laughed sinisterly. That terrifying laughter even made Lei Ming's hair stand on end. Tomorrow Lei Zhen will enter the lightning pool. Tomorrow Lei Zhen will enter the pool of lightning and lightning. The pool of lightning and lightning is in the forbidden area. Other than Lei Zhen, no one can enter. They'll only send him to the door. Tomorrow I won't send Lei Zhen off. If they ask, just say I'm training, putting my life on the line for the great battle 10 days later. Then I'll sneak into the forbidden area by myself, wait for Lei Zhen to pass by and I'll kill him. Then you'll go in with everyone and push this crime onto Zhao Danshan." Mr. Vulture slowly said. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. Lei Ming took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Father, this is simply a perfect plan. After Lei Zhen dies, among the war people, we must immediately choose a new clan leader. With you, I'm definitely the most suitable candidate. And when Lei Zhen's friends see Lei Zhen die, they'll definitely leave the war people and go fight with the Wushu alliance to the death. At that time, we can even reap the benefits. The dragons are definitely not the Wushu alliance's match. In the 3 battles, when we war people lose to the Wushu alliance, we'll fulfill our promise and pledge allegiance to the Wushu alliance. At that time, the Wushu alliance will definitely give us a lot of benefits. saying till the end. Lei Ming laughed excitedly. Bastard! Mr. Vulture suddenly slapped him and scolded. Father, why? Lei Ming was dumbfounded. What do you mean the Wuxia Alliance will give us benefits? You have to remember, we're not doing this for personal gain. We're not doing this for the people's hearts. The war people's thousands of years of foundation is destroyed by Lei Zhen's hands. The ancestors will cheer for our actions. Mr. Vulture said crazily. Yes. Yes. Lei Ming nodded repeatedly. But he couldn't help but want to ask, will the ancestors really cheer for our actions? If that's the case, let all the war people soldiers live under the Wuxia Alliance's enslavement in the future. Is this kind of life really better than death? If that's the case, the war people will basically become characters like the Wind God sect, or even worse than the Wind God sect, because the war people don't have warriors in the third level of the Earth Martial Realm to keep watch. These questions, Lei Ming could only hide them in his heart. Looking at the excited old man in front of him, Lei Ming tightly clenched his fists. He told himself, saying, he's my father, he's lived longer than me, he definitely knows a lot of things I don't know. I'm not wrong to listen to him. The sky quickly brightened. After a whole night of cultivation and many times of practice, Long Chen became much more familiar with Dragon Claw of Scattered Souls and so on. After familiarizing himself with the two kinds of battle skills, he started to continue cultivating the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. According to the Earth Martial Arts Manual, he comprehended the second level of the fist technique. After Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen led him in, the cultivation afterwards became much simpler. It could be said that the cultivation of the martial realm, because of the relationship between the first heaven aperture and various kinds of talents, Long Chen's cultivation was much easier. Amplification. The pulse of the earth comes wave after wave. Whether or not I can reach the second level of the earth martial realm depends on whether or not I can hide two waves of the pulse of the earth in my attacks. If that's the case, one of my attacks will hide two attacks, and it should be much more powerful than now. No matter what, Long Chen still couldn't break through the last level. As for the cultivation of the genuine vitality, after Long Chen reached the first level of the earth martial realm, he directly swallowed the beast blood left behind by the black water mystical snake. After refining the blood into qi, the beast blood became his genuine vitality and was in his martial vein and martial aperture. The genuine vitality to break through the second level of the earth martial realm was enough. What he lacked now was comprehension. This was not something that could be achieved in a day, so Long Chen was not in a hurry for the time being. He slowly withdrew his fist and opened the door. Xiao Lang rarely went back to the great virtual realm. When Long Chen was cultivating, he also repeatedly pondered over some of his own attack methods. He worked much harder than before. The reason why he opened the door was because Lei Zhen and the others had already passed by in front of him. The others had also arrived. When they saw Long Chen coming out, they hurriedly greeted Long Chen. The pool of lightning and thunder is in the forbidden area. It is not convenient for you to enter. If you really want to send me back, then you have to go to the entrance of the forbidden area. Lei Zhen said. The rushing thunder blade technique was a blade technique that only the patriarch of the war people could cultivate. It could only be successfully cultivated in the pool of lightning and thunder. However, the pool of lightning and thunder was also very dangerous. It required others to guard the entrance of the forbidden area. If Lei Zhen was really in trouble, others would be able to take care of him. The lightning pool has a paralyzing effect. At that time, if I really can't endure it and can't come out, at that time, regardless of whether you can enter the forbidden area or not, you will have to carry me out. Otherwise, if I stay here for too long, I will die in there, haha. Lei Zhen laughed. The others began to laugh as well. Jian Chen was the first to speak. Second brother Jiang needs to cultivate and fight. How about this? I'll stand guard at the entrance to the forbidden grounds. If fourth brother is unable to hold on, just say the word. Then I will have to trouble third brother. Lei Zhen said gratefully. Everyone quickly arrived in front of the forbidden area. The so-called forbidden area was actually a deep valley surrounded by a dense forest. Outside of the forbidden area, there were strict guards. Long Chen even discovered that there was a so-called restriction here. This restriction was naturally formed. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to break it. Entering the pool of lightning and thunder, to the war people, should be a very solemn ceremony. Lei Zhen had already prepared a table and an incense burner. He was prepared to worship the ancestors before he could enter. Such a solemn ceremony, the other war people would definitely be present. At this moment, among the 8 war people kings, other than Lei Zhen, the other 7 were present. They followed Lei Zhen and knelt down. After it was over, Lei Zhen asked Lei Ming, "Brother Lei Ming, why is Elder Vulture not here today?" Lei Ming slightly took half a step back. His expression today was a bit strange, but he concealed it very quickly. Taking in a deep breath, Lei Ming said, "My father is worried about the matter of the bet in the future and is concentrating on cultivation. He hopes that he can help out when the time comes, so he didn't come." Lei Zhen stared blankly and said, "Right now is a critical moment. Since Elder Vulture didn't come, I won't look into it. But remember to tell him that the next time we worship the ancestors, those above the earth martial realm must definitely come." Lei Ming nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Lei Zhen did not care too much about this matter. He said to the dragons, "Other than third brother, everyone else can go back. I also need to go in." Jiang Wuya nodded and said, "You go in first, we will go back." Lei Zhen smiled and then, under the gazes of his brothers, walked into the deep valley. After his figure completely disappeared, the few people from the dragons and the other people among the 8 war people kings prepared to leave. Long Chen noticed a detail. He looked at Lei Ming who was talking to Lei Zhen before. He kept watching Lei Zhen leave, and after Lei Zhen's figure disappeared, his face actually revealed a hint of viciousness. Yesterday, Long Chen already felt that Elder Vulture's actions were a bit strange. Today, when Lei Ming mentioned Elder Vulture, Long Chen slightly paid attention to it. Harboring suspicions, he naturally felt that this Lei Ming was also rather strange. Until he saw the viciousness on Lei Ming's face, plus what he said, Elder Vulture was cultivating so he didn't come. Connecting this series of things together, Long Chen felt that within this, there was definitely something wrong. Chapter 587. Prince Lei Ming, please wait a moment. Originally, the 2 groups of people were going in 2 different directions. When they were about to separate, Long Chen suddenly shouted, making that Lei Ming stop. The other 8 war people also stopped. To tell the truth, Long Chen and Lei Ming didn't know each other at all. Suddenly stopping him seemed a bit strange. Even Jiang Wuya and the others didn't know what Long Chen was doing. "What do you want?" Lei Ming slightly furrowed his brows, turning his head to look at Long Chen and said, "I have a question I want to ask Mr. Vulture, I wonder if you can lead the way." Long Chen thought for a moment and asked this question. At the mention of Mr. Vulture, Lei Ming's expression became a bit unnatural. He subconsciously shook his head and said, "No, my father is currently training hard. No one is allowed to disturb him." His tone was a bit heavy, completely not giving Long Chen a chance to retort. And after he finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. His actions not only made Long Chen even more suspicious, but it also made Jiang Wuya and the others even more suspicious. Lei Ming wanted to leave as soon as possible to avoid being questioned, which would affect his father's plan. He didn't expect that his actions would make others even more suspicious. With a swish, Jiang Wuya and the others surrounded in front of Lei Ming. Jiang Wuya's face was full of confusion and he asked, "Brother Lei Ming, could it be that something happened to Mr. Vulture? Is there anything you need our help with? Are you kidding me?" My father is in the grand second level of the Earth Martial Realm. Of course there's no problem. Lei Ming said with a somewhat livid face. He swept his gaze over Long Chen and the others and said, "Why are you stopping me? Don't think that just because you have a good relationship with the chief you can look down on me among the war people." He was in a hurry to leave, so he said everything. Lei Ming, what are you saying? The dragons are all good brothers of us war people. Yes, they are willing to risk their lives to help our war people. How can you speak to them in such a tone? Hearing Lei Ming's unkind tone, the other war people were a little dissatisfied. They, including everyone among the war people, were endlessly grateful to Jiang Wuya and the others. During this period of time, if it weren't for the dragons, the war people might have been wiped out. Facing the pressure from the crowd, Lei Ming's face gradually turned pale. He knew that his father was at a crucial moment and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Long Chen had been coldly observing Lei Ming. This guy's behavior is strange, there must be a problem. He didn't let me see Old Vulture, and yesterday, Old Vulture appeared late appearing, could it be that he wanted Zhao Danchen to kill fourth brother? Then now, Old Vulture isn't here, which means, at the thought of this, Long Chen's expression changed. Oh no, second brother. Although Long Chen wasn't sure if he was right, if his thoughts were correct, the current him definitely couldn't be negligent. At this moment, he didn't care whether people who weren't war people could enter the war people's forbidden area or not. He directly transformed into a dragon soul, and like a blood-red whirlwind, he instantly rushed towards the depths of the forbidden area. Long Chen, war people's forbidden area can't be entered. One of the battle kings shouted anxiously, but he couldn't stop Long Chen. Seeing that red whirlwind, he could only sigh in his heart. What a fast speed! Every single person from the dragons trusted Long Chen's judgment. Now that Long Chen had suddenly rushed into the forbidden area and called for Jiang Wuya was no idiot. He also guessed something very quickly. Following Long Chen's footsteps, he hurriedly rushed into the forbidden area. At the same time, he ordered, "Third brother, you guys restrain Lei Ming." To the war people, the dragon's actions were just too rash. They even wanted to restrain Lei Ming. The other battle kings were all confused. However, they still trusted Long Chen and the others very much. Lei Ming's behavior today was indeed rather strange, so when they surrounded him, they didn't do anything. Seeing that Long Chen and Jiang Wuya had actually rushed into the forbidden area, Lei Ming's face turned pale and he became extremely nervous. From his expression, everyone could guess one thing. Lan Ling was the most unable to keep her mouth shut. She cried out, "Seventh brother, do you mean that Elder Vulture wants to ambush fourth brother in there?" "Yes." Jian Chen and Qi Ying's expressions changed, and they both replied coldly. The three of them no longer cared about anything else. The three of them struck out and directly subdued Lei Ming. At such a close distance, Lei Ming was unable to resist at all. Jian Chen's cloud mist sword rested on his neck. What? The other 6 battle monarchs let out cries of surprise as they stared at the pale-faced Lei Ming in disbelief. Lei Ming did not argue with them, which meant that there was a high chance that what they had said was true. Bastard! Bastard! Did you and your father's brains get kicked by donkeys? The 6 war kings roared out a few times and hurriedly headed in the direction of the forbidden grounds. Jian Chen and the others directly carried Lei Ming and also headed in the direction of the forbidden grounds. No one had thought that something like this would actually happen today. Even now, no one knew why Vulture Elder was like this. Of course, the other war people still held a sliver of hope. The result they hoped to see was not like this. The war people had always been united. They had never killed each other before. If something like this really happened, it would be a huge blow to all of them. Even Long Chen did not know why Elder Vulture would say something like this. He only felt that Elder Vulture's late arrival yesterday was very strange. Coupled with Lei Ming's special behavior in the morning, he was suspicious in his heart, so he couldn't help but probe. Lei Ming was conflicted in his heart. When Long Chen probed, his expression basically already confessed everything. After realizing the importance of the matter, Long Chen charged at the very front. He used his strongest speed and disappeared from Jiang Wuya's vision in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wuya originally thought that he could catch up to Long Chen, but what made him taken aback was that not only did he not catch up, the distance between the two of them was actually increasing. As for Xiao Lang did not transform into a human, so Jiang Wuya caught up very quickly. Jiang Wuya did not say anything and directly passed by Xiao Lang. He was both nervous and shocked. He was nervous about Lei Zhen's life and shocked about Long Chen's speed. Gusts of wind constantly swept past Long Chen. Bang! Rumble. When Long Chen was still unsure if his estimation was the truth or not far away, sounds of collisions suddenly rang out. This was definitely a battle between experts of the Earth Martial Realm. Only then would such a deep but powerful sound appear. As I expected, they've started fighting. If Long Chen's estimation was correct, Elder Vulture should have long been lying in ambush here. With the strength of the second level of the Earth Martial Realm, ambushing the first level of the Earth Martial Realm, if Lei Zhen was ambushed, he definitely would not be able to hold on for long. Third brother. An explosive roar came from the front. At this time, Lei Zhen could only summon Jian Chen, who was outside of the forbidden area. Sound traveled much faster. At the same time that Long Chen heard it, the others also heard it. Within Lei Zhen's voice, there was anger. It was even a bit hoarse. From it could be seen that right now, he was already injured, and it was not a light injury. This matter is actually true. Every single battle king had an expression of disbelief on their faces. When Lei Zhen's voice rang out, the result was already 100% confirmed. Elder Vulture and Lei Ming, father and son, did indeed want to murder Lei Zhen. Luckily, they were discovered by Long Chen now. They could only pray that Long Chen and Jiang Wuya, who ran at the very front, could save Lei Zhen. Otherwise, if Lei Zhen died, the war people would really be finished. These two bastards. Why would Elder Vulture do this? Even if he did many things for the war people, this time, he is still looking to die. None of us war people's warriors will forgive him. Yeah, if the chief really meets with misfortune, what face do we have to face the old chief in the underworld? They roared out one after another. Their eyes were scarlet red, and they rushed inside with all their might. Hearing the sound, Long Chen understood the location even more precisely. He increased his speed, advancing through the dense forest in the valley with a swish. In front of him, muffled sounds and roars seemed to strike Long Chen's heart. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning struck in front of him. Using the Dragon Soul transformation, Long Chen forcefully endured it. He suddenly entered a call, and then saw a large figure flying towards him. Pucci. That figure spat out a mouthful of blood, almost spraying onto Long Chen's body. Long Chen focused his eyes and saw that this person was Lei Zhen. Right now, Lei Zhen's face was pale, and there were several deep gashes on his chest. Blood spurted out. With a single glance, it was clear that he was heavily injured. Die. Right after Lei Zhen, another thin and small figure rushed over. It was that Elder Vulture. Right now, Elder Vulture's face was full of malevolence. He successfully injured Lei Zhen, making him lose the ability to fight. And right now, he was using a powerful claw technique, wanting to thoroughly kill Lei Zhen. Just at this moment, Long Chen appeared. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Lei Zhen. He quickly caught Lei Zhen, then placed Lei Zhen flat on the ground. In the next instant, the blood-red silhouette pounced on him. His blood-red claws instantly collided with Old Vulture's claws that flickered with the light of lightning. Instantly, waves of sharp sounds rang out. "Who are you?" Elder Vulture completely didn't think that at this time, other people would actually appear. Him killing Lei Zhan absolutely cannot let outsiders know. Now that Long Chen appeared, he thought that he also wanted to kill Long Chen to silence him. But, from within Long Chen's claws, came that enormous force, completely not inferior to his. The lightning damage within his claws was Elder Vulture's most proud attack. But he discovered that the opponent's blood-red flames, instantly burning his skin, was even stronger than his claws. Poochie! Elder Vulture was directly flung out. Chapter 588. Who? This enormous power made Old Vulture panic. The opponent clearly had strength around the second level of the Earth Martial Realm, much stronger than Lei Zhan. The reason why Old Vulture was able to cause so much damage to Lei Zhan in such a short period of time was even more because he ambushed Lei Zhan before, catching Lei Zhan off guard. Now that Long Chen appeared, he was very clear about his own strength. He definitely couldn't kill this strong person who suddenly appeared in a short period of time. Long Chen knew that he attacked Lei Zhan. If this news got out, Old Vulture would panic in his heart too. After all, his original plan was to not let this matter get out and shift the blame onto Zhao Danchen. Then, he could take the chance to let his son Lei Ming take the throne. But if everyone knew that he killed Lei Zhan, then don't even talk about taking the throne. The two of them, father and son, would simply become enemies with the entire War People. War People's spirit was to never surrender. They were the most united force, so what every War People hated the most was killing each other. Long Chen's appearance completely messed up Old Vulture's plan. After Long Chen threw him flying, behind Long Chen, a black figure rushed out. It was Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya's face right now was also ashen, especially after he saw Lei Zhan's current state. As for the others, they were also quickly rushing over here. Old Vulture, your brain really is broken. The Wushu Alliance is our enemy. You actually want to kill Lei Zhan. Jiang Wuya gnashed his teeth and said. Within his voice, it was filled with dense killing intent. Second brother, I'll take care of him. You take care of fourth brother. Long Chen's ice-cold voice passed to Jiang Wuya. Only then did Jiang Wuya look towards Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen's entire body was filled with killing intent. An exuberant killing intent emanated from his body, making Jiang Wuya beside him feel as if he entered an icehouse. After seeing the wounds on Lei Zhan's body, Long Chen's heart was already filled with fury. Every single person in the dragons was someone Long Chen protected. The reason why he came to the War People and didn't search for news of the ancient tomb token was because Long Chen valued this brotherhood. However, although Lei Zhan's injuries weren't fatal, Long Chen's blood boiled. He knew that if he discovered it a bit later, if he came a bit later, the current Lei Zhan would probably have already died by Old Vulture's hands. If Lei Zhan died, even if Old Vulture died 100 times, it would still be difficult to dispel the hatred in Long Chen's heart. Killing intent exploded out from Long Chen's eyes. Damn you, you dare to hurt my fourth brother? You're looking to die. Long Chen let out a roar. He had already transformed into a dragon soul right now, his appearance looking rather sinister. That boundless aura belonging to a dragon exploded out from his body, sweeping towards Old Vulture. The blood-red aura instantly pervaded Long Chen, and also pervaded towards Old Vulture's side. This young man, it's that. Right now, Old Vulture's heart was incomparably shocked. From Long Chen's voice, he already guessed that this young man right now was Long Chen. In his eyes, Long Chen was only at the first level of the Earth Martial Realm. It was just that in the attack just now, how could he possibly have such strong power? Also, how could he possibly have such boundless and vast power on his body right now? This kind of power, without reaching the second level of the earth martial realm, it was basically very hard to possess. Jiang Wuya's appearance already made Old Vulture despair. He knew that his plan today had already completely failed. What followed wasn't fear, but insanity. The obsession in his heart also fiercely exploded out. Did you guys notice? That's perfect, all of you go die, all of you go die. Old Vulture madly laughed loudly. Long Chen took a few steps forward, facing off against Old Vulture. Jiang Wuya originally wanted to tell Long Chen to let him deal with Old Vulture, but he wanted to speak but then hesitated, because at the last moment, he discovered that he believed Long Chen able to defeat an expert of the earth martial realm at the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Now that he's already in the earth martial realm, maybe he really can defeat Old Vulture. In Jiang Wuya's eyes, ever since he saved Long Chen from the ancient demon realm, Long Chen started to be filled with miracles. At this moment, before Long Chen made his move, those battle kings and the others had already arrived one after another. More and more people, causing Old Vulture's eyes to gradually be covered with the color of blood. Long Chen examined Old Vulture. The current Old Vulture had already transformed into a beast spirit. His body was covered with a kind of steel-like feathers, blue in color. Terrifying blue lightning flowed on it, and at the same time, it also provided him with powerful defensive power. At the same time, his fingers were also the same as Long Chen's, turning into tough claws. Blue lightning threads flowed on his claws. It could be seen that his beast spirit should be a vulture-type monster beast, and the grade of the monster should also not be low. You've all come, you've all come. Perfect, all of you go die. Let the entire war people be annihilated by the Wuxia alliance, that's even better. Old Vulture roared with a crazed expression. When he saw his own son appear under the abduction of Jian Chen, he roared explosively and rushed over. With a swoosh, Long Chen appeared in front of him, blocking his way. This Old Vulture's battle prowess should be on par with Huangfu Fengchen. Long Chen had absolute confidence in dealing with him. Right now, his claws were burning with the flames of the Golden Crow, and he rushed in front of Old Vulture. Afterwards, he immediately brandished that close-range combat technique within the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw, attacking Old Vulture. Seventh Brother. Seeing Long Chen attack, the others all cried out nervously. They were obviously worried that something would happen to Long Chen, but what they saw was that Long Chen's attack actually forced Old Vulture back again and again. Soul-dispersing Dragon Claw. Many people looked at Long Chen in surprise, especially Jiang Wuya and the others. They could naturally tell that the battle skill Long Chen used right now was the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw that Long Yu was most proficient in before. Powerful, domineering, murderous. This battle was beyond everyone's expectations. What Long Chen gave Old Vulture was incomparably enormous pressure. This kid knows the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw, and his cultivation isn't low either. Old Vulture immediately realized that Long Chen would be a rather terrifying opponent. At this moment, streaks of blood-red claw prints lunged towards him. Every single claw print contained a blood-red divine dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was abnormally terrifying. Before it even neared, Old Vulture already felt that bloody aura. Break! Old Vulture roared. His expression changed greatly. He also used claws, and the speed at which he moved his claws was rather fast. Those streaks of claw prints seemed to have turned into a lightning net, heading towards Long Chen. Chi chi chi, the sounds of claws colliding rang out. Everyone could only see two figures and countless claw images quickly changing in front of them. They couldn't see who was who at all. Blood-red flames and blue lightning constantly clashed. Soul-dispersing Dragon Claw. Old Vulture was after all already old. Long Chen knew that the other party wasn't his opponent. His soul-dispersing Dragon Claw was much stronger than the other party. Especially with the assistance of the Golden Crow's fire. Every time Old Vulture was struck by Long Chen, those blood-red flames would quickly wrap around his body. After expending a lot of effort, Old Vulture could barely use true essence to contend against these flames. Under the Battle Emperor, the second strongest of the war people, the one and only battle saint Old Vulture, right now under Long Chen's attacks, he let out cries of pain, being forced back step by step. Not only was Old Vulture himself dumbfounded, the others were also dumbfounded. When those war people's battle kings saw that something like this really happened, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. What they wanted to do the most right now was to fiercely question Old Vulture why he did this. However, when they just arrived, Old Vulture's crazy words also blocked their words back down. The current them could only watch the situation develop. Luckily, under Jiang Wuya's assistance, Lei Zhen was already out of danger. Injuries like this, after resting for a period of time, he could still recover. Originally, a strong person like Old Vulture, if he wanted to deal with him, it would be Jiang Wuya dealing with him. But what they could see was that the one dealing with Old Vulture was Long Chen. Yet Long Chen simply looked even more ferocious than Jiang Wuya. When attacking, Old Vulture was completely not his opponent. Could it be that within the dragons, other than the Iceberg Dragon Emperor, the strongest isn't the second level of the Earth Martial Realm Jiang Wuya, but it's actually this Long Chen? In everyone's hearts, they were all incomparably shocked. Using this Scatter Soul Dragon Claw, it directly suppressed Old Vulture's Thunder Vulture Lightning Claw. This young man called Long Chen not only has meticulous thoughts, seeing through Old Vulture and Lei Ming's scheme, his strength is also rather strong, even stronger than Jiang Wuya. The Battle Kings all had their own plans in their hearts. How could today's matter be resolved? No matter what the result was, for the war people, killing each other was a tragedy. So first they were shocked at Long Chen's strength, then they looked at each other. In front of the Wushu Alliance's pressure, every single one of their hearts was rather heavy. You're called Long Chen, right? I have to admit that you're very strong, at the first level of the Earth Martial Realm. There's no one at your level. Within Old Vulture's voice, a hint of panic already appeared. The fire of the Golden Crow under Long Chen's Scatter Soul Dragon Claw had already pretty much crippled his arm. It's good that you know. Old man, you injured my fourth brother. Today, hand your life over to me. There was nothing that could stop Long Chen's killing intent. Long Chen's pressure made Old Vulture go crazy. His son was still in Jinshan's hands. If he didn't put his life on the line today, it would be very difficult for the two of them to leave alive. Die. Thunder Vulture Lightning Claw, 9/9 Soul Chasing Lightning. At the crucial moment, Old Vulture finally used his strongest move. A total of 9 lightning claw prints enveloped towards Long Chen's head from all directions. Right now, these lightning claw prints were all caused by Old Vulture's extremely fast speed. Scatter Soul Dragon Claw, 5 dragons shattering the heavens. Under the might of Long Chen's claw, 5 divine dragons formed from blood shadows suddenly exploded. Just the Scatter Soul Dragon Claw alone, Old Vulture was not Long Chen's opponent, let alone this 5 dragons shattering the heavens. The power of the 5 dragons shattering the heavens directly rushed towards Old Vulture. Chapter 589. That terrifying attack directly shattered Old Vulture's attack. The claws of the 5 dragons quickly entangled Old Vulture. As long as Long Chen's next move, he would be able to directly rip Old Vulture into several pieces. In today's battle, Long Chen had an absolute crushing victory, defeating Old Vulture. Everyone understood in their hearts that even if it was Jiang Wuya, it would be impossible for him to do this unscathed. In other words, with Long Chen's current strength, he was very possibly the strongest person present. What no one would have thought was that this young man could actually reach this step. Only now did they connect the dots. Yesterday, Long Chen being able to escape from Zhao Danshan's hands was not because of luck, but because of his powerful strength. Among the war people, it was no longer Jiang Wuya and Old Vulture who were the strongest, but Long Chen was the strongest. Long Chen and the others also looked at each other. What they never would have thought was that their youngest seventh brother would now become the strongest person among them. Just as Long Chen was about to kill Old Vulture, Lei Zhen, who had already woken up, suddenly roared, "Seventh brother, have mercy." Although Long Chen had some boundless killing intent in his heart, Lei Zhen was the victim today. Long Chen still had to listen to his words. Only, this did not mean that he would let Old Vulture go. When Lei Zhen yelled, Long Chen held back slightly, but the scattering soul dragon claw directly cut through several martial meridians in Old Vulture's abdomen. Once a martial meridian was broken, if it was not repaired in time, this Old Vulture could be considered as crippled. Martial meridians being broken also meant that right now, he had already temporarily lost the ability to battle. Old Vulture gave a miserable shriek, and was thrown onto the ground. Fresh blood dyed the ground. Of course, with his powerful life force of the Earth martial realm, he wouldn't die so easily. Dad! Lei Ming let out a shriek, but at this time Jian Chen took action, directly knocking him out. Jian Chen knew that Lei Zhen had something to ask Vulture Elder. When he fell to the ground dripping with blood, the scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at that blood-red figure in the center, feeling a bit parched. Defeating Old Vulture at this age, if the current Long Chen improved a bit more, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with super geniuses like Zhao Danchen. To them, this was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Long Chen with a trace of reverence in their eyes. After a while, everyone finally reacted to Long Chen's strength. They sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lei Zhen's actions. Under Jiang Wuya's support, Lei Zhen came to Mr. Vulture's side. Everyone also came over. Right now, Mr. Vulture's eyes were lifeless, his face pale, on the verge of death. He struggled, turning his body over, then looked at everyone with a vacant expression. "Uncle Vulture, can you tell your nephew, just why?" Lei Zhen asked with a hoarse voice. His eyes stared straight at Mr. Vulture, unable to tell what he was feeling. But actually everyone knew that right now, Lei Zhen was undoubtedly in great pain. Right now was an important moment that decided the life and death of the war people, and Mr. Vulture, as the strongest in the clan, came to assassinate him, the clan leader. Why? Mr. Vulture resisted the pain and began to chuckle. He looked coldly at Lei Zhen and said, "Do you want to know why? Then I'll tell you, Lei Zhen. Because you will harm the entire war people, you will cause the war people to perish. You will become the eternal sinner of the war people. I don't understand what you mean." Lei Zhen shook his head and said in confusion. "You don't understand, stop playing dumb." Mr. Vulture spat. Lei Zhen sighed, he straightened his body and said, "Uncle, I understand now. According to what you mean, you're dissatisfied with me leading the war people to resist the Wushu alliance, right?" Mr. Vulture smiled in disdain and said, "You're still considered smart. Those 3 bets, the Wushu alliance will comply because of face, but I know that you will definitely not comply. Once we lose, you will definitely lead the war people to resist. I think that will be the day of our war people's demise." Lei Zhen's gaze flickered as he looked at Mr. Vulture, saying, "Uncle, could it be that you don't understand? Dying in battle, this is our war people's mission. From what you mean, you want the war people to submit to the Wushu alliance and henceforth become the Wushu alliance's slaves?" Mr. Vulture said coldly, "What slaves? Even becoming a slave is still better than losing your life. Isn't that right? Why would I kill you? As long as you, Lei Zhen, don't die, you will lead the war people to destruction. As long as you die, I can lead the war people to seek refuge with the Wushu alliance and leave the war people a path of survival." "No!" Lei Zhen roared. His face was very taut, the veins on his neck bulging. He tightly clenched his fists, roaring at Mr. Vulture, "Path of survival, what path of survival is? Becoming the Wushu Alliance's slaves, becoming the Wushu Alliance's dogs. We war people are wolves in the wilderness, we are proud and unyielding. If a wolf becomes a dog in order to survive, then what qualifications does he have to be called a wolf? He panted heavily, his eyes wide open as he looked at Mr. Vulture, continuing to roar, "Uncle, you don't understand at all. If we submit to the Wushu Alliance, we obtain survival, but what about the souls of us war people? If we submit, our bodies live, but our souls are already dead. War people are war people, we live for battle, we will never submit. Death isn't scary, what's scary is walking corpses that lose their souls." Lei Zhen pointed at his own chest, saying, "Ancestors, bestowed upon us a hard backbone, it is for us to live with an indomitable spirit, and not for us to bend our spines and become dogs. If for the sake of pride, every single warrior of us war people must pay with our lives, then I can only say that I, Lei Zhen, have no regrets." After Lei Zhen finished speaking, the other 6 war kings had already surrounded them. Every single one of their eyes were blood red, they used resolute and reverent gazes to look at Lei Zhen, saying one after another, "Rather die in glory than live in dishonor." War people, if they become the dogs of the Wushu Alliance, then they can no longer be called war people, they can only become the dog race. The reason our ancestors bestowed upon us life, is for us to carry glory and battle in this boundless land, and not for us to bow and scrape to others. Mr. Vulture, I normally respect you, but if you are greedy for life and fear death, and want to become a dog of the Wushu Alliance, I will be the first to not let you go. We will forever be unyielding. Even if the opponent is the strongest, they can only destroy our bodies, but not our souls. Even if we die, we go to hell. When we see our ancestors, we can raise our heads and proudly tell them that we died in battle. A race that has lost its soul can't be called a race. We protect the soul, even if we die with pride. Every single person's words, to Mr. Vulture, were a type of shock. When Lei Zhen said it alone, he didn't think much of it, but when everyone told him the same thing, he gradually became at a loss. No, it's not like that. Mr. Vulture madly shook his head. He viciously looked at everyone, saying, "It's you who caused the war people to perish, you are all sinners." Lei Zhen helplessly shook his head, saying, "Uncle, if you let the war people become the slaves of the Wushu Alliance from now on, then you are the true sinner. We are proud people, our children and grandchildren, if they are lucky enough to be born, we will let them live the lives of humans, and not become other people's dogs as soon as they are born. If that's the case, I would rather they not be born." Mr. Vulture opened his eyes wide, looking at Lei Zhen, looking at each and every war king, looking at their resolute and unafraid of death in their eyes, he suddenly felt a bit cold. His gaze swept across each and every one of them, and finally fixed on Long Chen. Long Chen was the person who defeated him. Looking at this blank old man, Long Chen shook his head. The dispute between them, Long Chen also saw it with his own eyes. Overall, Long Chen still respected Lei Zhen and the others. Rather die in glory than live in dishonor, this phrase was interpreted extremely well. Long Chen stretched, then looked at Mr. Vulture and said, "Who said that the war people will definitely lose to the Wushu Alliance? Even if we lose, we will make them lose even more miserably than us. They are strong, but we haven't fought yet, who knows who is stronger? Mr. Vulture, we didn't fight today, how would you know that I'm stronger than you?" Long Chen's words successfully livened up the atmosphere. Lei Zhen nodded his head. Today's matter should be over with. He hesitated for a while, but towards Mr. Vulture, he still didn't have much killing intent. "Uncle, today you tried to assassinate me and almost took my life. Before the war people make things difficult, I can only lock you up. Wait until we pass this trial, then we'll decide how to deal with you." Lei Zhen's way of dealing with things could already be counted as being soft-hearted. But Long Chen and the others knew that before the war people were under such great pressure, executing Mr. Vulture was indeed a bit inappropriate. Lock me up, do I still have the face to see others? Mr. Vulture lowered his head, smiling somewhat crazily. Today I didn't succeed, so it can only count as you guys winning. But Lei Zhen, today I died, but you guys are still the sinners of the war people. Speaking up to here, Mr. Vulture's sharp claws directly pierced into his own heart. He wanted to seek death, and the crowd couldn't stop him in time. When Lei Zhen hugged him, he was already dead. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, Lei Zhen stood up and helplessly said, Uncle Vulture didn't grow up among the war people, so he doesn't know what our so-called soul is. He was originally the strongest among us war people. What a pity. The other warlords helplessly shook their heads. They were all hot-blooded men and also supported Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's iron-blooded personality was also the reason why they supported Lei Zhen to become the new chief. Today's matter passed just like that. Chief, are we still going to the lightning pool? Asked one of the warlords. Lei Zhen shook his head and said, I'm already injured. Without 10 days of recuperation, I won't be able to recover. Then what about participating in that wagered battle? Originally, the battle of the first level of the Earth martial arts realm was Lei Zhen's to go. Lei Zhen smiled. Following his gaze, everyone simultaneously looked towards Long Chen. Then, everyone smiled in relief. Chapter 590. Jiang Wuya said, if we let Long Chen participate in the battle of the first LV of the Earth martial arts realm, we will definitely win. Long Chen is stronger than me now. It would be great if he could participate in the battle of the second LV of the Earth martial arts realm. Unfortunately, he is not at the second LV of the Earth martial arts realm. In this way, everyone had decided to let Long Chen participate in the battle of the first LV of the Earth martial arts realm. At this time, Long Chen suddenly interrupted, everyone, I have another idea about the battle. Everyone was stunned. Then Lei Zhen asked, what idea do you have? Long Chen pulled Xiao Lang over and said, this battle is about the strong people on both sides. Although Xiao Lang is a demonic beast, he is also a strong person on our side. He is now a demonic beast of the first rank of the king level. If we let Xiao Lang participate in this battle, I am 100% sure that he will win. Among the people present, only Jian Chen and Lei Zhen had seen Xiao Lang display his invincible power. In fact, the most important move that killed Sword Saint Sikong was the Devil Ancestral Fire. Yesterday, it was also the Devil Ancestral Fire that drove away Zhao Danchen. Moreover, this affirmation came from Long Chen, so they did not doubt Xiao Lang's strength. What they did not understand was why Long Chen did not participate in the battle himself. Seventh brother, you can't participate in the battle. Although Xiao Lang is very strong and we all believe in him, we think that if you go, it will be more stable. Jiang Wuya analyzed. Brothers, didn't Yang Ningfeng say before that in the battle of the third LV of the Earth martial arts realm, we don't have anyone in the third LV of the Earth martial arts realm, so anyone can go. I want to participate in that battle. If Xiao Lang and second brother do not win 2 rounds, I want to fight in the last one. Long Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. After he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but admire Long Chen's boldness. They looked at each other for a few times. Finally, Jiang Wuya said first, seventh brother, do you know how big the gap between us and the third level of the Earth martial arts realm is? At that time, the one who entered the arena was Yang Ningfeng, the martial emperor. You should have seen the strength of Yang Ningfeng in the dreamy cloud swampland. I've seen it before. That's why I want to give it one last shot, Long Chen said firmly. His voice was filled with boundless confidence. His resolute answer let everyone know his determination. If Xiao Lang can secure victory in the first battle, I think we can indeed try this method, Jiang Wuya said first. The others also agreed. Don't worry everyone. Xiaolang obtaining victory in the first battle is definitely a very simple matter. Everyone, please believe me. Long Chen said decisively. Long Chen did not exaggerate. Not only did Xiaolang have the super-powerful Nine Hell Demon ancestral fire, he even cultivated remarkable battle skills. Within the same level, no matter if it was humans or monsters, he basically had no opponents. Under Long Chen's insistence, this matter was settled like this. The three people who participated in the battle were respectively Mo Xiaolang, Jiang Wuya, and Long Chen. And Long Chen, in that battle, was about to face the martial emperor-level expert, the martial emperor Yang Ningfeng, the former leader of the Wind God Church. Only after everything was arranged did Lei Zhen secretly bury Mr. Vulture. This matter could not be spread before the battle. As for Lei Ming, Lei Zhen could only imprison him first. Before the battle even started, the war people already directly lost two great forces. However, the greater gain was that they discovered Long Chen's terrifying battle strength. The seventh brother, who was originally the most unremarkable, now became everyone's core. Originally, Long Chen was going to escort the war people's children for Lei Zhen, but because Long Chen had to participate in the battle, he could only leave this matter to Qiying to handle. Everything for the war people was already gradually prepared, waiting for the day of the battle to arrive. And in these few days, Long Chen immersed himself in the cultivation of the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. He let go of everything and wholeheartedly attacked the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. His original idea was to reach the second level of the Earth Martial Realm before the battle. However, the difficulty exceeded Long Chen's estimation. The second level of the Earth Martial Realm was like a mountain in front of him. Long Chen felt that he could touch it, but no matter how he approached it, he felt that the mountain was actually still very far away. Looking at a mountain runs a horse to death. Two levels of pulsation, how does it work? In the room, Long Chen stepped barefoot on the ground, practicing the second level of the fist art step by step. He was already familiar with this fist art. He already possessed the so-called spirit. The only thing he lacked was the comprehension at the last moment. Until the last day arrived, Long Chen was still able to have a trace of comprehension. I originally thought that before the battle, I could reach the second level of the Earth Martial Realm and defeat Yang Ningfeng, but I didn't expect that I still can't. Long Chen was a little nervous and depressed. He still didn't know how amazing he was. He had only practiced the second level for more than 20 days, but he already felt that it was slow. This made those who had practiced for several years but still stayed in the first level of the Earth Martial Realm feel embarrassed. Long Chen had secret treasures, and his knowledge was far greater than that of the people in the Wuxia Sage dynasty, so he didn't feel anything. In fact, his cultivation speed could be said to be unique in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. Where was the last step? Long Chen still couldn't figure it out. At this time, the day of the battle had arrived. I can only put it aside for now. If both Xiaolang and my second brother can win, I don't need to do anything. Long Chen comforted himself. There was only half a day left, and they couldn't make it in time. Long Chen took Xiaolang to the direction of the ancestral mausoleum of the war people. Today, the experts of the Wuxia Alliance would directly descend on that place and have a battle with the war people. Before that, Lei Zhen had already deployed all the war people, ready to fight to the death with the Wuxia Alliance. Now this large dense forest was a natural battlefield for the war people. Although there were many war people, they were scattered in the forest. If the Wuxia Alliance wanted to kill all of them, it would not be so easy without paying a heavy price. The war race was brave and ruthless. Everyone in the war race was a warrior. This was also the reason why Yang Ningfeng wanted to deal with them without shedding a single drop of blood. Of course, what Yang Ningfeng didn't expect was that Lei Zhen was already prepared to fight to the death if he failed. Lei Zhen didn't need to practice nervously. In 10 days, he had already deployed everything in an orderly manner. Every war people was full of heroic spirit and fighting spirit, only waiting for the final moment of the battle. Just as Lei Zhen and the others had said, they lived to fight. Death was not their pain, but their honor. When Long Chen came to the front of the ancestral mausoleum, the others were already here to prepare. Only the experts of the earth martial arts realm were qualified to come here. The other nine-fanged warriors were the elites of the war people. Each of them was proficient in fighting and was very familiar with the terrain here. Lei Zhen didn't want them to die here easily. The ancestral mausoleum was in a mountain. It was also a forbidden area for the war people. In front of the ancestral mausoleum, there was a large open space. At this time, the war people occupied this open space in front of their ancestors, waiting for the arrival of the Wuxia alliance. This was the final battle for glory and the life and death of the war people. Even Long Chen felt a sense of pressure when he saw the hope in everyone's eyes, not to mention Mo Xiaolang and Jiang Wuya who were bearing the main battle. It could be said that the battle between Mo Xiaolang and Jiang Wuya was the most important. As for Long Chen, it was just the last desperate fight. There was no problem on Xiaolang's side. Long Chen cared about Jiang Wuya's side. In the Wuxia alliance, there were indeed people in the second level of the earth martial arts realm who were more abnormal than Jiang Wuya. Of course, except for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, it was difficult to say that among the people of the same level, there was no one who could absolutely defeat the other. It was still uncertain whether Jiang Wuya would win or lose. How are the preparations? Lei Zhen asked after Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang came. Don't worry. We'll do our best. Long Chen nodded. As long as you try your best. Life and death can only be decided by God. Lei Zhen smiled bitterly. The most critical moment concerning the life and death of the war people had arrived. Everyone's heart was heavy and they even felt a little nervous. However, seeing that there were so many like-minded brothers around them who would go through life and death together, everyone's heart was full of pride. Don't be lifeless and let the Wuxia alliance look down on us. Brothers, today, even if we die, we will drag some of them down with us. Jiang Wuya laughed loudly. Everyone showed a knowing smile. The war people also showed a grateful smile to Jiang Wuya and the others. Everyone stood together. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, the appointed time was about to arrive. The appointed time was at noon. Long Chen raised his head. At this time, the sun was in the middle of the sky. He believed that the hearts of every war people were boiling at this time. Time's up. They're here. Someone said. Everyone raised their heads. Under the dazzling sunlight, there was a group of men in golden brocade clothes above the dense forest. Their faces were cold, and their clothes were fluttering in the wind. The two people in the lead were Zhao Danchen and Yang Ningfeng, whom Long Chen had met before. Behind them, there were at least 4 Wuxia sage and more than a dozen martial kings. This force could definitely overwhelm Long Chen's side, especially since they had 2 martial emperors, and one of them was Zhao Danchen. That day, although Zhao Danchen only showed a little of his golden eye of annihilation, Long Chen knew how terrifying he was. As for Yang Ningfeng, he was someone who could fight against Long Yu. How could the former leader of the Wind God sect be simple? There were also the 4 Wuxia sage and more than a dozen martial kings. If they really fought, the war people would definitely not have a good result. On the war people's side, everyone felt the pressure. Bang, bang, bang. The group of people of the Wuxia alliance landed on the yellow land opposite the war people more than 50 meters away. A cloud of dust flew in all directions. Under the sun, every warrior of the Wuxia alliance had a gloomy smile on their faces. Zhao Danchen took the lead, past Yang Ningfeng, and walked to the front. He looked at the people of the war people and said with a smile, "Grandchildren of the war people, you really dare to fight." Chapter 591. This was the first time Long Chen had heard of the innate battle body. From what Lan Ling said, it seemed like the astral battle body, the thunderflame battle body, and the true martial demonic body that Long Chen cultivated were all acquired battle skills. However, Zhao Danshan's golden battle body was something he was born with. Seeing the doubt in Long Chen's eyes, Lan Ling continued, there are very few people who are born with an innate battle body. According to what I know, in the entire Wushu Sage Empire, Zhao Danshan is probably the only person with such a heaven-defying talent. If it were not for the golden battle body, he would not have such terrifying strength today. That martial emperor Zhao Wuji might not have accepted him as his only direct disciple. After hearing Lan Ling's words, Long Chen had a rough understanding of the innate battle body. Indeed, he had never seen it before. In other words, this Zhao Danshan was very strong. Long Chen knew that even if he met Zhao Danshan, he would not have any chance of victory and would definitely die. Yet, even under Zhao Danshan's frightening pressure, Lei Zhen and the others still dared to fight to the death. From this, it could be seen exactly how courageous the war clan was. This time, they had come with the attitude of facing death with equanimity. As Long Chen and Lan Ling spoke, the first person from the Wushu alliance to participate in the wagered battle had already entered the arena. It was a man in yellow robes. He was extremely skinny and tall. His eyes shone with a cold light. He seemed like a sword that showed off its ability. Of course, he was currently hugging a sword. Junior brother. On the other side of Long Chen, Jian Chen frowned. He had seen this man long ago. He had not expected that the first person to represent the Wushu alliance would be him. Hearing the words junior brother, Long Chen roughly knew the identity of this yellow-clothed martial artist. This is Sword Saint Sikong's disciple. His strength is no weaker than mine, and others call him the Sword of Hades. The sword in his hand is of the same series as my Cloud Mist sword, the Underworld sword. He practices the Underworld sword law. The Sword of Hades. Jian Chen's strength was quite powerful among those in the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. After all, he was a genuine sword warrior. Since he said that the Sword of Hades' strength was equal to his, if Lei Zhen went out, the final result would be hard to predict and he would not be able to win for sure. Of course, things would be different if Mo Xiaolang were to take action. As soon as the Sword of Hades arrived in the field, his sharp eyes fell on Jian Chen. He said coldly, "You betrayed your sect and killed your ancestors. I know you're the one who will fight today. Get your ass out here. I finally got this opportunity to kill you, Jian Chen." His voice was hoarse and cold, like a sword stabbing at the crowd. Just from his voice, one could tell that he was not a weakling. However, did he think that Jian Chen would fight today? Then he was gravely mistaken. Jian Chen was indeed strong, but he might not be able to win. Therefore, Jian Chen said directly, "You're thinking too much. The war people and the dragons are full of experts. There are countless experts. It's not my turn to embarrass myself. Naturally, there will be experts who will take care of you. Also, don't accuse me of betraying my sect and killing my ancestors. Not only do I not owe you anything, but I have a grudge against you. Why can't I kill you?" Of course, Jian Chen did not feel any pressure about the death of Sword Saint Sikong. "You." Jian Chen's words made the Sword of Hades pause. They all thought that Jian Chen would fight. Could it be that there was someone else besides Jian Chen? Could it be Lei Zhen? Indeed, Lei Zhen seemed to have this kind of strength. However, the problem was that Lei Zhen was the current leader of the war people. Would they let Lei Zhen go out and risk his life? What if he died? In this wagered battle, there was no rule stating that life and death couldn't be determined. The Wushu Alliance people all looked at Lei Zhen. Unexpectedly, Lei Zhen did not make a move. The one who came out was a handsome young man next to Long Chen. Long Chen patted Mo Xiaolang's shoulder and said, "Win quickly. Mo Xiaolang nodded and smiled at Long Chen. He said, "Big brother, don't worry. A fighter like this is not a problem for me." When Mo Xiaolang was 20 meters away from the Sword of Hades, the Wuxia Alliance people finally confirmed that the opponent of the Sword of Hades was this unknown youngster. King Wu and the Wuxia sage roared with laughter. Even Yang Ningfeng had a mocking smile on his face. He said, "Do the war people and dragons have no one else? You actually sent out such a young boy. It seems that you are ready to admit defeat. I think it's better to let Jian Chen go, lest you lose and be unconvinced." The only person who did not laugh was Zhao Danchen. There is no need to change the person. If Yang Wuhuang is not satisfied, you can change the person. Lei Zhen said. Yang Ningfeng was stunned. He had no idea what Lei Zhen was trying to do. At this moment, Zhao Danchen secretly cursed Yang Ningfeng for being an idiot. Afterwards, he said, "Why did the war people send out a demonic beast? Did you say that you could send out a demonic beast in the bet?" In reality, he was not familiar with the bet that the idiot Yang Ningfeng had made. However, he did know that the flames that Xiao Lang spat out were relatively powerful when he transformed into a sun-devouring demon wolf. Back then, he had become covered in cold sweat from fright. So it's a demonic beast. Everyone was rather surprised. Only upon closer inspection did they discover that the handsome young man really did give off a faint demonic aura. After transforming into a human, most demonic beasts would retain a small portion of their beast form. It was very rare to see one like Xiao Lang. In terms of handsomeness, Xiao Lang was undoubtedly the most handsome. To the people of the Wuxia Alliance, they felt like they were not even as handsome as a demonic beast. It was rather unbelievable. A demonic beast. The Sword of Hades also studied Mo Xiaolang. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that Mo Xiaolang seemed harmless. He did not care whether he was a demonic beast or not. Since Jian Chen was not coming up, he would directly win. That was enough. On Long Chen's side, Lei Zhen responded to Zhao Danchen's question with a question. "When we made the bet, we never said that demonic beasts couldn't participate. Among the war people, demonic beasts are of great assistance. The demonic beasts we raise can obviously participate. Are you afraid that I'll say that I've won, Zhao Danchen?" Lei Zhen's provocative question directly made Zhao Danchen swallow his words. He glanced at Xiao Lang again and could not be bothered to reply. Demonic beasts are demonic beasts. You can win the first round, but do you think you can win the second? The other people of the Wuxia Alliance did not understand why Zhao Danchen would ruin their prestige before the battle even began. The Sword of Hades saw that Zhao Danchen seemed to be looking down on him. He was a little displeased. He pulled out the underworld sword that was glowing with an earthen yellow light. The Sword of Hades said coldly, "It doesn't matter if it's a human or a beast, it makes no difference in my eyes. I, the Sword of Hades, am merciless. Since you've come to participate in the battle, you should be prepared to be killed by me." Mo Xiaolang's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not move and just looked at the Sword of Hades. His calm appearance made the Sword of Hades feel that he was being looked down upon. The Sword of Hades felt that it was a little shameful to be looked down upon by a demonic beast. "You're courting death." With a light shout, the Sword of Hades turned into a yellow sword shadow and pounced towards Mo Xiaolang. As soon as he made his move, Long Chen could see that the Sword of Hades was almost on par with him in terms of speed and attack power. As the Sword of Hades's light surged, the surrounding dust swept towards Mo Xiaolang. The light and the dust instantly filled Mo Xiaolang's vision. Mo Xiaolang still remembered what Long Chen had said before, speed. He wanted Xiao Lang to use his killing move as soon as possible so that he could achieve victory as soon as possible, just in case something unexpected happened. As a result, when the Sword of Hades moved, Mo Xiaolang growled. A black flame swept over and a huge sun-devouring wolf stood before the Sword of Hades. Compared to the sun-devouring wolf, the sword of Hades was pitifully small. So what if you're big? You're still going to die. The sword of Hades sneered. Sword Chi whistled and the air buzzed. He suddenly swung his sword and the sword of Hades arrived above Mo Xiaolang's head in a single moment. Netherworld Sword Scripture, 9 Revolution Spring Water. The Netherworld sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sharp whirlpool as he spun it. He stabbed towards Xiaolang's head as blurs and sword Chi whistled. The sun-devouring wolf's eyes were already filled with pitch-black flames. He suddenly took a few steps back and the huge, black shadow on his body suddenly transformed into a huge wolf. It brandished its claws and fangs at the sword of Hades's attack. Boom! 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 That crazy sword shadow was rapidly exchanging blows with the little wolf's phantom doppelganger. Every time they exchanged blows, sparks would fly. What the hell is this? The sword of Hades didn't recognize the phantom clone. If he did, he would have been even more shocked. Xiaolang's phantom clone wasn't much weaker than Xiaolang's, so it was able to resist the sword of Hades for a while. At that moment, the sun-devouring wolf didn't say anything. After the phantom clone entangled the opponent, its body quickly appeared above the sword of Hades's head. From above, it spat out a mouthful of 9 underworld demon ancestral fire like a tidal wave. Stepping on the black flames, the wolf cub stood in the air. This also meant that once a beast reached the king level, it would basically have the ability to fly. What kind of fire is this? While fighting against the specter doppelganger, the sun-devouring fiend wolf suddenly spat out so many flames at him. Yellow Spring Sword Monarch felt a cold chill. In his opinion, the flames should be hot. Although these cold flames weren't normal, the sword of Hades didn't think too highly of them. He just treated them as an attack from Xiaolang, so he quickly executed his sword moves to force Xiaolang's phantom clone to retreat temporarily. Chapter 592. At the same time, the sword in his hand danced like an illusory shadow, forming a huge umbrella that wrapped him up. Whoosh! A huge amount of Hades' demon ancestral flames swooped down and completely engulfed the sword of Hades. The black flames burned fiercely. At first, the sword of Hades's sword shadow had indeed forced the Hades' demon ancestral flames away. However, what happened next was a tragedy for him. Although the Hades' demon ancestral flames that Mo Xiaolang controlled were only a clone, they were still extremely powerful. After all, it was an ancient super flame. How could the sword of Hades dodge it just by waving his sword? Even Zhao Danshan didn't dare to face the flames head-on when he saw them. Instead, he fled immediately. Arg! An earth-shattering scream came from the burning Hades' demon ancestral flames. This sound made everyone's hair stand on end. The people from the Wuxia Alliance wanted to rescue the sword of Hades, but it was too late. After the black flames passed, the place where the sword of Hades had been standing was now only left with a lifelike black ice sculpture. This was the sword of Hades. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. The sword of Hades was still screaming in pain. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were fixed in the direction of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. One could even see the disbelief in his eyes. This was the power of the Hades demon ancestral flames. Besides Zhao Danshan, no one in the Wuxia Alliance had expected the final outcome to be like this. As they watched in shock, Xiaolang slowly landed on the ground. He put away the shadow clone and turned himself back into a human. His gaze was pure and indifferent. After looking at his work with satisfaction, he returned to Long Chen's side without another word. Good job, brother. Long Chen patted his chest and laughed. Being recognized by Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang smiled knowingly. He said, I've been with you for so long. If I can't even defeat someone at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm, wouldn't I be a disgrace to you? Their unscrupulous conversation made the faces of all the people in the Wuxia alliance darken. The corpse of the Sword of Hades standing in front of them was the biggest blow to them. Originally, all the people in the Wuxia alliance were complacent. However, when they lost to the war people in the first battle, they felt like they had been slapped in the face. They were still feeling a dull pain. That doesn't count. It's clearly a battle between humans. Why did they send out a monstrous beast? Someone from the Martial Alliance said, unconvinced. Shut up. Yang Ningfeng scolded. They had lost the first round, which made him feel the pressure. The next battle was very important. Originally, the Wuxia alliance thought that as long as they won one round, they could win. However, they had lost the first round. The two sides were now in an equal position. If the Wuxia alliance won the second round, the Wuxia alliance would win. Otherwise, the war people would win. As for the third battle, no one took it seriously. This was just a mockery of the Wuxia alliance. Zhao Danchen glanced at him coldly and said, "Don't continue to embarrass yourself. Let's start the second battle." After that, his foot gently shook the ground. Suddenly, the black ice sculpture between the two sides suddenly turned into black ice chips and scattered on the ground. Soon, it became a pool of water and melted. Zhao Danchen was undoubtedly ruthless. Seventh brother, I have to say that it was the right decision to let Xiao Lang participate in this battle. He won a good start for our war people. Good job. Lei Zhen had to give a thumbs up to Long Chen and Yang Ningfeng. Everyone was in a good mood after winning the first battle. As long as they held on for the second battle, the war people would win. This meant that there was a great possibility that the war people would not have to fight with the Wuxia alliance. They could make the Wuxia alliance leave with their tails between their legs. All of this depended on Jiang Wuya. Everyone looked at Jiang Wuya. Long Chen was the first to say, "Second brother, do your best. Saving your own life is the most important thing. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat. I'll try the third battle." Of course, Long Chen also hoped that he did not have to participate in the third battle. If he had no other choice, he would choose to risk his life. There is no need for the third battle. If we go up to the third level of the Earth martial arts realm, we will just give Yang Ningfeng a chance to kill us. Don't worry, I will definitely win the second battle. Jiang Wuya said firmly. He nodded his head at the crowd before he turned around and walked towards the center of the arena. On the side of the war people, Jiang Wuya was the only one in the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. The Wuxia alliance had long known that he would be the one to fight. After coming to the center, Jiang Wuya glanced at the other side coldly and said, "Who will come up?" Yang Ningfeng sneered. He waved his hand and said, "Jiang Kun, you go up." This time, his words seemed to be much more confident than last time. Jiang Kun. Long Chen seemed to have never heard of his name. At this time, a man came out from among the fourth brother of the Wuxia alliance, Wuxia Sage. Although this man was also wearing a golden brocade robe, it seemed that he had been wearing it for a long time. At this time, it looked quite shabby. Jiang Kun, he is a relatively mysterious Wuxia sage in the Wuxia alliance. It is difficult to see him on other occasions. I heard that he is very powerful, but no one has ever seen him. I remember that his nickname seems to be Martial Arts Addict. Martial Arts Addict, Jiang Kun. Anyone who was given this nickname must be extraordinary in some way. Long Chen frowned. From this Jiang Kun, he felt a strong smell of blood. The smell of blood on Long Chen's body came from the primordial blood spiritual dragon, but this Jiang Kun's smell came completely from killing. Jiang Kun's hair was disheveled, and he looked like a beggar. He stood 20 meters in front of Jiang Wuya. His eyes were lifeless, and his mouth was slightly open. He looked like a walking corpse. When the crowd saw him, they were naturally shocked. Jiang Kun. Jiang Wuya also frowned slightly. Among the four Wushu sage, he was the least familiar with this Jiang Kun. At that moment, the two sides began to confront each other. The man by the name of Jiang Kun raised his head and looked at Jiang Wuya with a stupefied expression. Then, all of a sudden, an intense killing intent burst forth from him. Phew! Jiang Kun exhaled a white qi and clenched his hands into fists. Jiang Wuya was not frightened by him. Jiang Wuya also practiced fist techniques. Moreover, Jiang Wuya's best combat skill was the ancient devil fist scripture from the ancient devil territory. When it came to the ancient devil fist scripture, Jiang Wuya was much stronger than Jiang Wushang. They clenched their fists. In his body, the genuine vitality flowed faster. With a whoosh. In an instant, the two of them moved their hands and feet at the same time. In an instant, they collided and then began to attack each other crazily. Jiang Wuya's ancient devil fist scripture was a very powerful fist technique. When it danced, it was mainly based on strength. As for Jiang Kun, his body was covered with a gray airflow, and the way he attacked was quite strange. Coupled with the opponent's crazy posture, for a moment, he and Jiang Wuya fought very fiercely. In just a few moments, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Boom! The two fists collided, and the two suddenly separated. Then, they quickly fought again. The battle between Mo Shaolang and the Sword of Hades was one-sided. The winner was quickly determined, but their battle was in a stalemate. Ancient Devil Fist Scripture, Layers of Shadow. In this battle, Jiang Wuya looked calm. When he had a slight advantage, he suddenly pulled back his fist and punched. The wind from the fist surged, and behind him, an illusory figure condensed. With his earth-shattering punch, it suddenly hit Jiang Kun. Clap, 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 clap. Wherever the wind from the fist went, there was a sound of explosion in the air. The noise from the battle of the earth martial arts realm could only be so big, but the power of this punch could not be underestimated. Psychedelic steps. With a few swishing sounds, Jiang Kun lowered his head, and his body quickly changed, swaying in front of Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya's powerful punch unexpectedly hit the air. However, Jiang Kun did not gain any advantage because of this. The battle between the two continued fiercely. The Wushu alliance didn't care about the other three Wushu sage and let Jiang Kun come out to fight. It must be because he is different from the others. What is different? Long Chen carefully observed the battle of Jiang Kun, but he could not find anything. Although Jiang Kun was indeed strong, he was not special enough to alarm Long Chen. Second brother seems to be able to deal with him. What's going on? Although it seemed to be a tie, in fact, Jiang Wuya still had the tendency to suppress Jiang Kun. On the other side, Yang Ningfeng frowned slightly and thought to himself, this Jiang Wuya is much stronger than I expected. I thought he was only at an ordinary level. I didn't expect him to be close to the third level of the earth martial arts realm. He still needs an opportunity. It seems that this time, we will lose Jiang Kun. Just as he thought of this, Jiang Wuya had successfully suppressed Jiang Kun, who was attacking crazily. Both of them were strong, but in the end, Jiang Wuya was slightly better. The closer he was to victory, the more Jiang Wuya dared not to be careless. Ancient Demon Fist Scripture, Demon swallows the world. This time, Jiang Wuya took a deep breath. The genuine qi in his body flowed crazily in the 18 martial veins. He suddenly punched. The shadow of the ancient demon condensed behind him again, but this time, it was a huge mouth. As Jiang Wuya punched, the mouth was mixed in the shadow. This made Jiang Wuya's punch look like a black vortex, suddenly covering the opponent's head. Die. In the face of such an attack, Jiang Kun did not have the slightest thought of retreating. He faced Jiang Wuya's attack head-on. Just like Jiang Wuya, he punched at Jiang Wuya. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it contained all of Jiang Kuan's genuine qi. World-rushing punch. The momentum of this punch was quite strong. Jiang Kuan was like a fierce horse, colliding with Jiang Wuya's devouring devil. Chapter 593. Compared to the first battle, the second battle was more exciting. Mo Xiaolang ended the battle very quickly, and the second battle was a crucial one. The outcome of this battle would directly determine the outcome of both sides and the fate of countless people. Under the nervous gazes of everyone, Jiang Wuya's ancient demon fist scripture was a mid-level king-level combat skill. It was indeed stronger than his opponent's, so his punch directly sent his opponent flying. Under the huge power of devouring the heavens, Jiang Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, rolling several times on the ground. They won just like that. The people from the war race and the dragon race all looked a bit sluggish. Very quickly, their expressions turned into absolute joy. Didn't this mean that there was no need to fight the battle to the death that they had planned? Today's final victory came too early. Long Chen still did not believe that it would end so easily. When the others were ready to start cheering, he stared at Jiang Kuan. At this time, in order to avoid any accidents, Jiang Wuya wanted to give Jiang Kuan another blow. Jiang Kuan, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly jumped up from the ground. The corner of his mouth was still bleeding, but Jiang Kuan seemed to be completely unaware of it. In his eyes, there was a bestial light. At this time, he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. He was injured, but he could actually get up so quickly. When Jiang Kuan crawled back up, the crowd's original excitement disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Jiang Kuan's expression was malevolent. He appeared to be a bit strange. The crowd looked at each other. They did not know what was going on. I don't want to die, but I can't lose either. You forced me. Jiang Kuan lowered his head and suddenly said with a gloomy smile. On Long Chen's side, no one understood what he meant. However, everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut, especially Jiang Wuya. He saw that victory was in sight, but suddenly, something unexpected happened. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Without stopping, Jiang Wuya continued to dash towards Jiang Kuan. The fist shadows in his hands turned into layers of demonic shadows that shrouded Jiang Kuan. The devil engulfing heaven and earth just now had successfully defeated Jiang Kuan once. Jiang Wuya believed that it could defeat him a second or even a third time. However, when Jiang Wuya made his move, Jiang Kuan let out a furious roar. Then, everyone could see that there was a huge change in his body. Atrophy. His body did not have much flesh to begin with, but now it was rapidly shrinking. Soon, he was only skin and bones. Green smoke rose from his body, and the air was filled with the stench of a rotting corpse. Whoa! Jiang Kuan lifted his head. At this moment, there was no flesh on his face. His two eyeballs were swaying, and he looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of human skin. He had a green face and sharp fangs. It was rather terrifying. What's going on? The war people's faces were filled with horror. Seeing Jiang Kuan suddenly turn into this, Long Chen did not expect it. He only knew that since Yang Ningfeng had asked Jiang Kuan to attack, Jiang Kuan should not be easy to deal with. Indeed, when Jiang Kuan was about to be defeated, his body underwent such a change. Great zombie technique. At this moment, Lan Ling suddenly exclaimed. She was more knowledgeable than the others. When she saw Jiang Kuan's appearance, she immediately exclaimed. Everyone quickly turned to look at Lan Ling and asked, "What's the use of the great zombie technique?" Lan Ling's eyes were filled with fear and worry. She said, "The great zombie technique is a lost divine combat technique of the Shenwu sacred court a long time ago. It's an evil technique. By using the great zombie technique, one can burn the essence of one's flesh, blood, organs, and other essences in order to use it for a desperate attack. After using the Great Zombie technique, one can increase one's attack power by at least 5 times for a short period of time. However, the result is death. Attack power increased by 5 times. Jiang Kun's attack power was originally only slightly weaker than Jiang Wuya's. Now that his attack power had increased by 5 times, how could Jiang Wuya resist? At this moment, facing the zombie-like Jiang Kun, Jiang Wuya did not retreat. Although he had heard Lan Ling's analysis, the future of the war people was in his hands. How could he retreat? 5 times. Jiang Wuya gritted his teeth and said to himself, 5 times the power. This Jiang Kun is enough to kill me. I can only fight. Even if I die, I can't lose. He knew the consequences of losing. If he lost, the lives of tens of thousands of war people would be lost in vain because of him. Jiang Wuya felt immense pressure. I can't lose. I definitely can't lose. He clenched his fists tightly and warned himself that he was only 1 step away from victory. At this moment, he could not retreat. Second brother, just admit defeat. Hearing Lan Ling's words, Lei Jun had a rough idea of the situation. He could feel the powerful aura that erupted from Jiang Kun. It was a terrifying existence that was almost comparable to the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could Jiang Wuya resist it? Lei Jun was ready to fight with his life on the line. 10 days ago, he was ready to fight with his life on the line. Let me try again. Jiang Wuya's calm voice came from the front. Whoosh. His body first disappeared, then reappeared. He executed the devouring the heavens and earth move, which contained the power of the heavens and earth, and attacked Jiang Kun once again. A black vortex transformed into a fist, striking at Jiang Kun. Roar. At this moment, the withered Jiang Kun actually let out a beast-like roar. He opened his mouth. His tongue and other parts of his body were already rotten. One could only see green pus. When his power ran out, he would definitely die. However, it all depended on whether Jiang Wuya could hold on until then. With a roar, facing Jiang Wuya's attack, Jiang Kun stretched out his fist and collided with Jiang Wuya's fist. Crack crack. Jiang Wuya let out a cry of pain and was sent flying back. At this moment, Jiang Kun was not only fast, but his strength was also so great that it was difficult for Jiang Wuya to deal with him. His enormous strength directly broke the bones in Jiang Wuya's arm. Most of the bones were already shattered. Only with the help of elixirs could he recover. With one attack, Jiang Wuya had already lost the ability to fight with one arm. Second brother, admit defeat. This time, not only did Lei Jun say this anxiously, but the others also turned pale and urged Jiang Wuya to admit defeat. The current Jiang Kun was not someone that Jiang Wuya could deal with. No, with his current state, he definitely can't hold on for long. As long as I can hold on for a little longer, we will win. Jiang Wuya stabilized his body. Although there was pain coming from his arm, Jiang Wuya did not even frown. He endured it. Drops of blood flowed down from his arm. He lowered his head and looked coldly at Jiang Kun, who was looking at him with disdain. Even if you beat me with this method, there is nothing for you to be proud of. A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Wuya's face. Jiang Kun did not know how to speak, but Yang Ningfeng did. Yang Ningfeng smiled and said, "You can use beasts to take advantage of the loophole in the bet. Why can't I let Jiang Kun use the zombie technique?" Anyway, we only care about the result. Today's result is the Wushu Alliance's victory. It is still too early to say these things. Jiang Wuya said coldly. While he was talking, Jiang Kun had already attacked him. Jiang Wuya already knew that in terms of combat ability, he was definitely not Jiang Kun's opponent. Therefore, The only thing he could do now was to delay. However, how long could he delay? Not only did Jiang Kuan's attack power increase, but his skeleton-like body was also quite abnormal. He chased after Jiang Wuya, but the huge difference in speed allowed Jiang Kuan to get close to Jiang Wuya in an instant. Hehe, go to hell. A simple punch was aimed at Jiang Wuya's back. Jiang Wuya was taken aback. He could only turn around and use his arms to resist. At this time, Jiang Kuan was really too strong. This punch directly sent Jiang Wuya flying. Pa. A few sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Jiang Wuya rolled on the ground a few times. At this time, both of his arms were badly mutilated. It could be seen that both of his arms were temporarily disabled. Second brother. Everyone let out a cry of surprise. They quickly rushed forward and completely surrounded Jiang Wuya. At this time, Jiang Wuya's face was already pale. However, he still supported his body and struggled to stand up. He shouted to the crowd, "All of you, hurry up and get out of here. The battle is not yet." Although he was seriously injured, Jiang Wuya still did not give up. Pa Longchen was on top of him. He directly used the back of his hand to cut his neck. Jiang Wuya's eyes widened. Only then did he faint and fell into Long Chen's arms. Long Chen gave the crowd a look. They quickly pushed away and brought Jiang Wuya away. Roar! Jiang Kuan roared angrily and rushed towards Jiang Wuya in the crowd. "What's the matter with you all? Did you break the rules?" Yang Ningfeng shouted. Long Chen walked out of the crowd and said, "We have already admitted defeat for the second battle. There is no rule that states that one must die in a gambling battle. Therefore, if Jiang Kuan still comes over, don't blame us for being impolite." "Why are you impolite?" Previously, the Sword of Hades of the Wuxia Alliance had been killed by Long Chen. Therefore, if Yang Ningfeng did not kill Jiang Wuya, he would not be able to vent his hatred. Taking advantage of the fact that Jiang Kuan had gone mad and could not control the situation, Yang Ningfeng guessed that Jiang Kuan would not stop him when he was still charging towards the crowd. "You're courting death, Xiao Lang." Long Chen frowned. While he was speaking, Xiao Lang was already prepared. His ninth underworld demonic ancestral fire spurted out, forming a huge fireball that engulfed the crowd. In this way, if Jiang Kuan wanted to attack Jiang Wuya, he would have to go through this fireball. Pfft! The crowd only felt their surroundings darken. Then, they fell into a cold jealousy. At this moment, they heard a sizzling sound. Jiang Kuan, who was wrapped in the ninth underworld demonic ancestral fire, had already rushed in. Chapter 594. At this time, Jiang Kuan was using his powerful strength to resist the attack of the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame, while Xiao Lang was concentrating the flames and pouncing the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame on Jiang Kuan. Long Chen had already declared to the other party that they had admitted defeat in the second battle, yet Jiang Kuan still attacked. Long Chen couldn't blame him for attacking. Xiao Lang's ninth underworld demon ancestral flame was set up first, but Jiang Kuan rushed in first. Originally, with his speed, the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame might not be able to catch up with him. It was a different matter if he rushed in to die. The wild roars of the wild beasts, surrounded by the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame, rang out continuously. After a few roars, the roars completely disappeared. After Xiao Lang's ninth underworld demon ancestral flame was withdrawn, only the ice sculpture of Jiang Kuan's corpse was left, which was still vivid and lifelike. The dragons and the war people gathered together and watched the movements of the Wuxia Alliance coldly. This time, it could be said that the Wuxia Alliance did not abide by the rules, but it had nothing to do with Long Chen and the others. However, the Wuxia Alliance had always been arrogant and domineering, so why would they care about this? Seeing Jiang Kuan die, every Wushu Alliance member's eyes were about to spit fire. Seeing this, Yang Ningfeng first calmed everyone's anger, then said coldly, "Everyone from the war people, you interfered in the gambling battle and then killed my Wushu Alliance's Wushu sage. This doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. We've already admitted defeat, yet Jiang Kun still attacked. He was the one who broke the rules first. We had no choice but to kill him. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand this. Yet, Yang Wuhuang is still trying to sow discord. Isn't he afraid of being ridiculed by the heroes of the world?" After Jiang Wuya fainted, he became the center of attention, especially when he cooperated with Xiao Lang to kill Jiang Kun. Moreover, everyone knows that even if we don't do anything, Jiang Kun will die soon. Long Chen added. Yang Ningfeng's words were not kind, so he was speechless after being refuted by Long Chen. He turned around and looked at Zhao Danshan for help. At this time, Zhao Danshan's face was livid, and he scolded, "Don't waste any more time. Don't we win now? Ask them if they surrender. If they don't surrender, then I'll start." Zhao Danshan was in favor of war, so he didn't care about the losses. He was even happier to eliminate the war people. However, Yang Ningfeng made such a bet and restricted his actions. If he didn't care about the reputation of the Wushu Alliance, Zhao Danshan would have made a move long ago. Yang Ningfeng quickly nodded and bowed, then looked fiercely at Long Chen, and said in a clear voice, "In that case, I won't argue with you about Jiang Kun. However, you have lost the bet. War people, from now on, you war people have to surrender to the Wushu Alliance and be under the control of the Wushu Alliance." A man's words carry enormous weight. I believe that Chief Lei Zhen is not a treacherous villain. This moment had finally come. Among the war people, a trace of helplessness flashed across their faces. Yang Ningfeng didn't understand the war people. He thought that their helplessness was because they had no choice but to surrender. In fact, their helplessness was because the final battle was about to begin. Take a deep breath. The decision still depended on Lei Zhen, especially the 6 battle kings. Lei Zhen was now the chief. Once he gave the order, no matter what it was, they had to follow it. Looking at Jiang Wuya's injuries and the aggressive attitude of the Wushu Alliance, Lei Zhen slowly clenched his fists. Everyone knew what this meant. They thought that Lei Zhen had already made his decision. The deadlock was broken by a cold voice. "Who said that? We have already lost. 2 wins out of 3. Isn't there still one more?" This voice was clearly Long Chen's voice. Everyone's eyes turned to the young man who had spoken. At this moment, Long Chen raised his head. His eyes were filled with the desire to fight. His voice was full of determination. Long Chen knew that Lei Zhen and the others would forget about this last battle. After Jiang Wuya lost, they thought that the war people had already lost. After all, the last battle was a battle between warriors at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. They didn't want Long Chen to take the risk. Moreover, it was a completely impossible risk. 7th brother, let's forget it. Lei Zhen tried to persuade him. He pulled Long Chen's arm. "If we start the battle, we will probably die. If I go and fight, I might have a chance to survive," said Long Chen softly. He gently pushed Lei Zhen's arm away. Under everyone's gaze, he walked towards the Wushu Alliance. In fact, everyone wanted to call him back. However, when they saw Long Chen's determined back, they suddenly realized that the words they wanted to say were all stuck in their throats. They couldn't say them. Tenacious and unyielding. In Long Chen, they saw a spirit that was more like the war people than the war people. "Good brother, come on." Lei Zhen's eyes, which were originally worried, were now filled with passion. Long Chen's determined steps stirred up everyone's passion. Courageously moving forward, unafraid of death. Facing the gaze of the Wuxia alliance members, Long Chen walked to the side of Jiang Kun, who had already turned into an ice sculpture. He was expressionless. He gently flicked the ice sculpture with his finger. The lifelike ice sculpture suddenly turned into black powder and scattered on the ground with a sizzling sound. The former powerhouse had completely disappeared from this world. Nothing was left. From the moment Jiang Kun decided to use the Great Zombie technique, he was already destined to die. The Great Zombie technique was the same method as the blood sacrifice. However, the difference was that Long Chen's blood sacrifice was countless times more superior than the Great Zombie technique. Raising his head, Long Chen met the gaze of the Wuxia alliance members. Although the other party was a powerhouse, his eyes didn't show the slightest sign of retreating. Move forward. The people behind him were now silently supporting him and shouting for him in their hearts. The injured Jiang Wuya slowly closed his eyes. His lips wriggled as he said, "Seventh brother is a real good man. He will give us an explanation, but..." Everyone hoped that Long Chen could eventually come back alive. However, was it possible? The war people had already killed 2 warriors from the Wuxia alliance. If Yang Ningfeng had the absolute upper hand, how could he let Long Chen go back alive? However, Long Chen didn't think so much. He didn't think about winning or losing. He thought that as long as he defeated Yang Ningfeng, the Wuxia alliance could get lost from the war people. Therefore, he fought desperately. Long Chen's actions puzzled the people from the Wuxia alliance. Yang Ningfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Lei Zhen, what do you mean by this? I asked you to surrender, but you sent out a young boy." Long Chen didn't wait for Lei Zhen to speak and directly said, "What surrender? We agreed to win 2 out of 3 rounds. 2 rounds have just passed. Yang Ningfeng, I think you should stop talking nonsense and start fighting." Long Chen's arrogant words made the people from the Wuxia alliance laugh at first, then they roared with laughter. Originally, because of the death of 2 people, their hearts were filled with anger, but Long Chen's words made them so happy that they even forgot their hatred. "What did you say? You want to fight with me?" Yang Ningfeng's face was full of astonishment. He also couldn't help but laugh. After a long time, he tidied up his clothes and said, "Brat, you should go back. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've reached the martial realm. With your strength, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. If you really want to have the 3rd round, you should send someone who can barely be on stage. Don't the war people still have Elder Vulture?" Hearing that, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly roared, "Yang Ningfeng, don't talk nonsense with me. If you have the guts, get over here immediately." His roar rose from the ground and suddenly exploded. It was like the rumbling of thunder, directly scaring the people from the Wuxia alliance to subconsciously take a step back. Long Chen's current body was the body of a divine dragon that inherited the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Every part of him possessed the power of the ancient times. Although he was in human form, he was also like a huge ferocious beast. To be exact, he was a dragon. This roar carried the deterrence that belonged to a dragon. In the process of Long Chen's roar, fine blood-red dragon scales quickly and completely covered his body. Those blood-red dragon scales appeared pieces of blood dragon silhouettes, as if they were dancing and stirring in the clouds. Sharp blood-red thorns burst out side by side from his body. His spine, elbows, knees, and other places were all these thorns. These were also Long Chen's powerful attack methods. Especially his palms, those 10 claws were simply like pieces of blades, opening and closing. In a short period of time, Long Chen had transformed from a weak young boy into a battle machine. This appearance, coupled with the previous roar, quickly made the people from the Wuxia alliance take him seriously. If Yang Ningfeng did not do anything to Long Chen after being reprimanded by Long Chen, he did not know where his face would be today. His face gradually turned pale as he stared fixedly at Long Chen. Then, he turned his head and said to Lei Zhen, "Lei Zhen, brat, are you sure you want this little brat to fight in the third round? Lei Zhen had just nodded his head when Long Chen sneered and scolded, I can go in and out of bed with your mother for 300 rounds. You call me a wimpy brat? Bring your sister and daughter out and let me try my spear. Then you will know whether I am a wimpy brat or not. Pfft, Lan Ling's eyes widened. The others were also a little surprised. After knowing each other for so long, they did not know that Long Chen had such a vulgar side to him. However, he looked quite cute. As long as Mo Xiaolang knew that the real Long Chen had returned, ever since Lingxi left, Long Chen had become quiet, cold, and cruel. Today, the Wushu Alliance's oppression of Long Chen's brothers had finally stimulated Long Chen's true nature. He had not used the word old man in a long time. Being insulted by such a weak junior, Yang Ningfeng's face immediately turned green. The people beside him quickly moved away. At this moment, Yang Ningfeng's body was already emitting a terrifying aura. His cold, angry, and blood-red eyes made the others feel a little afraid. Chapter 595. Long Chen, who was being targeted by Yang Ningfeng, had an insolent smile on his face. He didn't retreat a single step. He stretched out his finger and hooked it at Yang Ningfeng. Little dog, get over here. Bastard, you're courting death. Yang Ningfeng, who had a lofty status, was humiliated by Long Chen in such a manner. He felt as if his head was about to explode. After he finished shouting, regardless of whether Long Chen was qualified to be his opponent or not, he had already flown into a rage. He punched Long Chen's face. So fast. Yang Ningfeng's speed was extremely fast. He was even faster than Huangfu Fengchen. Willow catkin in the wind. Long Chen's feet had already left the ground. Under Yang Ningfeng's punch, his footsteps changed rapidly. In an instant, he became as light as a willow catkin. Whoosh! Yang Ningfeng's punch created an invisible whirlwind. That huge power instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. He wanted to smash Long Chen's head, but suddenly, Long Chen became as light as a piece of paper. Under the power of his punch, Long Chen was blown away before Yang Ningfeng could hit him. Willow catkin in the wind. Everyone present had shocked expressions on their faces. Everyone knew that the catkin wind steps belonged to the Huangfu clan, so how could Long Chen have learned it? Furthermore, how could he have learned it so proficiently in such a short period of time? The willow catkin in the wind was a medium king-level battle skill. It was at the same level as the soul-dispersing dragon claw. It was impossible to learn the willow catkin in the wind without reaching the earth martial arts realm. Of course, that didn't include the monstrous Long Chen. How did you get the willow catkin in the wind from the Huangfu family? Did Huangfu Fengchen give it to you? Yang Ningfeng pushed Long Chen away. He gave it to me. Why don't you give me your wind god's leg skill too? How could you be so generous? Long Chen laughed heartily as he successfully used it on the first try. Of course, this was just a facade. He knew that if he really used it, there was no way he could defeat his opponent. You mean, you stole it? Yang Ningfeng frowned. I say, old man, can you cut the crap when we're fighting? Long Chen didn't want to continue arguing with him. Right now, he only had one way out, and that was to win. Otherwise, he would die. Whoosh! After Long Chen was blasted away by Yang Ningfeng, under everyone's watchful eyes, he did not advance. Instead, he turned into a streak of bloody light and charged at Yang Ningfeng. Devouring World of Blood. The power of the devouring bloody world didn't have much effect on Yang Ningfeng. Long Chen's current genuine essence was equivalent to the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Under Long Chen's devouring bloody world, a warrior at the second level of the earth martial arts realm would have to use at least half of his genuine essence to suppress his blood chi and resist the terrifying devouring bloody world. Someone like Yang Ningfeng would need at least 2 levels of genuine essence. This blood-red space directly weakened Yang Ningfeng's quintessential essence by 20%. 20% was actually a lot. Any of the ancient blood spiritual dragons' inherited magic, when developed to the extreme, would be a heaven-defying magic. As soon as the devouring world of blood appeared, Yang Ningfeng suddenly felt the changes in his body. His expression changed slightly. The boiling blood chi kept suppressing his genuine essence, forcing him to divert a bit of his attention to resist the powerful power of the devouring world of blood, which caused him to be distracted. In the devouring world of blood, Long Chen's fast-moving bloody figure became quite hidden. However, Yang Ningfeng could still find him easily. Warriors at the Earth martial arts realm were very sensitive to the movement of the ground when they were in direct contact with it. Although Long Chen had the catkin wind steps, he still needed to use his feet to move from the ground. As long as he stood on the ground, Long Chen had endless attacking power. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. Swoosh. The Soul Crusher Dragon Claw was a series of close-range attacks. In an instant, Long Chen closed in on his opponent and displayed his crazy claw skills. Like a bloody dragon, he slashed at Yang Ningfeng's head. The Soul Crusher Dragon Claw, combined with the devouring world of blood, was the highest level of attack that Long Chen could make. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp dragon claws turned into claw marks that shrouded Yang Ningfeng from all directions. The speed of Long Chen's attack was much faster than everyone had expected. How is this possible? How can the first level of the Earth martial arts realm have such great power? The strength of his genuine ether seems to be at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. In the beginning, the people of the Wuxia Alliance had only thought of Long Chen as a joke. They had not expected that Long Chen would be so terrifying when he really fought. Except for Yang Ningfeng and Zhao Danchen, no one dared to say that they could absolutely defeat Long Chen. Given time, this guy will definitely become an extraordinary young genius like the other Long Chen. Even the people of the Wuxia Alliance had to praise Long Chen like this. Die. The crazy Soul Crusher Dragon Claw approached Yang Ningfeng, one move at a time. The devouring blood world had brought Yang Ningfeng the initial shock, but the powerful attack of Long Chen had brought Yang Ningfeng another shock. From the shock, he realized that he had to seriously attack in order to defeat or even kill Long Chen in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. Damn you, no matter how I look at it, I have a reason to kill you today. Yang Ningfeng's face was cold. The most famous leg skill of the Wind God denomination was the leg skill of the Wuxia Sage dynasty. The strength of the leg was much stronger than the arm, and it also had martial veins and martial apertures. In fact, if he really mastered the leg skill, it would actually be more terrifying than the combat skills of the hand. Wind God leg skill, Gale form. When Long Chen used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw, Yang Ningfeng did not show any mercy to Long Chen. Long Chen was like a giant beast, and he was like a sharp knife, suddenly stabbing at Long Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yang Ningfeng's long legs suddenly turned into flexible whips, crazily contending with Long Chen's soul-scattering dragon claws. The dragon claws and his legs collided again and again. The two of them engaged in a frenzied close combat, crazily countering each other's moves. In terms of reaction and technique, Long Chen was not the least bit inferior to Yang Ningfeng. The only thing he lost was in terms of Zhen Yuan. Every time they collided, Yang Ningfeng's leg was like a mountain crashing into his body. Long Chen held on bitterly, because he knew that he could not lose. Roar. With a roar, Long Chen's claw broke through Yang Ningfeng's leg shadow, and instantly slashed at Yang Ningfeng's neck. The reason why he took such a risk was because Long Chen wanted to kill his opponent. No matter what price he had to pay. Die. A beast-like voice came from Long Chen's mouth. Die. While attacking, Yang Ningfeng smiled proudly. He could not help but admit that Long Chen was a sick existence. But compared to him, Yang Ningfeng, there was still a huge gap. One was a super powerful being of the older generation, and the other was a rising newcomer. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Bam! Just as Long Chen was about to make eye contact, Yang Ningfeng's legs came crashing down like a thunderstorm, landing on Long Chen's lower abdomen. That overbearing force sent Long Chen flying. Po! Fresh blood flowed out uncontrollably. That huge force caused Long Chen to roll on the ground for a long time, dragging a long trail of blood. In the midst of his struggle, Long Chen's claws dug into the ground to stabilize his body. Seventh brother. Every member of the dragons let out a cry of surprise. Their faces turned pale, and they were about to run up to Long Chen. Who knew that Long Chen would actually climb up at this moment, and raise his hand high, gesturing for Lei Zhen and the rest to go back. Looking at this young man who was covered in blood, but still standing straight, and looking at his determined back, everyone felt their eyes moisten. They hoped 1,000 times that Long Chen would win, but the Wushu Alliance was the Wushu Alliance. How could ordinary people resist their pressure? Seventh brother. The resolute young man who had stood up made everyone's hearts jump to their throats. Yang Ningfeng's move was certainly not weak. Long Chen had been hit head-on. If it wasn't for the divine dragon's strong resistance and recovery ability, he might have died by now. Enduring the pain, Long Chen stood up resolutely, gritted his teeth, and continued to walk towards Yang Ningfeng. He sneered and said, "Yang Ningfeng, you are indeed one of the 3 martial emperors of the Wushu Alliance. The strength of your attack is indeed similar to that of a woman." Yang Ningfeng licked his lips. He was rather impressed that this young man could stand up. The more impressed he was, the more it meant that Long Chen had to die. Under Long Chen's control, the devouring world of blood once again filled the battlefield between the two of them. I was reckless just now. I was anxious to win, but I didn't expect this old man to take advantage of me. Long Chen knew what the problem was. However, he still had no way to kill his opponent. He was getting closer and closer to death. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. His opponent's strength reminded him of Lingxi. He knew that lady was definitely waiting for him, so he couldn't die. Brother, I, Long Chen, can't abandon me even if I have to die. I definitely can't abandon my woman. Therefore, I only have one choice, and that is to kill Yang Ningfeng. I don't have the right to choose death. After all, don't I, Long Chen, have 2 lives? The blood in his heart was completely boiling. Through the dragon scales, one could still see the thick meridians in Long Chen's body. They were ferocious and terrifying. The murderous aura of the primordial blood spiritual dragon erupted from Long Chen's body. This aura actually made Yang Ningfeng tremble in fear. The razor-sharp claws once again reached out towards Yang Ningfeng without hesitation. The blood-red claws were like a ferocious blood-red dragon, sweeping towards the top of Yang Ningfeng's head once again. Long Chen's fighting spirit made Yang Ningfeng's heart turn cold. This guy is simply a natural-born fighting machine. I have to get rid of him. With a thought, Yang Ningfeng launched another powerful attack. Wind God Kick Technique, Storm Stance. Chapter 596. Among Wind God leg techniques, the storm form was obviously a level higher than the gale form. The previous attacks, the countless leg shadows, were like a rushing gale, but now it was a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of Long Chen, Yang Ningfeng's shadow was almost completely invisible. His speed was the fastest that Long Chen had ever seen. Whether it was the speed of his legs or the speed of his attacks, they were all superb. Storm. There was only fighting spirit in Long Chen's heart. He sneered. Although his opponent's attack was powerful, there was no fear in his eyes. When Yang Ningfeng attacked him, he had already pounced on him without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp claws stretched forward like blades. Blood-red flames spread in Long Chen's hands. Within the flames, there were small but terrifying dragon shadows. Soul-dispersing dragon claw, 5 dragons breaking the sky. Roar. A total of 5 dragon roars, under Long Chen's control, crazily surrounded and strangled Yang Ningfeng. At the same time, Yang Ningfeng's storm form came crashing down. 2 extremely powerful forces collided with each other in front of everyone's frightened eyes. Suddenly, the whole ground shook for a moment. The genuine energy of the Earth martial arts realm was restrained, and the control of power had reached an amazing level. When the two people's attacks collided with each other, only a dull sound was heard. Long Chen's claws and the fire of the Golden Crow directly collided with Yang Ningfeng's Wind God leg techniques. Long Chen's advantage was that his claws and the fire of the Golden Crow could cause damage to Yang Ningfeng. Several times, he had cut wounds on Yang Ningfeng's legs, and at the same time, used the fire of the Golden Crow to burn his body, which was wrapped in genuine essence. The most outstanding part of Yang Ningfeng's attacks was its speed and strength. For Long Chen, this advantage was quite fatal. The confrontation between Storm Form and 5 dragons breaking the sky ended with Long Chen's defeat again. Under Yang Ningfeng's last whip kick, Long Chen saw that he was completely suppressed by his opponent. He could only withdraw his arm and block the kick. Yang Ningfeng's attack sent him flying again. This time, he tumbled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. His opponent's powerful attack had already left him drenched in blood. It had been a long time since Long Chen had suffered such a serious injury. In his internal organs, Yang Ningfeng's genuine essence was wantonly attacking his body. After Long Chen fell, he spat out another mouthful of blood. 7th brother, forget it. When Lei Zhen and the others saw this miserable state, their hearts twitched as they pleaded. They understood Long Chen, so their predictions had been right. Long Chen wasn't someone who gave up. Once he set his mind on something, he wouldn't retreat until he had accomplished it. It was just like when he had chased after Lingxi. It was just like when he had stood in front of everyone and fought for the survival of the war people. As they watched the tenacious youth tremble and climb back up, everyone's eyes turned red. This youth's strong spine had been deeply engraved in their hearts. You're not dead yet, kid. You're really lucky. Yang Ningfeng laughed mockingly. However, he was slightly shocked. His thigh had already been slashed by Long Chen a few times. At the same time, when he had attacked Long Chen, his leg had felt like it had been stuck into burning charcoal. It had been incomparably hot, and he still felt uncomfortable. If it hadn't been for the protection of his genuine essence, his leg would have been burnt to ashes. Moreover, his opponent was only at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. There was a gap of 2 levels. Generally speaking, his second move, the Storm Style, could basically kill a warrior at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. However, today, he hadn't even killed a warrior at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. All of this was proof of Long Chen's nature-defying strength. On the side of the Wushu alliance, people were whispering. How could this Long Chen be so abnormal? He's at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm, but he can still survive Yang Wuhuang's storm style of Wind God's kick. In the Long family, Long Yu and the other Long Chen are both at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Although this Long Chen is only at the 1st level of the Earth martial arts realm, his fighting strength is so terrifying that it's close to theirs. It's rumored that a long time ago, the Long family was the #1 power in the Wushu sage's court. Now it seems that it's true. They thought that Long Chen was Long Yu's younger brother or cousin. After all, Long Chen's current fighting form was exactly the same as theirs. Yang Ningfeng had the mentality of playing with Long Chen. He didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack Long Chen. He planned to slowly wear Long Chen to death. You son of a bitch, you're so old. What strength do you have? Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you can't do anything, can you? After Long Chen stabilized his body, he chuckled. He did not look like someone who was injured at all. In fact, his internal injuries wouldn't last much longer. The genuine essence is my biggest weakness. I'm only at the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen was roaring crazily in his heart. He needed strength. Without strength, he couldn't survive. Where is the key to the second level of the earth martial arts realm? At this time, although he was facing Yang Ningfeng, in Long Chen's mind, the situation when he cultivated the second level of the earth martial arts realm kept appearing. His mind was quite clear now. After a big battle, he suddenly felt as if everything was very clear. The opportunity to break through came from the comprehension in the battle. In Long Chen's mind, he quickly recalled Yang Ningfeng's attack. The reason why Yang Ningfeng was stronger than him was because of the genuine essence and the strength of the attack. Every time he fought with Yang Ningfeng, Long Chen felt that he should be able to block the opponent's attack the first time. However, in the next attack, there were two other forces that directly sent him flying. Is this the control of the pulse of the earth and the strength of the third level of the earth martial arts realm? Long Chen seemed to have some idea. His mind gradually calmed down in the punching method of the second level of the earth martial arts realm. The things described in the punching book gradually combined with his own figure when he practiced and the figure of Yang Ningfeng before. In the battle, Long Chen was unexpectedly distracted. This was the biggest taboo among the taboo. Yang Ningfeng suddenly had a feeling of contempt. Yang Ningfeng, finish it quickly. Don't waste time. Behind him, Zhao Danshan's cold voice seemed to ring in his ear. Yang Ningfeng was scared and quickly nodded. Zhao Danshan had been watching their battle. He had long been prepared for Long Chen's shocking performance. Previously, Long Chen had forced Zhao Danshan to retreat with the 5 dragons breaking the sky and Xiao Lang's devil ancestral fire. He has such a fighting strength at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. This boy, unexpectedly has such a nature-defying ability. Although Zhao Danshan didn't say it in his heart, he was actually quite afraid of Long Chen. This kind of fear was even comparable to the fear caused by the other Long Chen. The other Long Chen, of course, was Long Yu's younger brother. That was why he asked Yang Ningfeng to finish the battle quickly. Before Yang Ningfeng heard the order, his face gradually became ferocious. He still clearly remembered the humiliation Long Chen had just given him, so he raised his head and said with a cold smile, "You are the most respectable opponent I have killed in years. In this case, I will use the strongest move of Wind God's kick to serve you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ningfeng didn't stop at all. Puff! It was a very simple kick, but it reached Long Chen in an instant. This kick was simple and direct, without the slightest bit of fanciness. It looked very simple, but it was actually much more powerful than the previous storm stance. It could only be described as mysterious. Under Yang Ningfeng's kick, the space seemed to be distorted. Long Chen had an illusion that it was not a kick that was going to deal with him, but the other half of the world, oppressing him. Wind God's kick, holy wind move. That's it. Long Chen couldn't find the critical point, but when he saw Yang Ningfeng's attack, he was suddenly enlightened. It could be said that Yang Ningfeng's kick directly broke the barrier that prevented Long Chen from rushing to the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Boom! At the last moment, Long Chen was still in a trance. He failed to block Yang Ningfeng's kick, so he was attacked directly. The attack of the third level of the earth martial arts realm could basically kill him directly. Indeed, Long Chen's whole body was deformed, and his blood splashed out from his pores. In an instant, he was dyed with blood. Seeing this scene, Yang Ningfeng was relieved, because he knew that Long Chen was definitely going to die. The tightened heartstrings of the other martial alliance members relaxed a little as well. Once a genius dies, he is nothing. As for the war people and the dragons, when they saw Long Chen's body flying in the air, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Before they could shed tears, Long Chen's body began to change. Time reversal. On Long Chen's chest, the outline of the Void Dragon talisman gradually emerged. At the critical moment of death, Long Chen used the only supernatural power of the Void Dragon talisman, which was also the most nature-defying supernatural power. At this moment, time really flowed backward. The blood that had splashed out from Long Chen's body actually flowed back into his body. His numerous wounds were completely healed in a very short period of time. At the same time, the caved-in on his chest and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had been destroyed by Yang Ningfeng had actually all recovered at this time. He had returned to the state before Yang Ningfeng had used the divine wind form. It seemed that Yang Ningfeng's attack hit the air and did not hit Long Chen at all. What? The speed at which Long Chen was thrown in the air was too fast. In the last moment, people saw him being thrown in the air with blood, but in the next moment, they saw Long Chen land steadily on the ground. Everyone in the Wuxia alliance felt as if their throats were strangled at this time, and they could not say a word. Chapter 597. On the side of the war people, everyone was stunned. Seeing that Long Chen was fine, they burst into tears of joy. Especially the dragons. Long Chen's situation today was very similar to the time when he was fleeing in the ancient demon realm. At that time, everyone thought that Long Chen had been killed by the demon emperor, but at that time, he miraculously came back to life. It was the same now. The people of the Wuxia alliance would only think that they didn't see it clearly for a while, but the dragons looked at each other. They knew that Long Chen definitely had a way to go against the natural order and could actually bring the dead back to life. Long Chen had several magical powers. Originally, he could actually use the first level of the blood sacrifice. The damage of the first level of the blood sacrifice was not big, and his strength would only drop by 1 level. The problem was that he was now at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. If he dropped by 1 level, he would only be at the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. Maybe the martial soul that he had just condensed would be gone. Therefore, Long Chen didn't dare to use the blood sacrifice. Just now, under the attack of Yang Ningfeng, Long Chen used time reversal to save his life. As soon as he landed, Long Chen's action surprised everyone. At this time, he closed his eyes and actually practiced the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts Boxing Manual. With enough comprehension, the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts Boxing Manual was completed in one go. In a very short time, Long Chen completed the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts Boxing Manual. Each move was extremely mysterious, and he had completely comprehended the essence of the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Of course, thanks to Yang Ningfeng, Long Chen was able to comprehend the fist manual of the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm from the battle with Yang Ningfeng. After practicing a set of fist skills quickly, Long Chen's body hummed and transformed again. The spiritual qi in the earth vein swarmed out, making the genuine essence in Long Chen's martial vein increase rapidly under Long Chen's refining. In his sea of consciousness, the illusory dragon-shaped martial spirit let out a roar and then twisted its body. It could be seen that the dragon-shaped martial spirit had become a bit more solid, which was the sign that he had reached the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. His shocking talent and outstanding combat experience allowed Long Chen to complete this step in battle. Roar! In his body, the 18 martial veins were like 18 blood-red divine dragons, crazily wriggling. The spiritual qi in the earth veins that entered his body was like food, absorbed and digested by the wriggling martial veins and turned into dragon-souled genuine essence in Long Chen's body. Of course, the supply of spiritual qi in the earth veins was fast for others, but for Long Chen himself, it was quite slow, especially at this critical moment. However, Long Chen had already prepared for this. In his great virtual realm, there was still a large amount of Blackwater mystical snake's blood essence. At this time, when Long Chen used the blood essence to bring it out of the great virtual realm, it turned into a cloud of blood mist before it could enter the eyes of others, and was quickly absorbed by Long Chen's strength. After his martial spirit was strengthened, Long Chen felt his body's thirst. The spiritual qi in the earth veins could not quench his thirst at all, so he could only refine the blood essence into qi. A large amount of blood essence was directly turned into genuine essence by Long Chen and was instilled into Long Chen's martial veins. The martial veins wriggled, transformed, and refined, and finally turned into the power that Long Chen could control. After Long Chen landed on the ground, a series of unimaginable changes happened. Before the crowd could react, they saw that all the blood-red light on Long Chen's body had disappeared and he had returned to his original state. At this time, Long Chen lowered his head and emitted a strong blood qi and power, which made him look more terrifying than before. The second level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm. During the battle, Long Chen had reached the second level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm. Seeing Long Chen's current situation, this idea gradually emerged in the minds of the others. This matter naturally made everyone extremely shocked. For the Wuxia alliance, it was extremely shocking, but for the war people, the dragons, it was a shocking joy. Who could have thought that Long Chen could actually complete the final reversal in this situation? When everyone thought that he was dead for sure, he came back to life in a stunning way. Every dragons who knew Long Chen's strength were filled with joy. They understood that this final reversal, in the end, meant that his body would become stronger. Seeing Long Chen's sharp back, Jiang Wuya's face was full of relief. He smiled helplessly and sighed with emotion, "I'm afraid that even you, can't deal with this seventh brother now. It has only been a few days. Do you think it's scary or not?" Everyone was looking at Long Chen, so no one gave him an answer, but in fact, everyone had an answer in their hearts. The fate of the war people will be handed over to Long Chen. A warrior at the first level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm could completely defeat a warrior at the second level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm. Did that mean that the current Long Chen could completely defeat a warrior at the third level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm? If so, there was no doubt that Long Chen had become one of the top super experts in the whole Wuxia Sage Empire. He could even replace Zhao Danchen and become the first person under the Martial Emperor realm. Now, Long Chen's strength was comparable to the three martial emperors, the Demon Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor. Long Chen himself knew that. Of course, the people of the Wuxia alliance would not believe it. Everyone's face was full of astonishment, especially Yang Ningfeng. He stared at Long Chen with his eyes wide open, and his face was gradually filled with a look of disbelief. Long Chen, you really reached the second level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Yang Ningfeng found that his words were a little shaky. Long Chen did not talk nonsense with him. When he reached the second level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, Yang Ningfeng was already no match for him. For the weak, Long Chen would not talk nonsense at all. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. Long Chen was a smart man. When dealing with the weak, he always killed them as soon as possible, so as to avoid accidents. When dealing with the strong, he would try his best to delay the time and seek a chance to win. But most people, when dealing with these two kinds of people, were used to switching methods. For example, Yang Ningfeng had been playing Long Chen before. Long Chen did not answer Yang Ningfeng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he directly used his attack to speak. Devouring the Bloody World. This time, the Devouring the Bloody World had directly reduced Yang Ningfeng's fighting strength to about 60% of what it had been. He had to suppress the boiling blood qi, so he could not use it at all. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw, 5 dragons breaking the sky. It was the same attack, but it had a completely different power. At this time, the 5 dragons breaking the sky was 10 times stronger. Under Long Chen's attack, it instantly approached Yang Ningfeng. The shadow of death hung over Yang Ningfeng's head. Impossible, how can he be so strong? A young brat suddenly climbed above his head. Yang Ningfeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. This successfully triggered his ferocious nature. Originally, Long Chen was the one being oppressed by him. Now, it was Long Chen, a junior, who was the one oppressing him. How could he accept this? Wind God Leg Technique, Divine Wind Stance. Whoosh! With extreme speed, it instantly reached Long Chen. But this time, under the pressure of Long Chen's devouring the bloody world, the power of the Divine Wind Stance was much weaker than before. One could imagine the result. No one could stop it. Long Chen only had 2 mystical dragons entangle Yang Ningfeng's attack. The other 3 mystical dragons instantly entangled Yang Ningfeng's body. These mystical dragons were all Long Chen's claws. Under Long Chen's strangling, the 3 mystical dragons entangled Yang Ningfeng. And then, crack crack crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. No. A desperate scream was heard. But it was too late. Zhao Danshan was shocked. Although he expected Long Chen to be strong, he didn't expect Long Chen to be able to kill Yang Ningfeng in one move. At this moment, he was still lying on the deck chair. Therefore, when Yang Ningfeng was in a desperate situation, he couldn't save him in time. Arg! An even more heart-wrenching scream was heard. Under the strangling of Long Chen's mystical dragons, Yang Ningfeng, who was still in human form, was instantly twisted into a fried dough twist. Fresh blood spurted out. In the next moment, under the strangling of Long Chen, he turned into flesh and blood that danced in the air. This scene was rather disgusting. Yang Ningfeng, who was perfectly fine, was turned into dust. Seeing this scene, although Lan Ling, and the others were excited and relieved that Long Chen had killed Yang Ningfeng, the horrifying scene still made their faces turn pale. They were even more in awe of their 7th brother. With a whoosh, Long Chen retreated until he was in front of Lei Zhen and the others. Under the sweep of his golden crow fire, the pieces of Yang Ningfeng's corpse were quickly burned to ashes by Long Chen. Yang Ningfeng no longer existed. One of the 3 martial emperors, the former leader of the Divine Wind sect, had now died in the hands of Long Chen. This scene stunned everyone for a while. Then, Long Chen said coldly, "Everyone, the outcome of the 3rd battle has been revealed. The war people have won 2 out of 3 rounds. We, the war people, have won 2 rounds. Everyone who is heading to the Wushu Alliance, please keep your promise and leave early. We won't be seeing you out." Long Chen used a lot of strength to say this, so his voice was extraordinarily loud. His voice was like thunder, rumbling in the air and spreading very far. Basically, everyone in the war people or the Wushu Alliance troops near the war people had heard it. Long Chen's goal was to spread the news. He soon achieved his goal. Even the war people couldn't believe this result, let alone the Wushu Alliance. At this time, Zhao Danshan had already stood up and stared at Long Chen. The huge aura of Long Chen made him deeply afraid. He knew that the current Long Chen was no longer a soft persimmon that the Wushu Alliance could pinch at will. Even he, Zhao Danshan, might not be able to defeat Long Chen. Now, in the Wushu Alliance, unless the Martial Emperor personally took action, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the war people. The war people didn't have warriors at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, so the Wushu Alliance dared to attack. Now, among the war people, there was Long Chen, who was much more abnormal than the old chief, in charge. Perhaps the Wushu Alliance had no chance. Zhao Danshan was not a fool. He knew that even if he and the war people fought desperately now, the Wushu Alliance would definitely suffer heavy losses. After Yang Ningfeng died, the war people had a super master like Long Chen. The Wushu Alliance had no chance this time. Even if Zhao Danshan wanted to attack the war people by force, he didn't dare. Chapter 598. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at Long Chen, giving Long Chen tremendous pressure. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. His powerful strength gave him enough confidence. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, this is the territory of the war people. Only upright people can stand here. Please leave." His meaning was obvious. The Wuxia alliance was not human. You're asking for death by saying that we're not human. Don't think you're great just because you defeated Yang Wuhuang. In our Wuxia alliance, there are still Zhao Danchen and Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. They can kill you with one move. The Wuxia alliance insulted them. The other Wuxia alliance members could not stand it. Yang Ningfeng's death made them feel very aggrieved, but the fact was in front of them, so they had to accept it. Zhao Danchen took a deep breath. He chose to be patient. If he chose to fight with Long Chen now, it could only mean that he was reckless. A man should know when to retreat. He waved his hand to signal the people behind him to shut up. Then he looked at Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, we underestimated you. Today, our Wuxia alliance was not defeated by the war people, but by you. You are qualified to be called a strong man. However, no strong man will have a good ending when he goes against the Wuxia alliance. Even warriors at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm have been imprisoned in the 9 secluded soul land of the Wuxia alliance." He lowered his head and gently wiped his pure white hands. "That's why I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be too complacent. Your good days definitely won't last long. I won't say anything else. This time, I've lost. I accept it." After that, he was ready to leave. This kind of Zhao Danchen made Long Chen feel afraid. An expert would cause others to tremble in fear, but an expert who knew how to endure silently was a nightmare for many people. Zhao Danchen knew that even if they clashed head-on today, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Chen. Therefore, even with his lofty status, he still chose to endure. Zhao Danchen is a big enemy. Long Chen secretly sighed. After Zhao Danchen turned around, he turned back. At this time, his face was full of smiles, and he said, "I forgot to tell you a good news. In a month, I will marry Luyi, the daughter of King Qingli of the ancient demon region. If you have time, please come to support me." After that, he laughed and left with the people of the Wuxia alliance. Obviously, he said this to Long Chen and the others because he knew that Long Chen and Lu Yi had a history, and Jiang Wuya was Lu Yi's father. What? When Zhao Danchen said this, the faces of Long Chen and Jiang Wuya changed. They were just immersed in the joy of victory, and suddenly something like this happened. Zhao Danchen left quickly, but Long Chen did not chase after him. He held the injured Jiang Wuya and said, "Second brother, don't be impulsive. If what he said is true, we can plan it slowly." What a bastard. A ferocious look appeared on Jiang Wuya's face as he said, "This must be that old fool Jiang Wuxia's idea. He knows that Yi is my daughter, Jiang Wuya." Long Chen also guessed that was the case. "Everyone, please calm down," Long Chen said. He looked around and said, "Now that the pressure from the Wuxia alliance is finally over, we should take a break and plan our next move." Lei Zhen nodded and looked at Long Chen gratefully. "Seventh brother, it's all thanks to you this time. On behalf of the tens of thousands of soldiers of the war people, I kneel down before you." His eyes were filled with excitement, and everything he said was true. Long Chen hurriedly stopped him and said, "Fourth brother, we're brothers. There's no need to be so calculative. This is what I should do." Lei Zhen didn't kneel, but the other 6 battle kings knelt before Long Chen. They didn't say anything, but the gratitude and excitement in their eyes said it all. "Get up, all of you." Long Chen could only say helplessly. "You are the benefactor of the entire war people. We will remember your name forever and pass it down from generation to generation." Lei Zhen's voice was choked with emotion. The others looked at him with smiles on their faces. Long Chen was also very satisfied. It felt good to be able to help others and show one's worth. Then, he frowned and said, although we won this time, there are still 2 problems. Fourth brother, we dragons should make a separate plan. Lei Zhen nodded and said to the other 6 battle kings, the 6 of you, go and make arrangements. Spread the news about what happened here and strengthen the reputation of the war people. The battle kings nodded and left. The news they brought would definitely shake the entire war people, and even the entire Wuxia sage dynasty. Long Chen was like a rising star. In a very short period of time, he had created a bigger sensation than Long Chen before. After the passion, no one could relax. Jiang Wuya's emotions were a little out of control. He said coldly, "Yi has never seen Zhao Danchen. With Zhao Danchen's personality, he won't treat her well. That bastard Jiang Wuxia is trying to push her into the fire pit. No, I have to explain it to Jiang Wuxia, but you err." This time, Zhao Danchen brought 2 pieces of news. One was about Lu Yi, and the other was about Long Yu. Long Chen reckoned that Long Yu was already trapped in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. Although everyone knew that it would be very difficult to rescue her from the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land, they were all brothers and sisters, so who would give up on this opportunity? Long Chen could see that Jiang Wuya was very conflicted. On the one hand, it was the woman he liked, and on the other hand, it was his daughter. He didn't want to give up on either. Who should he save? Long Chen didn't dare to say anything about Jiang Wuya's feelings. He liked Long Yu from the beginning to the end. He didn't know that he had a daughter with Prince Qingli. The appearance of this daughter made Jiang Wuya's heart entangled. On the one hand, it was his responsibility as a father. On the other hand, it was his own pursuit. He didn't know which side he should choose. Long Chen could only make up his mind. Second brother, I'll go to the Martial Emperor city. Only you can go to the ancient demon area, said Long Chen decisively. You go to the Martial Emperor city. Jiang Wuya raised his head. Long Chen nodded and analyzed, I'm stronger than you now. Ordinary warriors at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm are no match for me. Even my eldest sister has been captured. It's useless for you to go. I'm telling the truth. If you let me go, I might have a chance to save my eldest sister. But in the ancient demon area, you and the demon emperor are brothers. You can only save Yi. Long Chen was right, Jiang Wuya was not a wishy-washy person. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Although he was very concerned about Long Yu's problem, he also knew that he would not be able to help. What about us? Asked Lan Ling. She was asking about Long Chen. Long Chen had become the backbone of the group because of his extraordinary strength and outstanding will. You guys. Long Chen thought for a while and said, the Martial Emperor city is dangerous. If I go alone, it'll be easier for me to move around. As for second brother, we need someone to look after him. I'll let third brother go. As for you and fifth brother, you can stay here and help fourth brother. If we're not here, the war people won't be able to survive without a few masters. Since we don't have a base, we'll temporarily treat the war people as our base camp. What do you guys think of this arrangement? Everyone nodded. This arrangement was really good. However, they were still a little worried about Long Chen. Lan Ling said, Seventh brother, are you really going to the Martial Emperor city alone? The 9 Serenities Morning Soul Land is in the inner city of the Martial Emperor city. Unless you're a family member of a core member of the Wuxia Alliance, no one can enter the inner city. You don't understand the situation in the Martial Emperor city. I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. Long Chen thought about it and agreed. He said, I don't understand the Martial Emperor city. You guys can tell me what I need to pay attention to. As for second brother, you're injured now. You need to recuperate before you go to the ancient demon region. Didn't Zhao Danshan say that there's still a month? We need to find out the truth of these things as soon as possible. Qi Ying, who had been quiet all this time, nodded and said, I'll go and arrange for someone to send detailed information about the Martial Emperor city. At the same time, I'll ask around about Big Sister and Louis. True information was the most important. Qi Hun had a strong intelligence network, so he was the most suitable person to handle this matter. After the arrangements were made, everyone left the ancestral mausoleum and continued to plan in detail what they had recorded. At that moment, the war people were immersed in a happy atmosphere. Along the way, Long Chen saw that everyone had a smile on their faces. They were celebrating, drinking, singing, and dancing. The entire war people had quickly become a paradise of revelry. They were extremely grateful to Long Chen and the others, especially Long Chen. Along the way, everyone looked at him with grateful eyes. Some gifts were continuously sent to him. If Lei Zhen hadn't stopped them, everyone would have knelt down. The people of the war race all knew who it was that had saved them. When they arrived at their temporary residence, Lan Ling said, That's right, when I was in the dreamy cloud swampland, I saw a Wuxia Alliance martial king being killed by a king-level demonic beast alone. I used part of his skin to make a human skin mask and burned his corpse. I'm afraid that in the records of the Wuxia Alliance, he should have been missing for more than 10 days. Now is the time to use it. Let seventh brother assume his identity and enter the Martial Emperor city. When fifth brother returns, I'll get him to hand over the information of this martial king called Chen Guangjuan. I still have the battle techniques he practices in my Cosmos sack. Long Chen nodded. This method was feasible. Lan Ling's ability to disguise herself was rare. She was known as the 100 Faces Witch. Not only could she disguise herself, but she was also very good at disguising herself as others. With her superb skills, it was not a problem for Long Chen to disguise himself as Chen Guangjuan. Chapter 599. Next, Jiang Wuya quickly healed his injuries while the others were busy preparing for Long Chen to enter the city. Qi Ying, in particular, spent an entire day preparing all the information. On one hand, it was information about the Martial Emperor city. On the other hand, it was information about the martial king named Chen Guangjuan. Especially the information about the martial king named Chen Guangjuan. Since Long Chen was going to impersonate him and enter the Martial Emperor city, he had to learn his every move. Long Chen was very talented and had a photographic memory. He quickly absorbed the information and firmly engraved it in his mind. At the same time, with the help of Lan Ling, Long Chen started putting on makeup. In about a day, Long Chen had completely transformed himself into Chen Guangjuan. In order to save Long Yu, he had to be well prepared. The map of the Martial Emperor city and the location of the entrance to the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land were all very clear to Long Chen. At the same time, Long Chen also learned that according to Qi Ying, Long Yu had indeed been captured by the Martial Emperor. She had been imprisoned in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land like the other Long Chen. As for the information about Louis, it was also true. Her engagement with Zhao Danshan had been set. Not surprisingly, it had been forced by the Devil Emperor Jiang Wuxia. Prince Qingli had strongly opposed it, but he had been seriously injured by the Devil Emperor Jiang Wuxia. After hearing the news, Long Chen was furious. If he had time to go to the ancient demon area, he would definitely beat up the Devil Emperor. Now, Long Chen had such strength. His deeds had already spread throughout the Wushu Sage Empire. Now, there were not only 2 geniuses in the Wushu Sage Empire, but also 3. What was strange was that among the 3 geniuses, there were 2 people named Long Chen. Especially Long Chen. Because he had defeated and killed Yang Ningfeng, his fame was so great that it even surpassed that of the other 2 geniuses. After all, the other two geniuses had never killed a warrior at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. The Wushu Alliance originally had 3 martial monarchs. Now, there were only 2 martial monarchs. After suffering such a great loss, the martial emperor actually did not do anything. The Wushu Alliance was mysterious and powerful. No one dared to speculate. Soon, Long Chen was ready, and Jiang Wuya's injury was almost healed. At this moment, Long Chen was wearing a golden brocade robe. On his chest was a flamboyant Wu character. He had now become a middle-aged man. His face was sallow and his face was full of stubble. His body was much thicker and taller than before. His appearance, voice, and daily habits had reached the level of perfection. With Lan Ling, her superb disguise technique, who would have thought that it was Long Chen? It could be said that their appearances were completely different. However, Lan Ling had forcibly turned Long Chen into Chen Guangjuan. This showed how powerful she was. Similar, no, not similar, but exactly the same. Even Lei Zhen and the others could not help but sigh when they saw Long Chen. After walking around in front of the mirror, Long Chen was more or less relieved. Chen Guangjuan had only been missing for more than 10 days. In theory, he had not disappeared. He had only made up an excuse, saying that he had been injured by a king-level demonic beast and had found a place to heal before returning to Martial Emperor City. After such a big event had happened in the Wushu Alliance, the war people would probably not care about a small martial king like Long Chen. The Wushu Alliance's strength was the best in the Wushu Sage Empire. They had more than 40 martial kings and people were constantly reaching the Earth martial arts realm. After everything was prepared, it was time to set off. Before they set off, Long Chen also learned some of Chen Guangjuan's combat skills. Chen Guangjuan's strongest skill was a set of elementary king-level saber skills. With Long Chen's current level, he could quickly master it. As for his saber, he had put it all away for Lan Ling. Lan Ling had the habit of making leather masks. When she saw the corpses of the Wushu Alliance's people, she used the materials on the spot. If someone needed to pretend to be a member of the Wushu Alliance, it would come in handy. Therefore, since she had to pretend to be Chen Guangjuan, of course, she had to put away all of Chen Guangjuan's things. With a master like Lan Ling around, Long Chen did not have to worry about being exposed. That's completely enough. Even Chen Guangjuan's wife and children would not be able to recognize that you are a fake. Of course, for safety's sake, you should try not to go home, Lan Ling said as she clapped her hands. It was time to set off. Before Long Chen, Jiang Wuya, and the others set off, Lei Zhen suddenly called out to everyone and said, "Everyone, there is something I haven't told you." "What is it?" Jiang Wuya turned around and asked. Lei Zhen said straightforwardly, "We have been searching for the whereabouts of the 5 Emperor Seals. So far, we have only found the Azure Emperor Seal, which is in Big Sister's hands. However, I did not expect that my father would actually obtain the Yellow Emperor Seal by chance. The Yellow Emperor Seal is now in my hands. Before he died, he passed the Yellow Emperor Seal to me." Originally, the crowd did not have much hope for the 5 monarch seals. When they heard what Lei Zhen said, they all laughed. Among them, Jiang Wuya said, "Good, very good. If we can rescue Big Sis, we will have 2 monarch seals." At this moment, Qi Ying frowned and said, "Everyone, there is one more thing I haven't told you. When Big Sister was defeated by a martial emperor, her Azure Emperor Seal was also snatched away by a martial emperor. However, I heard that the martial emperor has the Golden Emperor Seal. The Azure Emperor's seal has been snatched away? In other words, martial emperor Zhao Wuji now has 2 emperor's seals. If he finds 5 emperor's seals, I'm afraid it will be quite troublesome." Everyone frowned deeply. After hearing their conversation, Long Chen finally decided to tell them about the 2 emperor seals. They were all brothers and sisters. Since Lei Zhen was so frank, why couldn't he, Long Chen, do the same? While everyone was frowning, Long Chen said, "Brothers and sisters, I have something to say." Everyone looked at Long Chen. Among them, Lei Zhen said, "Seventh brother, just say it." Long Chen nodded and said, "Among the 5 Emperor seals, the Azure Emperor seal and the Golden Emperor seal are in the hands of Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. The Yellow Emperor seal is in the hands of 4th brother. The remaining Mystic Emperor seal and the Red Emperor seal are actually in my hands." As Long Chen spoke, he took out the Mystic Emperor seal and the Red Emperor seal from the Taishu realm. To them, this news was too unexpected. Everyone was stunned. When Long Chen had said it, they hadn't believed him at first. However, when they saw the Red Emperor seal and the Mystic Emperor seal in Long Chen's hands, they completely believed him. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I have obtained these 2 Emperor seals, but I have been hiding it from you," Long Chen said with a bitter smile. Seeing was believing, but they still had many doubts. Jiang Wuya asked in disbelief, "You used to stay in the ancient demon territory. It makes sense that the Mystic Emperor seal is in your hands. However, how did you obtain the Red Emperor seal? Yeah, didn't you say that there was solar true fire there? Even Sister Long Yu could not withstand it and obtain the Red Emperor seal?" Lan Ling asked. Long Chen shook his head and said, "My body is a little special, so I obtained the Red Emperor seal. However, I'm new here, so I'm not very familiar with everyone." Jiang Wuya laughed, "Seventh brother, you're the last to join us. It's normal for you to be a little cautious. Don't worry, we don't covet this royal tier battle skill. We just feel that if such a great battle skill ends up in the hands of a martial emperor, we'll never be able to make a name for ourselves." Lei Zhen also nodded with a smile, "That's just right. We brothers already have the Red Emperor seal, the Mystic Emperor seal, and the Yellow Emperor seal. The Martial Emperor has the Azure Emperor seal and the Gold Emperor seal. As long as we take his 2 Emperor seals, we'll be able to gather the 5 Emperor seals." Jiang Wuya's expression darkened. The news that 7th brother has the other 2 Emperor seals must not be leaked. I'm guessing that the Martial Emperor is currently searching for the other 3 Emperor seals. If he finds out, we'll all be finished. After all, we have the War People as our base camp. We've already moved from the shadows to the light. You all understand, right? Everyone nodded. Of course, everyone understood this. Long Chen also nodded. He knew that he could not leak this news. Of course, he did not have the strength to deal with the mysterious Martial Emperor yet, so he could not make it public. Once he was able to deal with the Martial Emperor, the 5 Emperor seals would be his without a doubt. The 5 Emperor seals and the 5-colored key. Long Chen had a premonition that if he learned the Emperor level 5 Emperor seals, his strength would increase greatly. Even if he could enter the ancient cemetery in the future and find the 5 Emperor treasures, it would be of great help. The Emperor level martial skill was a battle skill practiced by experts in the Sky Martial realm. Just by hearing the name, one could tell how terrifying it was. If he could obtain it, Long Chen knew that it would be extremely beneficial for him. The Earth Martial Realm, the Sky Martial Realm, and the God Martial Realm. Right now, Long Chen was only at the beginning of the Earth Martial Realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the God Martial Realm. It had already been 3 to 4 months since Lingxi left. Very quickly, half a year would pass in the blink of an eye. Would Long Chen be able to stand in front of Lingxi in the next 10 years? Lingxi's grandmother was already so terrifying. The force behind her was called the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was extremely terrifying. One of the 3 great imperial domains was the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was definitely the strongest force in the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. Perhaps, in front of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the Divine Wushu Sage Empire, the Myriad Kingdoms Domain, were all just a joke. Long Chen clenched his fists. No matter what, the 5 Emperor Seals was a great opportunity. He must get it. He could not let the martial emperor have it. After explaining everything, Long Chen decided to set off. Lei Zhen thought for a moment and said, in order to prevent the martial emperor from getting the 5 Emperor Seals, I will find a remote place and bury the yellow Emperor Seal. If we can get the other 2 Emperor Seals, we will take them out. What do you think? Chapter 600. That's good. However, the place must be well hidden. Jiang Wuya nodded. The others agreed as well. Long Chen bade farewell to the crowd. His Scarlet the Arch Seal and Mystic the Arch Seal were still in his Great Void Realm. If Long Chen died and the Great Void Realm was controlled by Kitten, the Martial Emperor would never be able to obtain the 5 the Arch Seals. Just like that, Long Chen left the war people and headed towards the center of the god Wuxia sage's territory, where the Martial Emperor city was located. Because he was now disguised as Chen Guangjuan, it was no longer appropriate for Xiao Lang to be by his side. Long Chen had no choice but to let Xiao Lang enter the Great Void Realm. This was a critical moment, so Xiao Lang would not be bothered by such a small matter. Long Chen had already figured out the way to Martial Emperor City. Of course, the journey would not be boring. Long Chen still had something important to do, and that was the Wind God Kick. It was worth mentioning that Long Chen had snatched Yang Ningfeng's Cosmos sack before he had killed him. Originally, he had only wanted to take some Monarch crystals. He had not expected to find the Wind God Kick manual in Yang Ningfeng's Cosmos sack. Long Chen had never cultivated a powerful leg technique before. To be honest, he coveted the Wind God Kick. Furthermore, the Wind God Kick was at the same level as the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. Furthermore, one was in the hand, while the other was in the leg. The two did not conflict with each other at all. If Long Chen cultivated the Wind God Kick and combined it with the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw and the Willow Catkin Wind Steps, he would be able to form a perfect attack against 3 mid-grade king-level opponents. When that time came, his combat strength would increase to another level. In short, he was very excited to be able to obtain the Wind God Kick. With the combination of the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw and the Wind God's Kick, even if that Zhao Danchen has an innate golden combat constitution, I don't think he's a match for me. And so, Long Chen began to learn the Wind God's Kick. He had the experience of learning the other 2 mid-tier king combat skills. Coupled with his outstanding talent, and most importantly, he had seen Yang Ningfeng use it a few times. So, he knew what it was all about. Therefore, his progress in the Wind God's Kick was much faster than the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. His strength had reached the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After using the Dragon Soul transformation, the genuine essence at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm enabled Long Chen to have the strength to perform the last move of the Soul-Crushing Dragon Claw. However, whether it was the Wind God's Kick or the Soul-Crushing Dragon Claw, Long Chen could not use them. Under the 5 Emperor Seals, he could only use Chen Guangjuan's 100 Battle Saber technique. Chen Guangjuan was known as the 100 Battle Martial King of the Wuxia Alliance because of his 100 Battle Saber technique. The 100 Battle Saber technique was an inheritance of his clan. It was quite powerful and was also a decent king combat skill. Long Chen quietly cultivated the Wind God's Kick along the way. The Wind God's Kick had the Gale form and the Gale form. Right now, Long Chen was like a gale as he swept in the direction of Martial Emperor City. During this process, he constantly improved. Whether it was in terms of genuine essence or familiarity with the war people, he had made quite a bit of progress. From the war people to Martial Emperor City, Long Chen spent over 10 days in total. Only then did he finally see the huge Martial Emperor City in the boundless wilderness. This golden city was much bigger than any of the cities Long Chen had seen before. It was like a golden immortal palace on the horizon. A large number of auspicious clouds filled the sky above the martial emperor city. The golden walls of the martial emperor city reflected the light into the white clouds. The sparkling lights were like a dream. There was no need to mention how beautiful it was. In the center of martial emperor city, a pure white airflow continuously surged into the sky. It formed a huge white mushroom cloud in the sky above martial emperor city. Long Chen was so far away, but he could feel the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth pouring directly into his heart and lungs. His whole body felt extremely comfortable. This martial emperor city actually has such rich spiritual qi of earth veins. Not only is it rich, but it is also pure. No wonder the people here are so much stronger than other places. The cultivation speed of the people here is probably 10,000 times faster than that of the Zhangyang kingdom. Long Chen was a little speechless. There was no other reason why a place like the Zhangyang kingdom couldn't produce top experts. It was absolutely because of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Even if Long Chen didn't come out, he would never be able to reach the earth martial arts realm in his lifetime. This was also the reason why Li Xuanji and even Lingxi's family members had concluded that Long Chen wouldn't be able to achieve anything great. If he stayed in a place like the Zhangyang kingdom and didn't come out, how could he achieve anything in his lifetime? In the Wuxia sage dynasty, ordinary warriors could dominate the world if they went to such a small country. However, why didn't they go there? Once they went there, they would be like a big fish in a small ditch. They wouldn't be able to swim at all. The martial emperor city on the horizon gave Long Chen a deep shock. The closer Long Chen got to the martial emperor city, the more he was amazed by how huge it was. It was really too big. When he was 1,000 meters away from the martial emperor city, Long Chen raised his head and saw the golden city walls of the martial emperor city. The city walls stretched from the left side of the sky to the right side. The martial emperor city was divided into an outer city and an inner city. The inner city was the real martial emperor city. Millions of people lived outside the martial emperor city. These people were the family members of the Wuxia Alliance law enforcement team. There were also some nobles of the Wuxia sage dynasty. Apart from the Huangfu clan and the ancient demon area, the people of the Wuxia sage dynasty were basically proud to live in the martial emperor city. Long Chen stopped in front of the huge golden city gate. He didn't follow the other teams into the martial emperor city. Instead, he went to a small independent gate. The warriors guarding this small gate were all in the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Of course, this was a gate that only the upper-class people could pass through. It was unknown how long one would have to queue to enter the gate of the martial emperor city. Long Chen's current identity was Chen Guangjuan, the 100 Battles martial king. Of course, he had to go through this gate. With his identity, he would be suspected if he went to another gate. These things were prepared by Long Chen when he was at the War People. As a martial king, Chen Guangjuan naturally had something to prove his identity. It was a martial king gold medal. Chen Guangjuan's appearance and name were carved on it. The Wuxia Alliance only had over 40 martial kings. Generally speaking, the guards of the 9th level of the reaching heaven state knew them. When the guards saw Long Chen, they knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, 100 Battles martial king. Rise." According to the information, this 100 Battles martial king had been a warmonger all his life. He was a rather cold person and didn't talk much. It should be easy for Long Chen to disguise himself as him, since he was originally a cold person. After hearing Long Chen's hoarse voice, the others immediately stood up. One of them, who looked like a captain, walked up and said respectfully, "I'm Gong Sunsheng. Greetings, 100 Battles martial king. I haven't heard from you for more than 10 days. I don't know where you are." Long Chen glanced at him coldly and said, "It's none of your business." Yes, I've said too much." Gong Sunsheng knew Chen Guangjuan's temper very well, so he quickly nodded and stepped back. In his mind, this was 100 Battles Martial King's temper. If Long Chen told him why he had disappeared for more than 10 days, he was afraid that 100 Battles Martial King would be suspicious. After the guard stepped back, Long Chen directly entered the city without looking back. The crowd respectfully sent Long Chen in, their faces full of respect. After Long Chen walked far away, Gong Sunsheng spat and said, "Isn't it just the first level of the Earth martial arts realm? Tomorrow, I'll also be able to enter. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me." Gong Sunsheng even said this. There was no doubt that Long Chen's disguise was very successful. After entering the Martial Emperor city, Long Chen deeply realized how prosperous this place was. This was the real core of the Wushu Sage Empire. There were people everywhere, rubbing shoulders with one another. However, because Long Chen obviously had the symbol of a leader of the Wushu alliance, no one dared to push their way to him. Long Chen didn't want to cause any trouble. He walked towards the inner city of the Wushu alliance according to his memory. He only glanced at the prosperity along the way and didn't pay much attention to it. In the outer city of the Martial Emperor city, the families of the real members of the Wushu Alliance law enforcement team lived, as well as the nobles of the Wushu Sage Empire. It could be said that this was the place where the real leaders lived. Along the way, anyone he met was at least at the Heavenly River tier. Even the roadside peddlers were at the Heavenly River tier. It could be seen how abnormal the Martial Emperor city was. In the past, people at the Heavenly River tier could be the overlord of Yuanling city. Long Chen continued to go deeper into the inner city. Suddenly, "Big brother, wait a minute." Mo Xiaolang's voice came from the Great Void Realm. Long Chen could hear the voice of the Great Void Realm clearly. He was the owner of the Great Void Dragon Talisman. "What's the matter?" Long Chen asked. "Look to your left." Long Chen looked to his left. There was a tall golden building. It was at least 7 or 8 stories tall, with exquisite carvings. At the entrance of the tall building, Long Chen saw a golden board with the words, "Martial Business Union" written on it. Long Chen knew about the Martial Business Union. It was a business union established by the Wushu Alliance. It was spread across the entire Wushu Sage Empire and controlled the economic lifeline of the entire Wushu Sage Empire. They sold all kinds of materials needed by martial artists, including battle techniques, spiritual medicine, weapons, and so on. It could be said that the Martial Business Union had everything that martial artists needed. And the tall building in front of him was obviously the headquarters of the Martial Business Union. "There's something good in there?" Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, "On the 8th floor, there's a scorching flame. It should be of help to me." Long Chen nodded. The Martial Business Union was all about transactions. If it was a transaction, it would be fine as long as there was money. Although the last thing he could do now was to expose his identity, it shouldn't be exposed if it was just to buy something. Therefore, Long Chen walked towards the Martial Business Union. There were some martial artists guarding the Martial Business Union. From the way Long Chen was dressed, it was obvious that he was a high-ranking member of the Wushu Alliance. Therefore, the martial artists were quite polite to him. Chapter 601. "Sir, please go inside." At the entrance, another group of beautiful women came to welcome Long Chen. These women were all wearing the same clothes. Their coats were all snow-white fox fur. The soft satin tightly wrapped around their delicate bodies, perfectly displaying their exquisite and well-proportioned figures. Their white and slender thighs were all revealed, causing the men who passed by to be unable to help themselves from drooling. One of the women walked to Long Chen's side. Seeing that Long Chen's identity was extraordinary, she quickly said, "Sir, do you need my help? If you want to buy anything, I can take you there." Her voice was sweet and she was like a little bird. She also had a smile on her face, which was quite alluring. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't seem to see it. He looked at the first floor. There was no doubt that it was quite large, at least more than 10 acres. He couldn't see the end of it at a glance. There were elixirs, combat skills, weapons, and many special precious items everywhere. It was a dazzling sight. However, the things sold here were all heaven-grade items. There was nothing that Long Chen wanted, so Long Chen said, "I want to go upstairs." The beautiful woman looked as if she had expected it. She said, "Please follow me." After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked in front of Long Chen, showing her beautiful figure to Long Chen as she walked. Following this beautiful woman, Long Chen went up to the 5th floor. After arriving here, most of the things were considered very top-grade among the heaven-grade items. If he went any higher, it would be king-grade items. So the beautiful woman said, "Sir, I'm not qualified to go above the 6th floor. If you need to go to the 6th floor, our manager will take care of you." Long Chen nodded and didn't say much. Under the woman's guidance, Long Chen came in front of an old man with golden eyes. The old man looked at Long Chen and asked, "May I ask if you are the 100 Battles Martial King?" Long Chen nodded. After confirming Long Chen's identity, the old man nodded with a smile and pointed the way for Long Chen. "100 Battles Martial King, your presence brings light to our humble shop. Please follow me." After learning about Long Chen's identity, it could be seen that this old man did not have much reverence in his eyes. He should be someone of the same status as Long Chen in the Wushu alliance. Many of them had probably been here before. There might be other martial kings on the 6th floor and above. I should buy my things quickly and leave. Only then did Long Chen realize that it wasn't easy to buy something here, especially something good on the 8th floor. I don't know what the 100 Battles Martial King needs, but as long as it's something that the God Wushu Sage Dynasty has, I can find it with the exception of the 5 Emperor seals. That old man said with a smile. Although he was exaggerating, the Martial Business Union's financial strength was undeniable. Long Chen said, "I want to go to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was the floor where the Martial Business Union kept the most precious items. Normally, only warriors who were at least at the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm or above the Wushu Sage realm would have enough money to take things from there. That was why the old man was a little surprised. Of course, he had been in this business for so many years, he knew that the more silent a person was, the more he should not be underestimated. The 100 Battles Martial King Long Chen was famous for his few words. He had never made any friends in his life, but the old man did not dare to underestimate him. "Please follow me, Lord." Saying that, the old man led the way. The 8th floor of the Martial Commerce Union was naturally quite large, but there weren't many items on display, only a few. These items were basically useless to Long Chen, as the true peerless treasures would only appear in the universe bags of martial emperors and the like. Following Xiao Lang's instructions, Long Chen was quickly attracted by one of the items. He walked towards it and soon arrived. When he arrived, Long Chen could already feel an astonishing heat approaching him. In front of him was a pool. It was a dark green pool, and the dark green liquid in the pool was not water. In the dark green liquid, Long Chen could faintly see a blue flame burning fiercely. This is the water of the Frost Jade Pool. Its temperature is extremely low. If you are not at the reaching heaven state, you will immediately be frozen to death by the water of the Frost Jade Pool. The old man at the side saw that this was Long Chen's ultimate goal, so he quickly explained to Long Chen. "However, we can't feel the coldness of the water of the Frost Jade Pool at all. That's because there is a mysterious beast fire in the Frost Jade Pool. The name of this beast fire is Blue Magic Flame." The old man looked at Long Chen, paused for a moment, and then said with a smile, "You must have come for the Blue Magic Flame, 100 Battles Martial King. You really have a good eye. The blue magic flame is a beast flame that is derived from the bones of a top-grade demonic beast after its death. If you fuse this beast flame with your true qi, it will greatly increase your attack power. The blue magic flame was a beast fire. This was the first time Long Chen had heard of this beast fire. From what the old man said, this beast fire could be merged with vital energy. It had the same effect as Long Chen's golden crow fire. Long Chen asked Kitten, "Is this blue magic flame similar to my golden crow fire?" Kitten clicked his tongue and said, "There's a huge difference. The demonic beast that produced this blue magic flame was at most a grade 6 king rank. What kind of existence is the golden crow? If the blue magic flame is merged with your vital energy, it can increase your attack power. If you become stronger, it will be useless. However, the golden crow fire directly forms the core of your vital energy. It will become stronger as you become stronger. Are the two the same concept?" After listening to him, Long Chen more or less understood. From the old man's point of view, it was obvious that Long Chen was here for the blue magic flame. In other words, Long Chen already knew the various uses of the blue magic flame. Therefore, he said, "It seems that the 100 Battles Martial King has taken a fancy to this blue magic flame. You really have a good eye. If you can merge with this blue magic flame, I'm afraid that many martial kings will not be your match. Won't it be dangerous to merge with the blue magic flame?" asked Long Chen coldly. The old man laughed dryly and said, "How can there be no danger on the path of cultivation? Master Martial King wants to become stronger, so you definitely won't take this risk to heart." He knew that since Long Chen was here, he would definitely buy it. However, the old man also doubted whether Long Chen could afford it. After all, the price of the blue magic flame was so high that even a cultivator in the second level of the earth martial arts realm couldn't afford it. "Master, because the blue magic flame is precious, it is priced at 50 king crystals." "I wonder if Master," Long Chen directly nodded and said, "Sure, I came this time for the king crystals." 50 king crystals, this was a big deal. The old man immediately revealed a happy expression and said, "The blue magic flame and the water of the frost jade pool are all in this stone basin. Master only needs to pay 50 king crystals and you can directly take the blue magic flame." Long Chen nodded. He was very straightforward. He was about to put the blue magic flame into the Taishu realm and hand it over to Xiao Lang. Unexpectedly, at this time, footsteps were heard from the staircase of the 8th floor. Then, a group of people came up to the 8th floor. Long Chen looked up and his eyelids twitched. This group of people were mostly warriors of the Wuxia alliance. The leader of the group was a person that Long Chen was very familiar with, it was Zhao Danchen. At this moment, Zhao Danchen's face was full of smiles as he walked over with another beautiful girl. This girl's appearance was obviously first class, even the beautiful girls of the Martial Business Alliance couldn't be compared to her. Seeing how intimate Zhao Danchen was with her, she must be Zhao Danchen's prey. When Zhao Danchen appeared, Long Chen's whole body tensed up. It could be said that he had come up at the wrong time, but since it had already happened, Long Chen could only continue to disguise himself. Previously, in order to prevent experts like Zhao Danchen from recognizing Long Chen's original aura, Lan Ling applied a kind of medicine on Long Chen's body, making Long Chen look like he was at LV1 of the Earth martial arts realm. With his aura concealed, Long Chen wasn't worried that even Jiang Wuya and the others wouldn't be able to recognize Long Chen. At this moment, Zhao Danchen and the beautiful girl in red were teasing each other as they walked over under the lead of a beautiful woman of the Martial Business Alliance. When the old man next to Long Chen saw Zhao Danchen, he immediately forgot about Long Chen. He quickly knelt down and greeted, "Greetings, Zhao Wuhuang." Zhao Danchen casually waved his hand at him. As he waved, he noticed that Long Chen was beside him. The old man saw that Zhao Danchen had to kneel down, but Long Chen didn't. He was a martial king, so he only slightly bowed to Zhao Danchen and said, Chen Guangjuan greets Zhao Wuhuang. Chen Guangjuan, I remember you. You seem to be Yang Ningfeng's subordinate. Zhao Danchen sized up Long Chen for a while, his cold eyes swept across Long Chen's body. Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Danchen, but he was afraid of the martial emperor behind Zhao Danchen. Each of the 3 martial emperors led about 10 martial kings. Chen Guangjuan used to be led by Yang Ningfeng, but after Yang Ningfeng died, Chen Guangjuan was now without a leader. Reporting to Zhao Wuhuang, dead. Long Chen lowered his head and said. Long Chen spoke even less than Zhao Danchen, which made Zhao Danchen a little unhappy. But in his memory, Chen Guangjuan was a martial king who was loyal and devoted to the Wuxia alliance, but he didn't speak much. Just when he was about to say something, the girl beside him quickly pulled his arm and said, Brother Zhao, this is the blue magic flame I want. I'm now in the 9th layer of the Heaven Ascension realm. When I reach the martial realm, I'll absorb the blue magic flame and I'll be very strong. Long Chen's face was somewhat bitter. It seemed that this Zhao Danchen had accompanied this girl to take the blue magic flame. With Zhao Danchen's status, the martial business alliance wouldn't dare to take his money. After all, the martial business alliance's leader was the martial emperor Zhao Wuji. Zhao Danchen pulled the beautiful girl into his arms and teased, Of course I can give you the blue magic flame. But my little darling, how are you going to reward me tonight? You're so naughty. The beautiful girl stretched out her small fist and pounded on Zhao Danchen's chest. The two of them were flirting with each other, but they didn't seem to care about Long Chen and the others. Long Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, so he could only obediently wait and see how things would develop. Zhao Danchen teased the girl for a while, then said to the old man, Put the blue magic flame in your cosmos sack and give it to my darling. Chapter 602. The old man hurriedly nodded. He had completely forgotten about Long Chen. He placed the stone basin containing the frost jade pool's water into a cosmos sack before respectfully lowering his head and handing it over to the girl. The beautiful girl very happily extended her hand to receive the cosmos sack. But at this time, something unexpected happened. While handing over the cosmos sack, the old man's hand accidentally touched the girl's hand. This was originally a normal thing, but the girl was extremely angry. After receiving the cosmos sack, she looked at Zhao Danchen and said, Brother Zhao, this old man actually dared to touch me. Zhao Danchen didn't say anything. His expression turned cold as he casually waved his hand. A gust of wind blew the old man away before he could even react. By the time he fell to the ground, he was already motionless. The other steward of the Martial Merchant Union, the charming young woman, hurriedly knelt on the ground and trembled as she shouted for help. The beautiful girl in Zhao Danchen's embrace looked at the old man's corpse and unhappily said, How audacious. I'm Brother Zhao's woman. How can he touch me as he pleases? Zhao Danchen smiled as he embraced the girl. His claws of Lushan rubbed her chest, causing her to let out a delicate moan. Zhao Danchen patted her face and said, All right, Lian, I'll give you the blue devil flame. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll ask them to send you back. I'll go to your place at night, okay? You must come. The woman who was previously as vicious as a snake and scorpion, now said in a sweet voice. This scene was witnessed by Long Chen. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. This Zhao Danchen wasn't a good person, and his woman wouldn't be a good person either. The old man had only touched her hand slightly, and she was already dead. After retrieving the blue devil flame, Zhao Danchen didn't stay there any longer. He hugged the girl and left. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Danchen did not notice him. But at this time, Zhao Danchen suddenly turned around and looked at Long Chen again. He frowned and said, Chen Guangjuan, what are you doing here? Long Chen knew that Zhao Danshan should be suspicious, so he tried his best to remain calm. If he lied at this time, Zhao Danshan was not a fool, of course he would be able to hear it, so he said, I originally wanted this blue magic flame, but since Zhao Wuhuang wants it, I don't need it. There was no flattery in his words, but it was in line with Chen Guangjuan's style. Hearing Long Chen's words, the woman in Zhao Danshan's arms immediately shot him a look of disgust. She looked at Long Chen with disdain and said, a small fry like you wants the blue devil flame? How ridiculous. After saying that, she actually giggled. Long Chen did not move, his head was slightly lowered. Chen Guangjuan had disappeared for more than 10 days. Zhao Danshan's status was high, so he naturally would not care about this kind of thing, so he did not know. No matter how one looked at it, Long Chen looked very normal. Zhao Danshan had actually sensed a trace of danger from him. Now, it seemed that it was just an illusion. Therefore, he didn't say anything more and directly led the group downstairs. After waiting for them to leave, Long Chen went down to the Martial Merchant Union. This time it was very dangerous, but in the end, Zhao Danshan still did not discover his identity. Xiao Lang, just now Zhao Danshan said that he has something to do, that woman will go back by herself. Then I will follow her to a place where there is no one, then I will take her life and take the blue magic flame. Although the woman was beautiful, she was cruel and merciless. Long Chen did not plan to spare her. Generally speaking, if he wanted something, but it was taken away by others, Long Chen would not be satisfied. Big brother, forget it. If the woman goes missing, Zhao Danshan will definitely know that you did it. You also don't know how long you can stay here, you can't expose your identity because of the blue magic flame. Mo Xiaolang said. Long Chen thought carefully and felt that what Xiao Lang said was reasonable. He still needed to use the identity of 100 Battles Martial King to walk around here, he could not act blindly without thinking. That woman hasn't reached the Earth martial arts realm yet, so there's no hurry. I'll leave the blue magic flame with her for now. I'll come back to get it one day. Now let's see where the woman lives, said Long Chen. After saying that, he followed Zhao Danshan and the others, shuttling through the crowd. After leaving the Martial Merchant Union, Zhao Danshan separated from the woman called Lian Er. Under the protection of the Wushu Alliance's warriors, the woman sat on a luxurious carriage and sped towards the east. Long Chen casually caught up to the other party. Soon, the carriage arrived at its destination. Long Chen raised his head and saw a luxurious mansion in front of him. It was located in the outer city of the Wu Emperor City. It could be considered a noble family, there were at least experts of the earth martial arts realm in the family. After remembering the location of the mansion, Long Chen left. Although the blue magic flame was very useful to Xiao Lang, this time, saving Long Yu was the most important thing. According to the rumors, the Nine Serenities Morning Soul Land is a small world that can only be entered, but not exited. However, according to the information given by Qi Han, the martial emperor Shaolin who guards the Nine Serenities Morning Soul Land might know the way out of the Nine Serenities Morning Soul Land. Looks like I have to find a way to get close to Shaolin. As for how to get close to Shaolin and get the method to leave the Nine Serenities Morning Soul Land from him, Long Chen already had a plan. The soul-devouring demonic pupil has finally leveled up to the 4th level, Soul Control. From the 4th level onwards, the power of the soul-devouring demonic pupil will gradually be revealed. The 1st level of bewilderment and the 2nd level of soul-devouring did not have much of an effect. As for the 3rd level of insight, it had helped Long Chen countless times. It could be said that without the 3rd level of insight, Long Chen would have died many times over. Most importantly, he had finally reached the 4th level, Soul Control. As the name suggested, this soul control technique could confuse a person's mind and cause them to lose consciousness for a short period of time, allowing them to be controlled by Long Chen. Of course, this soul control technique still had many limitations. It was not invincible and could be used on everyone. However, Just this alone was enough to make this soul control technique quite heaven-defying. The fourth level of soul control technique was what Long Chen was relying on to get the method to leave the Nine Serenities Morning Soul Land from Shaolin. Long Chen had a clear route to the inner city of the Martial Emperor City in his mind. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the inner city. The security of the inner city was much stricter than the outer city. Only the true upper echelons of the Wushu Sage Empire or the family members of martial kings and above could enter the inner city. Therefore, there were much fewer people in the inner city. After arriving at the entrance of the inner city, someone immediately saw Long Chen. He was a martial king realm warrior. While Long Chen was familiarizing himself with Chen Guangxuan's information, he also familiarized himself with the information of the Wushu Alliance. The martial king guarding the inner city was called the Fierce Tiger Martial King because he was a beast warrior with an earth martial arts realm beast soul. It was a fire tiger king realm beast soul. 100 Battle Martial King, you disappeared for so long that we thought you were missing. Where did you go during this period of time? The Fierce Tiger Martial King asked him politely as soon as he arrived. He guarded the inner city gate and his power was slightly greater than the 100 Battle Martial King. He was also more than 10 years older than the 100 Battle Martial King. In terms of experience and strength, he was above the 100 Battle Martial King. Long Chen said indifferently, in the dreamy cloud swampland, I was injured by a king realm beast, the blue-eyed golden toad. I almost lost my life. I only came back after I recovered. In fact, the 100 Battle Martial King had died in the hands of the blue-eyed golden toad. The blue-eyed golden toad is really terrifying. The Fierce Tiger Martial King said dumbfoundedly. His shocked eyes swept past Long Chen and said, you are quite capable to survive the blue-eyed golden toad. Every person that the 100 Battle Martial King knew would immediately think that Long Chen was the 100 Battle Martial King the moment they saw him. Furthermore, they would not have the slightest doubt. From this, it could be seen that Lan Ling's disguise technique had already reached an unparalleled level. I'm already considered lucky that I didn't die. Long Chen kept the tone of the 100 Battle Martial King in mind. He was too lazy to waste time with the Fierce Tiger Martial King. It would also save him from exposing himself. Thus, he said, I haven't been back for many days. I wonder how my family is. Brother Fierce Tiger, I'll be leaving first. When the Fierce Tiger Martial King heard this, he smiled and patted his shoulder. He said with a sneaky smile, it's not homesickness, it's that delicate beauty of yours. Your wife has already come over to ask several times. Since that's the case, you should hurry back. Long Chen nodded and said no more. After passing the Fierce Tiger Martial King's test, he successfully entered the inner city of the Martial Emperor City. Looking at Long Chen's back as he left, the Fierce Tiger Martial King licked his lips and said in a bored manner, that brat actually came back. I was still thinking about going to play with that beautiful girl of his tonight. He really came back at the right time. I really don't know why that beautiful girl would take a fancy to this blockhead. Of course, Long Chen did not hear what he said. The 100 Battle Martial King had a wife in his home. The 100 Battle Martial King called her Mo Nyang. She was a woman who grew up with the 100 Battle Martial King. She looked pretty good and had a son and a daughter with the 100 Battle Martial King. Of course, Long Chen would not go to the 100 Battle Martial King's home. Although he was confident in Lan Ling's disguise technique, he could not avoid exposing himself in front of the 100 Battle Martial King. Right now, the most important thing was to rescue Long Yu. However, Long Chen was still at a loss as to what to do. His plan was to first get close to Shaolin and gain his trust. Only then would he have a chance of success. Long Chen was quite familiar with the map of the inner city of the Martial Emperor City. There were very few people coming and going in the inner city. Most of the people who could live here had a high status, so they rarely came out. Long Chen remembered the location of the 9 Nether Morning Soul Grounds. He had just taken a few steps when a woman's cry came from behind him. Chen Lang. Chapter 603. Long Chen turned around and saw a young woman in her 20s staring at him in shock. She was indeed beautiful. Compared to some of the women Long Chen had seen before, she had the grace and gentleness of a mature woman. Long Chen remembered that this was what the wife of the 100 Battles Martial King had called him. Long Chen had to admit that his luck was really bad. He didn't want to go to the 100 Battles Martial King's house in case he gave himself away. He hadn't expected to run into the 100 Battles Martial King's wife after just a few steps. It was obvious that this woman had come to the city gates to ask about the fierce tiger Martial King. Mo Nyang. Long Chen could only keep up the pretense. Mo Nyang threw herself into Long Chen's arms as soon as he said those two words. Her fair and supple hands wrapped around Long Chen's neck. Her rosy cheeks were filled with a joyful smile, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Chen Lang, you're finally back. I thought. The plump young woman sobbed. She had a different kind of charm. In fact, her full breasts were tightly pressed against Long Chen's chest, rubbing along with her movements. Long Chen was a young man after all, and he couldn't withstand the young woman's breasts. He hurriedly pulled the young woman away from him and stabilized his emotions. He tried his best to speak in a calm tone. All right, I'm back. I'm fine. I was just delayed by a small matter. Let's go home first. Long Chen had been worried that Mo Nyang would notice something amiss. However, Mo Nyang was too excited to notice anything amiss. Mo Nyang probably didn't. All right. Little Yu, and Jean, are waiting for you at home. The 100 Battles Martial King had a son and a daughter who were about 7 years old. There was only 1 year between them. The boy's name was Chen Guangzhan, and the girl's name was Chen Guangyu. Long Chen firmly remembered this information. With Mo Nyang pestering him, he had no choice but to go to the 100 Battles Martial King's house. Long Chen couldn't just abandon Mo Nyang on the street, so he started walking with her. Along the way, Mo Nyang kept asking him about what had happened. Long Chen told her the excuse he had prepared. Tears welled up in her eyes as she listened. Her heart ached for him. Long Chen was glad that he hadn't given himself away yet. However, looking at this woman, she should be a kind woman. Thinking that her husband was already gone and she still had to raise 2 children, Long Chen felt quite pitiful for her. Soon, they arrived at the 100 Battles Martial King's house. 2 adorable children were sitting at the door, staring at them. When they saw Long Chen and Mo Nyang, they ran up to Long Chen like rabbits. They hugged one of Long Chen's legs and cried, "Daddy, Daddy, you're finally back. We missed you so much." The 2 children were so adorable that Long Chen didn't know how to escape. Fortunately, Mo Nyang and the 2 children didn't recognize him. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Long Chen decided to go in first. As long as he was in Martial Emperor City, he would have a chance to go to the 9 Serenities Pavilion. The 9 Serenities Pavilion was the entrance to the 9 Serenities Mourning Grounds. Mo Nyang glanced coquettishly at Long Chen and said, "These 2 children were so mischievous when you weren't around." No, big brother and I were very obedient." The little girl called Xiao Yu, hurriedly protested. "Mommy is a bad person. She told on me." I'm going to ignore you." The other child shouted back, baring his fangs and claws at Mo Nyang. He had to admit that the 2 children were really adorable. Long Chen quite liked children. How nice would it be if Lingxi was the one standing next to him, and the boy and girl at his feet were their children? This was the future that Long Chen yearned for the most. Unfortunately, for this future, Long Chen didn't know how many years he would have to fight. "Daddy, where's our present?" Suddenly, the two children looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was stunned. He didn't know about the present, nor did he know about the agreement between the two children and the 100 Battles Martial King. It would be troublesome if he was found out. Seeing that Long Chen didn't say anything, Mo and Yang hurriedly said, "Daddy's trip this time is very dangerous. He's injured, so he can't bring the present. Don't cause trouble." Her gentle words were like a light breeze, and the two children hurriedly nodded their heads, like chicks pecking at grains. Thus, Long Chen escaped a calamity. He followed Mo, Yang and her two children into the mansion. Everything in Wu Emperor City had to be handled by him, so Mo and Yang went to prepare dinner. It was getting late, so Long Chen sat in the courtyard and chatted with Mo and Yang's children. The children weren't very intelligent, so Long Chen didn't speak much. Thus, he didn't get caught. The sky gradually darkened. After dinner, Mo and Yang coaxed the two children to sleep. Long Chen didn't know what to do, so he stood in the courtyard for a while. After a while, Mo and Yang walked out under the clear moonlight. She held on to Long Chen's arm and said with a smile, "You must have waited a long time." She blushed as she said this. Waited a long time. Long Chen didn't know what she meant. Before he could react, Mo and Yang pulled Long Chen into their room and closed the door gently. Mo and Yang turned around and walked up to Long Chen. She said, "When you were missing, I asked my cousin to look for you. However, he had to guard the 9th Serenity Pavilion, so he could only send someone to look for you. A few days later, he told me that you were completely missing and that you might have met with misfortune. I almost went crazy. Luckily, you came back today." As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. Cousin. Long Chen suddenly remembered that Mo and Yang had a cousin who was also a martial king of the Wushu alliance. He was under the command of Shaolin, one of the 3 great martial emperors. Did this mean that if he could get close to this cousin, he would be able to get close to Shaolin and even gain his trust? Long Chen felt that it was highly possible. Right now, he felt as though the clouds had parted and the moon was shining brightly. Now, as long as he stayed here, his cousin would definitely come looking for him when he heard that he had returned. At that time, Long Chen could make a request for him to introduce him to him. It should be possible. The only thing he had to do was not to give himself away in front of Mo and Yang. With a target in mind, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. So far, Mo and Yang and the two children hadn't recognized Long Chen. Therefore, he was very confident in his disguise, Chen Lang. Just as Long Chen was deep in thought, a sweet voice rang out. There was a hint of seduction in the voice. Before Long Chen could react, a pair of snow-white arms wrapped around Long Chen's neck. Mo and Yang's voluptuous body was pressed tightly against Long Chen's. Long Chen lowered his head and saw that Mo and Yang was breathing heavily. Her eyes were glazed over. Her luscious red lips were slightly parted and her face was flushed red. She was clearly aroused. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Only then did he remember that the couple hadn't seen each other for a long time. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Tonight, they should have had a good fight. However, Long Chen didn't dare do that. He suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Mo and Yang, I'll let it go for today. My body hasn't fully recovered yet, Long Chen said in a hoarse voice as he pulled the tempting octopus away from his body. You haven't fully recovered yet. Mo and Yang was shocked. Her eyes regained clarity. She controlled her desire and looked at Long Chen. She said apologetically, not today, maybe next time. I thought you couldn't hold it in anymore. Mo and Yang's face reddened from embarrassment. A woman who had taken the initiative was rejected. Long Chen could only laugh dryly. A quarter of an hour later, Long Chen was lying on the bed like a log. The voluptuous woman was hugging Long Chen's waist and resting her head on his arm. Long Chen was supposed to do this with Lingxi, but he had no choice but to do it with her today. Mo Nyang, should I get up and cultivate? Long Chen said in a somewhat vexed manner. The softness of the other party's body was currently plastered onto his body. The charm of a mature woman's body was something that Lingxi could not compare to. An alluring fragrance was constantly emitting from her body, teasing the most primitive wildness in Long Chen's body. Aren't you injured? Rest well. Don't work so hard, Mo Nyang said unhappily. Long Chen could only wait for her to fall asleep before he could break free of her embrace. He had to admit that he was envious of the 100 Battles martial king. He had such a beautiful wife and an adorable child waiting for him at home. Suddenly, Mo Nyang's soft hand slipped into Long Chen's crotch and grabbed hold of his lifeline. Mo Nyang pressed herself against Long Chen's body and giggled. You're still talking about being injured? Look at you, you're hard. After saying that, she hurriedly let go and looked at Long Chen in shock. She exclaimed, that's not right. You. How did you become so big? Long Chen's genes were extraordinary. He was the symbol of the dragon and the sun. Long Chen's body had been transformed by the ancestral dragon's essence blood, so his talent in this area was naturally extraordinary. It was no surprise that he was bigger than the Wushu sage. What Long Chen didn't expect was that after being so careful today, he would give himself away at this time. Mo Nyang's eyes gradually turned from surprise to fear. She shot up from the bed and stared at Long Chen in a daze. You're not Chen Lang, you're not. You smell different from him. Long Chen didn't know that men had a smell too. Only a woman who accompanied him day and night would be able to smell it. Unfortunately, he had been discovered. Before Mo Nyang could scream, Long Chen leaped to his feet, grabbed her with one hand, and pinned her down. You'd better not make a sound, he said. Otherwise, not only you, but your children will die. Mo Nyang was scared out of her wits. Chapter 604. Once Long Chen got angry, he could easily suppress this woman. Furthermore, Momo's mother cared about her children the most. She was worried that Long Chen would really hurt them, so she didn't dare to move. Who are you? What are you trying to do? You can't hurt my children. Momo's mother was so scared that her face was pale. She immediately started sobbing. Look at me, Long Chen suddenly said. Momo's mother looked at Long Chen's eyes. She suddenly felt that Long Chen's eyes were like two pitch-black whirlpools. She wanted to see what was in them. Suddenly, the whirlpools produced a suction force. Momo's mother was in a daze, and she felt herself being sucked in. I am Chen Guangjuan. You are my woman, Momo's mother. Long Chen whispered in her ear. You are Chen Lang. Momo's mother's mouth opened slightly. Following that, Long Chen gave the woman a series of hints. He had just thought of using soul manipulation to control this woman. Now that Long Chen had control over her thoughts, Momo's mother would quickly forget what had happened. She would firmly believe that Long Chen was her husband. Soul manipulation was a mystique similar to hypnosis. However, it was many times stronger than hypnosis. As far as Long Chen was concerned, Mo Nyang was just a defenseless woman. He could easily control her. He had used soul manipulation because he had no other choice but to use it after being discovered. However, it was the first time he had tested it, and it felt great. Soon, the mission was complete. Momo's mother listened to Long Chen and lay on the bed obediently. Long Chen cultivated beside her. Now, Momo's mother subconsciously saw Long Chen as her husband. No matter how many times Long Chen exposed himself, she wouldn't suspect anything. Only then did Long Chen feel a little more at ease. He had just practiced his fist technique for a while when he suddenly heard that someone had come to Chen Guangjuan's mansion. Long Chen's expression changed. He looked over with his spirit-devouring demon eyes and indeed saw two people waiting outside the gate of the mansion. One of them was knocking on the door. "It's so late. Who is it?" Long Chen called Mo Nyang over. Mo Nyang was currently under his control. With her present, if she didn't suspect Long Chen's identity, no one else would. When he approached the door, Long Chen found that the two people who came were both strong. One of them should be at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. As for the other one, Long Chen could only describe him as unfathomable. A warrior at the martial arts sage realm was at the same level as Long Chen. If Long Chen didn't find him unfathomable, could he be a martial emperor? What a coincidence. As soon as Long Chen opened the door, he knew who they were the moment he saw their faces. One of them was Mo Nyang's cousin, Mo Feng. The other person had white hair, but he was tall and strong. His face was filled with a smile. He was one of the three martial monarchs, the oldest and most experienced, Shaolin. The person Long Chen was looking for was Shaolin. He didn't expect Shaolin to come to him personally. It was said that Shaolin's character was the best among the three great martial emperors. Of course, this was only for himself. If it was an enemy, Shaolin would be iron-blooded and would not show any mercy. "King of 100 Battles, I hope we didn't disturb your reunion," said Shaolin with a faint smile as soon as he saw Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly said, "No, I'm Chen Guangjuan." "Greetings, Martial Emperor." Momo's mother followed Long Chen's lead and bowed to Shaolin. She was only subconsciously influenced by Long Chen, not a puppet. "Good, good. Aren't you going to invite me in?" said Shaolin with a smile. Long Chen quickly led Long Chen and Momo's mother's cousin, Mo Feng, into the mansion. They took their seats in the main hall. Momo's mother prepared some tea and fruits, then stood obediently behind Long Chen. Shaolin and Mo Feng didn't suspect that Chen Guangjuan was someone else in disguise. Momo's mother and Long Chen were so close. Naturally, they wouldn't suspect anything. "It's getting late. I'll get straight to the point," said Shaolin. "What instructions does the martial emperor have for us?" Long Chen didn't know why the two of them had come in the middle of the night. "We were just passing by. We heard that you were back, so we came to take a look," said Mo Feng with a smile. Shaolin nodded and said, "I'll get straight to the point. My subordinate, the Sword of Hades, was killed in the war people. He was originally overseeing the 9 Serenities Pavilion with Mo Feng, but he was invited by Yang Ningfeng to assist him in battle. You were under Yang Ningfeng's command. Now that Yang Ningfeng is gone, the 9 Serenities Pavilion is in need of a person. You can come under my command and oversee the 9 Serenities Pavilion." Mo Feng hurriedly said, "King of 100 Battles, the 9 Serenities Pavilion is an easy job. You don't have to run around day and night, and your life might be in danger at any time. I'm only recommending this easy job to you because my cousin is raising 2 children by herself." Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Both Chen Guangjuan and Long Chen were pleasantly surprised. To Chen Guangjuan, there was no danger in being stationed in Martial Emperor City. Moreover, he could see Mo Nyang day and night. This was obviously a good thing. As for Long Chen, he couldn't wait to get close to the 9 Serenities Pavilion and gather information about the 9 Serenities Graveyard. "Really? That's great. Thank you, Martial Emperor, for granting my wish." Before Long Chen could speak, Mo Nyang spoke with a face full of joy. She had been looking forward to her husband's return every day. If Long Chen could be transferred to Martial Emperor City, it would be great news. She urged Long Chen to agree as she spoke. This was a good thing. Long Chen naturally had to agree. After all, They had come looking for him, even though they were just passing by. Thank you for your kindness, Martial Emperor. I will do my best to complete this task. Long Chen stood up and said gratefully to the Martial Emperor. Shaolin chuckled and said, "That's good. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any further. I'll let you rest for 3 days. Come to the 9 Serenities Pavilion after that." Shaolin left with Mo Feng after he finished his sentence. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Long Chen had not even gone to the 9 Serenities Pavilion yet, and the 9 Serenities Pavilion had already delivered itself to his doorstep. So be it. Mo and Yang had already been taken care of, so Long Chen wasn't worried that anything would go wrong in 3 days. 3 days later, Long Chen appeared in the 9 Nether Pavilion. Shaolin was usually in closed-door training, and in the depths of the 9 Nether Pavilion was the entrance to the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. The 9 Nether Morning Soul Land was infamous in the Divine Martial Sacred Dynasty. Even if one entered, one could not come out. In fact, even if there was no need for people to guard it, no one would dare to enter. The reason why Mo Feng and Long Chen were stationed here was to prevent people who did not have eyes from entering and causing trouble. The 9 Serenities Pavilion was Shaolin's residence. Shaolin did not normally attend to the affairs of the 9 Serenities graveyard. When Long Chen arrived, he only saw Mo Feng. Without Shaolin present, Mo Feng directly called Long Chen brother-in-law. Long Chen felt a little strange to be called brother-in-law by a middle-aged man. "Since you have never been to the 9 Serenities Pavilion, I will bring you in now. We only need to guard the entrance of the 9 Serenities graveyard. Usually, there will be no problems. However, after a period of time, maybe a few years or a few days, His Majesty the Martial Emperor will personally escort some prisoners in." Shuttling through the courtyard of the 9 Serenities Pavilion, there were birdsong and fragrant flowers. It did not look like a prison at all. In the past, Huang Quan and I guarded this place together. If he had other things to do, I would stay here. If I had other things to do, he would stay here. One person was enough to guard this place. How about this? There are 24 hours in a day, we will each take half. If there is something urgent, such as my cousin's pregnancy, I will guard this place for a long time, Mo Feng said straightforwardly. The martial union had a strict system. All the tasks were arranged very carefully. Every martial king was actually managing a part of the affairs. It was not as simple as the martial union's martial strength. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the entrance of the 9 Serenities graveyard. What appeared in front of him was a small wooden house in the midst of countless gorgeous courtyards. Within a radius of 100 meters around the wooden house, the ground was gray and not a single blade of grass grew. The wooden house had probably existed for a very long time. Its entire body was gray and it emitted a strange aura. Strands of gray fog spread out from the wooden house. "This is the entrance to the 9 Serenities graveyard? I have never seen it before," Long Chen said with some surprise. "The 9 Serenities graveyard. I heard that it is the most terrifying place in the world. No one can come out of it alive." Of course, the 9 Serenities graveyard only has an entrance and no exit. Who can come out? Mo Feng said with some pride. No exit? Could it be that the people inside have not been found? Long Chen asked. That shouldn't be the case. I've heard that the interior of the 9 Serene Morning Soul Land is a barren land. The natural spiritual energy within it is shockingly scarce. Without sufficient natural spiritual energy, it would be very difficult for a martial artist to survive in there. Furthermore, the most frightening thing about the 9 Serene Morning Soul Land is that there is no direction in the 9 Serene Morning Soul Land. No spiritual energy, no direction. No wonder the people inside could not come out. However, Long Chen thought of another problem. That is strange. If no one comes out, who knows what the situation in the Nine Serenities graveyard is like? Mo Feng was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. It looked like this Mo Feng did not know much. Scarlet Soul's intelligence network was indeed powerful. Even Mo Feng, the person in charge of the Nine Serenities graveyard, did not know about it. The method to come out of the Nine Serenities graveyard was in Xiaolin's hands. Big sis, wait for me for a while more. If there is a suitable opportunity, I will ask Xiaolin to tell me what I need. Just hold on for a while longer. Thinking about how much suffering Long Yu would have to endure in there, Long Chen felt somewhat upset. After all, this woman had helped him a lot. Chapter 605. Xiaolin lived in the Jiu Yu Pavilion. Therefore, when Long Chen was guarding the place, he would occasionally come and talk to Long Chen. Of course, there were times when Long Chen was alone. Long Chen realized that every time he was alone with Xiaolin, it was an opportunity for him to use the soul control technique. However, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He wanted to be absolutely familiar with Xiaolin. He would only use the soul control technique when Xiaolin was not on guard against him. Otherwise, even if his martial spirit was strong, he might fail in the end. If he failed, not only would it be dangerous, but all his previous efforts would be wasted. Coming to the Nine Serenities Morning Soul Grounds was a rather dangerous thing to begin with. However, in order to save Long Yu, Long Chen had thrown caution to the wind. He knew that there were still many people standing there waiting for his good news, so he definitely could not cower. First, 3 days had passed. Then, a total of 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Long Chen had been stationed here for half of the time. During this period, Xiaolin had come by a few times. Every time, he would chat with Long Chen. In reality, Xiaolin was already very old. No matter how much he cultivated in this lifetime, he would not be able to break through in the end. Therefore, he basically did not cultivate anymore. As he grew older, he knew how to enjoy life. Therefore, he lived his days leisurely. Among the 3 great martial emperors, Long Chen had a good impression of her. Moreover, in the martial emperor city, there were not only evil people. Mo Nyang, for example, was a pitiful woman. After 7 days, Long Chen and Xiaolin were completely familiar with each other. Normally, when he was guarding the place, Long Chen did not waste time. He was cultivating. He was pretending to be at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. Therefore, when Xiaolin came, he was also practicing the second level of the punching skill. In fact, he was already familiar with the second level of the punching skill. However, with his ability, he could totally pretend that he was not familiar with it. Hence, Xiaolin was so excited that he almost couldn't help but give pointers. Long Chen listened to Xiaolin's pointers as he improved his fist technique. Time passed quickly. Long Chen knew that this conversation would last for a long time. It was a rare opportunity. Moreover, he had already gained Xiaolin's trust. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another chance. In the process of talking with Xiaolin, Long Chen used the soul-controlling technique of the soul-devouring demonic pupil as he spoke. At the beginning, his words were irrelevant chatter. This soul-controlling technique took a particularly long time. Xiaolin's consciousness had condensed into a martial soul, which was quite sturdy. It was not as easy to overcome as Long Chen. Therefore, he could only use a long time to kill. Long Chen only knew that he had succeeded when Xiaolin's eyes revealed a perplexed look during their conversation. Of course, it was only the initial success of controlling the soul. It was still a rather thrilling process before he could ask the questions he wanted. The soul-controlling technique was not unlimited. Long Chen's current cultivation was even lower than Xiaolin's, so the probability of failure was quite high. Moreover, he had only almost hypnotized him. If Long Chen suddenly used genuine essence to kill him or made him feel some energy fluctuations, he would immediately wake up. At that time, the soul-controlling technique would fail. Only when it came to people who were weaker than him could Long Chen completely control their thoughts. He could even make them commit suicide. When did you reach the Earth martial arts realm? At the beginning, in order to avoid the fluctuation of Shaolin's thoughts, Long Chen could only choose the simpler questions. These questions should be quite normal in Shaolin's eyes at the moment. When I was 27. Shaolin's eyes were perplexed and he said subconsciously. Following that, Long Chen's questions got more and more into Shaolin's private matters. Long Chen had already planned these questions in private. He would gradually increase the intensity of the questions. This way, he wouldn't suddenly touch upon Shaolin's deepest secrets and startle him. At the end, Long Chen suddenly asked, according to the rumors, once you enter the 9th Hell's morning place, you can't come out. However, I seem to have heard that you know a way to come out. I wonder if the Martial Emperor can tell me. I really want to know. Shaolin's eyes were perplexed as he said, indeed. I know. Do you want to know? Please tell me, Martial Emperor, Long Chen said in a slightly pleading tone. This tone was easier for the other party to accept. In the 9th Hell's morning place, you first have to find a small mountain that is 10 meters tall. Then, you have to dig down 100 meters from the highest point of the mountain. You have to find a compass. Follow the direction indicated by the compass, and in the end, you can. Mo Feng greets the Martial Emperor. At that moment, Mo Feng walked over. After seeing Shaolin, he hurriedly bowed. Long Chen's heart was in his throat. Shaolin's eyes, after hearing Mo Feng's loud shout, instantly became clear again. He looked at Long Chen with some confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Long Chen looked at him gratefully and said, "Thank you, Martial Emperor, for your guidance. I feel that I have made progress towards the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm." Guidance. Shaolin felt that his brain was a bit confused. It was as if he had just slept and just woken up. Of course, he wouldn't have thought that there would be something like soul control in the world that could ask the deepest secrets in his heart. So, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "I'm old and my mind is a bit absent-minded. You guys talk, I'll go back and have a good rest." After saying that, Shaolin left. That was close. Long Chen's heart started beating rapidly. Luckily, at the last moment, he asked about the way to get out of the 9th Hell's morning place. Otherwise, his meticulous preparation would have been in vain. "Brother-in-law, why is Martial Emperor acting strange?" Mo Feng asked in confusion. "I don't know. He was teaching me punching just now." Long Chen said casually and continued to practice his punching skills. Mo Feng didn't ask any more questions. After chatting with Long Chen for a while, Long Chen left the 9th Hell's pavilion and returned to his mansion. "I just got the information, so I can't go to the 9th Hell's morning place right now. I'll wait for a day or two and then find a chance to go there." After a day or two, Long Chen finally decided to take action. Before that, he controlled Mo Nyang's soul again to make her believe that Long Chen was her husband. That way, when Long Chen went to the 9th Hell's morning place, there wouldn't be any trouble. On this day, it was Long Chen's turn to guard the entrance to the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Grounds. He could stand in front of the entrance without any worries and use his spirit-devouring demon eyes to survey his surroundings. After confirming that there was really no one around, he walked forward and gently pushed open the door to the wooden hut. Before Long Chen could react, a huge force pulled him into the wooden house. The door closed gently and Long Chen, who was playing the role of the 100 Battles Martial Emperor, disappeared from this world once again. Long Chen could only apologize to Mo Nyang. Her husband's death had nothing to do with Long Chen. Long Chen had only given her a chance to live. This woman had a cousin who was a martial emperor, so her life wouldn't be too miserable. There were definitely many people in this world who had it worse than her. A strong suction force directly sucked Long Chen into the ninth hell's morning place. A gray light flashed past and Long Chen found himself in the small cosmos world. He opened his eyes and lifted his head to take a look. He was instantly shocked. This was a vast and empty gray wilderness. Everywhere was gray and not a single blade of grass grew. The sky was filled with gray clouds that constantly rolled and filled the entire horizon. Traces of desolate cold wind swept through this endless wilderness. This is the legendary ninth hell's morning place. Long Chen surveyed his surroundings, and sure enough, he discovered two very important problems. First, when he looked around, he discovered that the scenery in every direction was the same. This Nine Serenities morning soul land was like a gigantic maze. The second reason was that the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was extremely sparse. Even a place like Baiyang town could not compare to it. After arriving here, Long Chen discovered that the circulation of his quintessential essence had become much slower. Moreover, it seemed like he could not replenish his quintessential essence. Long Chen had obtained about 1,000 monarch crystals from martial monarch Yang Ningfeng. In addition to his own 800 monarch crystals, Long Chen now had about 2,000 monarch crystals. The monarch crystals contained a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even a martial emperor might not have as many monarch crystals as he did. Most of these monarch crystals came from the distant fire realm. Fortunately, Long Chen had these monarch crystals, so he did not have to worry about the consequences. However, he could imagine that those without monarch crystals would quickly weaken their bodies when they came to this place that was lacking in spiritual energy. Moreover, he heard that it was impossible to find the way to the ninth hell's morning place. Most of them would probably die in despair after coming here. This was probably the reason why the martial emperors had turned this place into a prison. This place was too cruel. It was desolate. First, I have to find Big Sister. Then, I have to find the compass. Long Chen confirmed his target, but he still bitterly smiled. This was a desolate land, a piece of nothingness. Just where should he find Long Yu, and where should he find the small mountain? If it was a small mountain, this was a flat wilderness, and it would be easier to find it, but if it was Long Yu, where would she be? The most important question was whether she was dead or not. Long Chen didn't dare waste any time. After determining a direction, he started to display his speed and dashed in that direction. A gray shadow was moving forward in the gray wilderness. Because he did not know if he still had to use the identity of the 100 Battles Martial King, Long Chen did not change his appearance back. Long Chen had been rushing for a long time, but he did not see anyone. It was as if he was the only one in this world. Suddenly, he found a few footprints in front of him. He ran over to take a look and found that they were his. His brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 606. It's so weird. I've been running in one direction, but I've returned to the original place. If I keep going like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to find the exit. It seems that I have to keep changing directions to get to another place. Long Chen was very smart. He knew that if he kept going in one direction, he would return to the original place. So he simply ran around randomly. Maybe he would find something else. After half a day, Long Chen didn't see his footprints again, which meant that he had left the original place. There are no fixed directions in the Nine Serenities morning soul grounds. Every direction is constantly changing. It is very difficult to grasp. It is no wonder that a single compass is able to find the way out. It is very likely that the compass will change according to the direction. Although I am able to leave this place by running around randomly like this, I will not be able to find the exit. Long Chen kept moving forward. Newbie. Suddenly, he finally saw a figure in front of him. Long Chen immediately rushed over. The man saw his clothes from afar. He immediately let out a cry of surprise and rushed toward Long Chen. From the cry, Long Chen felt that the man seemed to have found his prey. He quickly stopped. He could be sure that the man was not Long Yu, but he was indeed an expert in the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen carefully looked at the man and suddenly felt a little shocked. The man's clothes were tattered and dirty. His long hair was messy and covered with dirt. His face was also full of mud and dust. It seemed that he had just come out of the mud. More importantly, his eyes were scattered. Only when he looked at Long Chen did he reveal the most primitive beast form. After staying in the ninth secluded morning soul land for a long time, people will become like this. Long Chen guessed. With a swoosh, the man stood in front of Long Chen, panting and looking at Long Chen with fiery eyes. Newbie, hand over the Qiankuan bag and the Wang Jing, and I can let you live. Hurry, hurry, the man shouted at Long Chen. Wang Jing. The spiritual qi in this place was extremely poor. The Wang crystal was the key to everyone's survival. Without the Wang crystal, everyone's strength would gradually fade until there was nothing left. Then, they would gradually age and die. Looking at this man's crazed face, Long Chen suddenly felt pity for him. How many years have you been locked up here? Long Chen asked. How many years? How do I know? Quick, Wang Jing. That person roared crazily. It was clear that he didn't want to fight with Long Chen. If he did, he would probably waste a lot of energy. Long Chen furrowed his brows and took out 2 king crystals from the great void mirror. He threw them to the man and said, "This is for you. Answer a few of my questions." That person didn't answer him. He took the Wang crystal with trembling hands, as if he had seen the most wonderful treasure in the world. He stared at the Wang crystal with an ecstatic expression on his face. Answer a few of my questions. Long Chen emphasized. That person acted as if he didn't hear it. He smiled hideously and kept the Wang crystal. Then, he looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. Newbie, I want all the Wang crystals. I want to live forever. Give me all the Wang crystals, or you will die. With 2 Wang crystals as his support, he seemed to have become crazier. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Long Chen. Greedy. Like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Long Chen shook his head. That person was already so weak and he still dared to act like this. It could be seen that the temptation of the Wang crystals here was greater than anything else. When the other party attacked, Long Chen waved his hand and sent the other party flying with a powerful force. After rolling on the ground a few times, that person climbed up and roared. He pounced towards Long Chen again. Newbie, you have a lot of Wang crystals. You will be killed sooner or later. Your Wang crystals will be divided by us. Since you are going to die sooner or later, I might as well take advantage of you. Really? Long Chen rushed forward and subdued that person in a few moves. That person was at the same level as him and had a strong sense of resistance. Long Chen's soul-controlling method was not effective, so he didn't use it. Strong? What's the use of being strong? When I first came in, I was also very strong. At the very least, I was much stronger than you. However, I'm not like this. Die. That person roared. Even though he was being subdued by Long Chen, he still struggled with all his might. Looking at that crazy person, Long Chen felt sad. At the same time, he also felt the horror of the ninth secluded morning soul land. It could make a strong cultivator fall to this level. The ninth secluded morning soul land was really suitable to be a grave. Moreover, he didn't know if the way to get out would work. Let me ask you, some time ago, did you know that a female martial artist came here? She was at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm? Long Chen asked. Martial artist, a female martial artist at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. If she was injured by a martial emperor, I'm afraid she would have been dismembered long ago. How could I have the luck to get a share? That person laughed. From his words, Long Chen felt the cruelty of this place. Obviously, he didn't know about Long Yu. The ninth secluded Morning Soul Land was huge and there was no direction. It was easier said than done to find a person or something. However, Long Chen didn't feel disheartened. He felt that he couldn't waste any more time. So he said coldly, I don't want to kill you, so I'll give you two choices. First, I'll let you go and you'll get out of my sight. Second, you die and I'll be in peace. That person's eyes were still red. After hearing Long Chen's words, he roared, I have a third choice. You die and I'll get all your royal crystals. Crack, crack. Long Chen directly broke his neck. You don't know what's good for you. I gave you your life, but you didn't want it. Long Chen was speechless. He threw the person's body away and looked around with a frown. He thought to himself, not only the physical pressure, but also the mental pressure in the ninth secluded Morning Soul Land. If I stay here for too long, I'll lose my mind sooner or later. If I can't get out of here, I'd rather die. After throwing the person away, Yi Shiwen continued on his way. Long Chen continued to walk aimlessly. He found that as long as he walked in a straight line, he would inevitably return to the original place after a period of time. If he walked aimlessly, he might even end up in another place. Where is it? Time passed, hour by hour. Finally, days passed. Soon, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Long Chen met another 2 people. However, the situation was the same. In the end, the 2 lunatics were also killed by Long Chen. 3 days later, Long Chen finally saw a relatively large movement. 4 of the warriors were currently chasing a gray-clothed youth. The gray-clothed youth had his head lowered. From his clothes, he seemed to be in better condition than the other 4. It was obvious that he had not been here for a long time. There were 5 people in total. Yi Shiwen believed that he could get some clues from them. Don't run. Brat, hand over the royal crystals you dug out. Otherwise, we'll kill you. The spiritual qi on these people was extremely scarce. Long Chen couldn't see through their previous strength. However, no matter how strong they were, if they were here without the royal crystals, their fighting capacity would be the same as an ordinary person. Any reaching heaven state could kill them easily. The gray-robed youth was in a sorry state as he ran. Not long after, he fell to the ground. Under his messy hair, his clear eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, if you force me again, I'll absorb the power of this Wang crystal and kill you. Originally, the young man in gray thought that the 4 guys would be afraid. However, the young man in gray found that he had thought too much. One of the tall men laughed and said, then kill us. Anyway, we don't want to live anymore. Sometimes, the people here were afraid of death. Sometimes, they weren't. They wanted to get the royal crystals to prolong their lives. However, they were worried that they would slowly die of exhaustion. If they wanted to commit suicide, they didn't have the courage to do so. Therefore, it was a good thing that someone would kill them. The gray-clothed youth was about to be driven crazy by these people. He quickly crawled up from the ground and used all the strength in his body. At this moment, his eyes were filled with helplessness and pity. A king crystal appeared in his hand. Then, with the circulation of his skill, it was quickly absorbed by him. Seeing that the royal crystal was gone, those guys were ready to die. They looked at each other and each of them had a crazy look on their faces. Then, they pounced on the young man in gray. The gray-robed young man's figure moved, and streaks of claw lights transformed into dragon shadows that swept past the bodies of the four people. In a short period of time, four corpses that couldn't be more dead fell at his feet. The young man in grey shook and almost fell. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be surprised. The young man in grey had used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. This meant that he was the other Long Chen. In other words, the young man in grey was Long Yu's younger brother, the genius at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. He hadn't thought that after coming to the 9th Serenity Soul Land, he would be reduced to such a state. Wait. Long Chen took a few steps and arrived in front of the grey-clothed youth from far away. He blocked the youth's path. The grey-clothed youth's expression was originally very cold. However, when he saw Long Chen's appearance and clothes, he was somewhat stunned. He said, "A newcomer. Furthermore, you are a martial king of the martial union." Long Chen was still dressed like a martial king. Long Chen smiled and said, "I'm not from the Wushu Alliance. You should know Lan Ling, She made me look like this. I know you're Long Chen, Sister Long Yu's younger brother. Do you know me?" Long Chen's words made the young man in grey's dim eyes light up, especially after Long Chen mentioned someone. He stared at Long Chen and sized him up. After a while, he said something. Chapter 607. The youth said, "I've seen everyone in the Dragon Clan. You address my sister as Big Sister, so you must be the newly joined Dragon Clan member with the same name as me, Long Chen. Before you were sent to this damned place, your name was like a thunderclap piercing the ears. But why are you here?" From his words, Long Chen was able to confirm his identity. That's right, this young man in grey was the other Long Chen. After 3 days, Long Chen finally found his first reward. This young man in grey had been imprisoned in the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land about a month ago. He had no idea what had happened during the Wushu sage's reign after that. Therefore, Long Chen said, "I've disguised myself to come here to save you guys." "Save us?" The young man in grey burst out laughing and said, "You're dreaming too much. The 9th Serene Morning Soul Land doesn't have an exit. People come in all the time, but no one can leave. You're still thinking of saving us?" Long Chen smiled but did not comment. "No, you said save us. Who are you referring to?" The young man in grey asked with a frown. Long Chen knew that the young man in grey would not know where Long Yu was. If he did, the two of them would be together by now. "Big Sister Long Yu is here too. Around 10 days ago, she heard that you were imprisoned in the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land, so she came here alone. She fought with a martial monarch in the martial monarch city. After she lost, she was imprisoned here too," Long Chen said. "What?" The grey-clothed youth's originally ice-cold expression instantly turned pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Long Chen and said, "You're saying that my sister has been imprisoned in the 9 Serene Soul Morning Grounds in order to save me?" "It's true. I'm here to save her," Long Chen said seriously. The young man's eyes turned blank and even painful. He slowly squatted on the ground and held his head in his hands. He mumbled in fear, "Why would she risk her life to save me? I've never listened to her and made her angry more than once. I even left her. Why would she still save me? Shouldn't she hate me?" It seemed like there was some conflict between Long Yu and her brother. Long Chen chuckled and said, "Hate? How can there be hatred between siblings? Regardless of your relationship, as your sister, she still cares about you. You're the only one who takes conflicts too seriously." To be honest, the young man in grey was a rebellious young man. He had broken away from Long Yu because he disobeyed her. However, that did not diminish the relationship between them. Kinship was an emotion that nothing could defeat. Long Chen's words caused the young man in gray to remain silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and said, "This woman is too stupid. I've come to the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land, which means that I'm already dead. Yet, she still came to throw her life away for nothing. Does she want the Long family to have no more descendants?" Long Chen smiled. The words of the young man in gray meant that the gap between them had completely disappeared. Of course, it was a good thing. When Long Chen saved Long Chen, he would also be able to save the young man in gray. After the young man in gray finished speaking, his gaze landed on Long Chen and he said in a serious tone, "You're here to save my sister. Furthermore, you mentioned that you know the way out of the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land." There was a look of disbelief on his face. Long Chen nodded and said, "I do know the way. The most important thing now is to find your sister. When she was imprisoned here, the Wang crystals must have been taken away by the martial emperor. I've been looking for her for 3 days, but I haven't heard any news about her." Long Chen's words made the young man in gray nervous. He clenched his fists tightly and growled, "That bastard martial emperor actually dared to hurt my sister. If I get the chance, I'll tear him into pieces." He had temporarily forgotten about the reason why Long Chen was able to get out after hearing that Long Yu was injured. There were a lot of Wang crystals in Long Chen's cosmos sack. Furthermore, he still had many cosmos sacks. Hence, he took out more than 100 Wang crystals and placed them in a cosmos sack. "You can keep these Wang crystals for now." The young man in gray estimated that there were at least 100 Wang crystals in Long Chen's cosmos sack. He had not expected that Long Chen would give them to him. He asked in surprise, "Why do you have so many Wang crystals?" Long Chen smiled and said, "Of course I got them myself. With these king crystals, you can recover the strength of the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm in a short period of time. It's enough for you to hold on until you get out." The young man in gray showed gratitude to Long Chen for the first time. He said, "Brother, I, Long Chen, will never forget what you've done for me today." Long Chen smiled wryly and said, "Don't mention me, Long Chen. Our names are the same. It's awkward for me to hear it." It was just a joke, but it brought the relationship between the two of them closer. From this short conversation, the gray-clothed youth was quite fond of Long Chen's personality and character. The two of them quickly got to know each other. The young man in gray asked the most important question, "I thought there was no way to get out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. I've been studying here for a month. There's no way to get out. No matter how far we go, we'll still end up walking in circles. How did you know the way to get out?" "What's the way?" Long Chen said, "I got the way from Shaolin. You don't have to worry about its authenticity. It should be true." The young man in gray didn't doubt it. He asked, "What's the way?" Long Chen said, "He said that there'll be a small mountain that's 10 meters tall in the wilderness. If we dig down 100 meters from the highest point of the small mountain, there'll be a compass there. If we follow the compass's directions, we'll be able to leave the 9th Hell Morning Grounds." Hill? Compass? Based on what you've said, it seems like only a special compass will work. However, a hill. Suddenly, the young man in gray widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "A hill? I know that hill. If it's 10 meters high, I've seen it once. There really is a hill." Seeing the young man's excitement, Long Chen was excited as well. This meant that Shaolin's words couldn't be false. "You know the location of that hill?" asked Long Chen. Soon after, the young man in gray's expression turned bitter as he said, "Who knows? It's harder to return to the place we've passed. However, since I've seen it before, it means that the hill really exists. You have enough monarch crystals, which means we have enough time to find that hill again." What he said made sense. As long as there was hope, it was fine to spend more time. But before that, we have to find sister first. Let's go now. We don't have much time. Not only is she injured, but she's also a woman. It's very dangerous here. In terms of the degree of concern for Long Yu, the grey-clothed youth was not inferior to Long Chen. He hurriedly nodded his head and began to search for Long Yu with Long Chen. Actually, rather than saying that they were searching, it would be better to say that they were wandering around and trying their luck. The grey-clothed youth was the same as Long Chen. He knew that he had to walk around randomly in order to find another place. If he walked straight, he would definitely take a detour. With enough time, the young man in grey's strength had recovered to Long Yu's level. He also knew that Long Chen had the strength of LV2 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. He said, "Your realm is already very good. With your speed of improvement, you'll be able to reach LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm in a very short time." Long Chen nodded. Actually, with his current strength, he was afraid that no one in the LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm, including the young man in grey, would be able to stop him. Especially since Long Chen had mastered Soul Crusher Dragon Claw and Wind God's Kick and could use them in battle. In actual combat, with the coordination of his hands and feet, he would definitely be able to exert more power. There were many people in the Ninth Serenity's Morning Land. Martial emperors would often lock some warriors here, some of whom had not even reached the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen and the young man in grey searched along the way. Every time they met, they would capture them and interrogate them about Long Yu's whereabouts. However, no one knew. Long Chen and the young man in grey gradually lost their patience. Finally, after more than 10 days, the two felt that they had almost searched the entire Ninth Serenity's Morning Land, but they still did not see Long Yu. On the 12th day, Long Chen once again captured a warrior in LV1 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. This warrior originally wanted to rob Long Chen of his royal crystals. However, since he had lost most of his strength, he was completely no match for Long Chen. Long Chen followed the previous steps. After subduing this guy, he asked him again if he had seen Long Yu's whereabouts. To his surprise, the man hesitated for a moment and said, I think I have seen." Long Chen and the young man in grey were shocked. They hurriedly asked, "Where did you see it? Quickly tell us the details. If it's true, the 10 royal crystals are yours." 10 royal crystals were enough for him to dominate here. The man's eyes widened and he looked incredulous. It was not until Long Chen patted his face that he immediately reacted and said, I saw people from the Fengyun Association chasing after her yesterday. She did not have any royal crystals with her, but the boss of the Fengyun Association wanted her to be his wife. Fengyun Association. Long Chen frowned. The young man in grey next to him looked cold and said gloomily, the Fengyun Association was originally a big force of the Wushu Sage Empire, similar to the Wind God cult. They started off as bandits and were brave and ruthless. They disobeyed the suppression of the Wushu Alliance. A total of 8 masters were all imprisoned in the Ninth Serenity's Morning Land by the Wushu Alliance. Among them, their president is in LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. I also heard this month that the Fengyun Association had a lot of royal crystals at the beginning and kept robbing royal crystals from others. Therefore, no one dares to provoke them in the Ninth Serenity's Morning Land. However, since they dared to attack my elder sister, they deserve to die. Long Chen nodded. Time was pressing. They had to act immediately. Chapter 608. In this Ninth Serenity Morning Soul Land, no matter how strong the Fengyun Association was, it was like dog shit to the two Long Chens. From the mouth of a cultivator, he asked about Long Yu. He had seen Long Yu yesterday. Today, he might have gone somewhere, but it should be nearby. If Long Yu hadn't succeeded, with so many people chasing after one person, as long as they appeared in the sight of Long Chen, they would definitely be discovered. Long Chen and the Grey Young Master split up. They maintained a distance of more than 100 meters, enough to see each other. Then, they advanced layer by layer. When they heard that Long Yu was being chased, both of them were very nervous. The Fengyun Association was a bandit force. They were not even afraid of the Wushu alliance. Which one of them was not a brave and ruthless character? Gray clouds covered the entire sky. Waves of desolate cold wind swept across this vast wilderness. This gray land seemed to have no end. When she ran here, Long Yu was already exhausted. Almost half a month had passed, and most of the time, she was being chased. Her spiritual essence was almost exhausted. Now, she could still move forward quickly. More importantly, she was fighting with her life on the line with her willpower. Right now, because she had fallen on the gray ground a few times, her clothes were already dirty. Traces of blood were still on her clothes. Not only was it her own blood, but there was also the blood of others. After running here, Long Yu felt dizzy, and with a moment of carelessness, she fell to the ground. Her body told her that she really wanted to lie here and rest, but when she thought of the pursuers behind her, she quickly woke up. No, I can't stop. Otherwise, I'll really die. Behind her, the people from the Fengyun Association were still chasing relentlessly. In the beginning, they had designs on Long Yu. When Long Yu killed their partner, their original greed and hatred increased. Long Yu knew that once they caught up to her, she would definitely end up in a miserable state. Long Yu had never thought that she would die in this place, in the hands of these people. At this moment, she clenched her teeth and quickly crawled up from the ground. Her originally rosy face was now extremely pale. The injuries she had suffered at the hands of a martial emperor, coupled with the exhaustion of quintessence from running around day and night, she was now on the verge of collapse. After getting up, she did not know how long she could walk. She gritted her teeth and continued moving forward. The angry roars and evil laughter of the people behind her were getting closer and closer. Hearing these beast-like voices, Long Yu discovered that she was actually a little afraid. She had always been competitive. Even when facing martial emperors, she was not afraid. However, the people of the Storm Association had stayed in the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land for too long. They had suffered the torture of the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land and were now no different from beasts. The energy in her body was rapidly being consumed. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, the more Long Yu used the remaining primeval essence, the more dizzy she felt. What do I have to do to escape? Long Yu thought in despair. In fact, she was not afraid of death. It was just that after so many days, she could not even find her brother. She was still worried. If the two of them died here, then the Long family would really have no descendants. Long Yu felt that she had let down her ancestors. She felt extremely guilty. The dizziness became heavier and heavier, and the scenery in front of her gradually became blurry. Once again, Long Yu's legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. This time, she was dizzy for a moment, and did not immediately get up like last time. Because of this, the people behind her immediately increased their speed and caught up to her. When Long Yu got up and coldly protected herself, those people had already caught up. They formed a circle and surrounded Long Yu. There were a total of 5 middle-aged men. Each of them was dressed in rags and had disheveled hair. They looked like beggars and were extremely dirty. However, their auras were much thicker than Long Yu's. Now, they had enough king crystals to replenish their energy. Everyone's eyes were ferocious and filled with hatred and lust. One of the thinner middle-aged men rushed forward, breathing heavily. He stared at Long Yu and revealed a strong desire. Long Yu, I have been drooling over you since 10 years ago. I thought that I would not have a chance since I was imprisoned in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. I did not expect that you would also come in. You once defeated me, and now you have killed people from my Wind and Cloud Association. Today, I, Feng Zhiyun, will settle the old and new grudges with you. This man's clothes were slightly better than the others. He was the leader of the Wind and Cloud Association. He had enough king crystals to survive in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Not many people had king crystals that he had not been stronger than. Long Yu knew that if it were not for those king crystals, they would not have lived for so long. The 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land was extremely barren. However, Long Yu noticed that many people were digging holes in the ground. Later on, she found out that if one was lucky, one could really dig up 1 or 2 unburied king crystals in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. It was these king crystals that were hidden underground, as well as the king crystals that new people brought in from time to time, that allowed the people here to live until today. Staring coldly at Feng Yun, Long Yu's lips curled into a sneer. You should have died a long time ago, yet you've managed to survive in the 9 Hells Morning Grounds until now. Do you think you're very proud of yourself for being able to bully others here? Those who have come here are all pitiful people. You've crushed those pitiful people, but you're just an insignificant pitiful person. Long Yu's mockery hit Feng Zhiyun's sore spot. Indeed, no matter how powerful he was in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land, he was just a joke to the people outside. This mockery made Feng Zhiyun even angrier. Fine, but I, Feng Zhiyun, like to bully pitiful people. So what? Since you have fallen into my hands today, don't expect me to let you go. It's been 10 years since I tasted a woman, especially a woman like you. You are the best. I never thought that I, Feng Zhiyun, would be able to play with such a woman in my lifetime. My life is worth it. After I'm done with you, I'll let my brothers have a good time. Moreover, I won't let you die so easily. I'll use you as a tool to satisfy my lust for as long as I can live. Boss, you're mighty. The other 4 people from the Feng Yun Association were surprised and excited when they heard Feng Zhiyun's words. It was impossible for them not to drool over such a beautiful woman. Good brothers were meant to be shared among brothers. Long Yu was not intimidated by him. She sneered and shook her head. No matter what, you will always be a loser in my heart. You're just a piece of trash. Long Yu wasn't afraid of them. If she wanted to commit suicide, no one could stop her. She just felt that it was a pity that she hadn't found her brother yet. Feng Zhiyun was infuriated by Long Yu's actions. He roared and didn't want to waste any more time talking to Long Yu. He shouted, "Go! We have already wasted 2 king crystals for this woman. We can't lose any more." "Yes, boss." The 4 cultivators all had looks of envy on their faces as they pounced towards Long Yu's alluring body. After so many years, even their attacks had become disorderly. Long Yu's spiritual qi was not enough for her to do too many things, including the dragon soul transformation. However, even without the dragon soul transformation, she still had the foundation of LV3 of the Earth martial arts realm. Soul-crushing dragon claw. With only her physical strength and little spiritual qi left, Long Yu was ready to fight them with her life again. Killing 1 was 1, killing 2 was 2. When Long Yu really fought with her life, she was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Soul-crushing dragon claw was a very fierce attack. Combined with Long Yu's crazy attacks, the warriors from the Feng Yun Association who hadn't fought for a long time were no match for Long Yu. They were beaten back by Long Yu. Die! 5 dragons breaking the sky. Long Yu wanted to get close to Feng Zhiyun and kill him last. She didn't expect Feng Zhiyun to not do anything at all. He only surrounded Long Yu with a few subordinates. Even if they were subordinates, as long as they had enough king crystals, they could kill Long Yu, who was seriously injured and had used up all her spiritual qi. At the same time, he could absolutely guarantee his own safety. Feng Zhiyun was right. Long Yu had used up the last bit of her strength to counterattack. She used up the last bit of her strength to perform the 5 dragons breaking the sky. 4 of the 5 blood-red dragon claws attacked the 4 warriors from the Fengyun Association. Long Yu's desperate attack was not something the 4 warriors at LV1 of the Earth martial arts realm could withstand. While Feng Zhiyun was screaming, thick bloody marks appeared on their necks. Then, blood spurted out from their necks. No! Feng Zhiyun used all his strength to block Long Yu's last claw attack. He had underestimated Long Chen's strength, which led to the death of his 4 subordinates. Of course, Long Yu used all her strength. After killing the last 4 people, she softly fell to the ground. She no longer had the strength to fight against Feng Zhiyun. The strength in her body quickly left her. She felt weak all over and her consciousness was quickly fading. The only thing that could be heard was Feng Zhiyun's angry roar. His 4 subordinates were still very useful to him. They had been together for more than 10 years, so they still had some brotherly feelings. However, at this moment, they were all dead. Feng Zhiyun's eyes were red. After roaring a few times, he suddenly stopped. He sneered and said, "Good, good. They're all dead. From now on, Long Yu belongs to me. You belong to me alone. After they die, I will have more king crystals to use." Not bad, not bad. Chapter 609. Long Yu could only smile bitterly. What hope could she still have now? Suffer. It was impossible for her to be willing. At this last moment, she was already prepared to commit suicide. She didn't even want to leave her corpse intact, lest Feng Zhiyun, this pervert, did anything to her corpse. He had already become a beast, there was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, Long Yu could already smell the stench from Feng Zhiyun's body. At the last moment, Long Yu recalled her life. The first half of her time was spent with her younger brother, and the second half was spent with the rest of the dragons. One by one, Long Yu's face flashed past. She recalled the details of every brother and sister she met, and finally remembered the youngest, Long Chen. Long Chen had indeed brought her too many surprises. Suddenly, she seemed to have heard Long Chen's voice. Long Yu thought that she was hallucinating. How could Long Chen appear in the 9 Serenities Morning Soul grounds? There was another worry in Long Yu's heart, and that was the war people. In the matter between her younger brother and the dragons, she chose to save her younger brother. She thought that the brothers of the war people would probably all die. Now, Long Yu also didn't know what was happening on the other side. Stop. This thunderbolt suddenly woke Long Yu up. She raised her head in a daze. In her blurry vision, there seemed to be 2 figures rushing towards her at an extremely fast speed. That kind of speed could only be displayed when she was at her peak. Who were these 2? Long Yu didn't underestimate them. She just thought that it was her illusion. At this moment, Feng Zhiyun had already arrived in front of Long Yu. He hadn't touched a woman for more than 10 years, and he really couldn't hold it in anymore. Looking at Long Yu's fair face and slender body, his majestic crotch was already raised high. At this moment, he also heard the sound. His face turned gloomy and he quickly looked behind him. 2 silhouettes instantly appeared in front of him. One of them was a grey-clothed youth who ran extremely fast. His silhouette flitted past Feng Zhiyun's neck. Who? Just as Feng Yun made this sound, he suddenly realized that his vision was blurred. Blood gushed out from his neck and dyed his clothes red. The cold pain told him that his neck seemed to have been pulled in half, and his head quickly drooped down. I'm dead. His consciousness was quickly dissipating. Feng Yun thought in disbelief. He felt his head falling uncontrollably. At the last glance, he saw Long Yu's surprised gaze. And then nothing. Little Chen. Tears of excitement quickly welled up in Long Yu's eyes. At first, she heard the voice of her seventh brother, Long Chen. She didn't expect that the one she saw now was her own younger brother. Long Chen stood aside. He knew that Long Yu called his younger brother Little Chen. When she addressed him, she would usually call him Long Chen, or just call him seventh brother. This way, she could distinguish them. It was really difficult to have the same name. Long Yu was still lying on the ground, looking at the young man in gray in a trance. Her face was full of tears of excitement, and the young man in gray was also looking at Long Yu with tears in his eyes. Long Chen, who was standing aside, was ignored. He smiled bitterly and took out more than 10 king crystals from the Great Void Realm. He said, "Big sister, don't be too excited. Absorb the power of these king crystals first. You don't have any spiritual yuan in your body now. When you have spiritual yuan, it will be easier to heal your injuries with spiritual medicine." More than 10 king crystals were placed in Long Yu's hands. These king crystals were enough for Long Yu to recover about half of her strength. When she recovered half, it wouldn't be too late for Long Chen to give her other king crystals. Long Chen's voice made Long Yu a little dazed. She finally focused her attention on Long Chen. Because Long Chen still looked like 100 battles martial king, she couldn't tell for a moment. Seventh brother. Long Yu's pretty face was full of disbelief. Long Chen said, "Yes, it's me. Hurry up and refine the king crystals. There's no time to lose. As for the other things, when your body recovers, I will explain them to you one by one. I have more than 1,000 king crystals in my hands, don't save them." Long Yu was like an obedient child. She nodded blankly. She could only guess that Long Chen's current outfit should be the work of Lon Linger. She also knew where Long Chen's king crystals came from, so she quickly obeyed and began to refine the king crystal. After she sat cross-legged and entered the state, the gray youth next to her revealed a relaxed expression. He looked at Long Chen gratefully and said, "I really thank you so much. If it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid my sister and I would have been finished." "I really don't know how to thank you," Long Chen said, "don't treat me like an outsider. She's your sister, and also my sworn sister. It's only right and proper for me to save her. Without her, I don't think I would have the achievements I have today. In other words, she's also my benefactor." After coming out of the ancient demon realm, Long Yu had helped Long Chen heal his injuries. In the end, he had even helped him break through to the earth martial arts realm. If not for Long Yu's guidance, Long Chen did not know what kind of fork in the road he would have walked into. The gray-clothed youth nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that the relationship between you so-called dragons is really good. I'm a little envious. If I can get out, I won't be separated from my sister in the future. I want to follow you guys. You've thought it through." Long Chen was a little surprised. This guy used to be rebellious, but now he was able to turn over a new leaf and follow Long Yu. With an expert like him in the dragons, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. The gray-clothed youth smiled bitterly as he looked at Long Yu, who was refining and gradually recovering, and said, I didn't think it through. When I found out that she actually came in to save me, I realized that no matter what, in her eyes, I was probably a child who couldn't grow up. The eldest brother is the father, and the eldest sister is the mother. Long Chen was relieved. He was afraid that Long Yu would also be relieved because of this. The strength of the Wuxia alliance was getting weaker and weaker, but their strength was getting stronger and stronger. This was a good thing. After half a day, while the two Long Chen were chatting, Long Yu finally recovered. The martial essence in the Wang Jing had replenished her body, allowing her to have more than half of the genuine essence, which was enough to get her out of danger. Long Chen gave the other 100 Wang Jing to Long Yu. He had never been a stingy person, so he did not care about these 100 Wang Jing at all. Just now, when she was absorbing the martial essence of the Wang Jing, Long Yu had already heard the conversation between the two Long Chen. She had just recovered and received the Wang Jing that Long Chen had prepared for her. She looked at the gray-clothed youth with some excitement and said, "Little Chen, what you just said, is it all true?" The gray-clothed youth nodded with a smile and said, "It's absolutely true. Sister, I will follow you from now on. You must not abandon me." Tears of excitement flowed out of Long Yu's eyes once again, but they quickly turned into bitterness. She said, "We are already here, what's the use of following me? We won't be able to get out in this lifetime." "Oh right, seventh brother, why did you come back here? How's the matter with the war people?" There were too many things that Long Yu wanted to know. Long Chen did not answer Long Yu first. Instead, he said, "Big sister, you have already recovered. We are looking for that 10-meter tall hill. As we search, I will slowly tell you other things." The other two nodded. The gray-clothed youth began to search for the hill in front of them, while Long Chen began to talk to Long Yu. First of all, because Long Yu was worried about the matter with the war people, Long Chen roughly told her about the war people. He briefly described those things, but both Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth were stunned. "You mean? You broke through to the second level of the Earth martial arts realm during the battle, and then killed the martial emperor Yang Ningfen, won the victory, and drove away the Wuxia alliance." Long Yu's voice was a little trembling. She looked at Long Chen as if she was looking at a monster. "What? Killed Yang Ningfen? Even I can't kill that old guy." The gray-clothed youth also looked at Long Chen in surprise. It was already a miracle that he broke through to the second level of the Earth martial arts realm during the battle. What was even more miraculous was that he actually killed the martial emperor. Looking at Long Chen's appearance, it did not seem like he was lying. The gray-clothed youth and Long Yu looked at each other. "About 20 days ago, we just left Dreamy Cloud Lake. At that time, you had just reached the Earth martial arts realm. Only 10 days have passed, and you have already reached the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Seventh brother, you." Long Chen's talent made Long Yu really speechless. She had never seen such an abnormal person. The gray-clothed youth had told Long Chen before that Long Chen should work hard and reach the third level of the Earth martial arts realm as soon as possible, becoming an existence at the same level as him and Zhao Danchen. He did not expect that Long Chen had already reached it, and even slightly surpassed it. The gray-clothed youth suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Long Chen could only keep nodding. Long Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry at the way they looked at a monster. Then he began to talk about what happened next, saying, "Zhao Danchen told me that you were imprisoned in the 9th secluded soul land, and he was going to marry my second brother's daughter, Louis. I asked my second brother to go to the ancient demon territory, and then I came to the martial emperor city to find a chance to find a way to save you." Hearing that Long Chen had come to save her, Long Yu was moved at first, but then she felt sorry for him. She scolded Long Chen and said, "Why are you so stupid? You clearly know that you can't get out of the 9th secluded soul land, but you still came here. Now, all three of us are here. When we all die, the Long family will be completely extinct." Thinking of this, she was indeed angry. Long Chen and the gray-clothed youth looked at each other and then laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Long Yu asked curiously. Chapter 610. Sister, he knows how to get out. The hill we're looking for is the key to getting out. The young man in gray said with a smile. What? Long Yu was surprised. It's Scarlet Soul's information. He said that Martial Emperor Shaolin knows the method to get out of the 9 Serenities Morning Soul Land. I used a secret technique to pry this method out of his mouth. There's a compass that can help us get out of here 100 meters below a 10-meter tall hill. Long Chen said. I see. Long Yu nodded in surprise. She knew that if they could get out of here, all these miracles would be created by Long Chen. Let's not waste any more time. Let's look for the hill together. Amen. However, big sister, you should first recover from your injuries. Some of the elixirs I have here should be effective on your body, Long Chen said. In the remaining time, they only had one last target left. The hill. As long as they found the hill, they should be able to get out. Back then, it had taken more than 10 days to find Long Yu. Long Chen estimated that it would also take more than 10 days to find that small mountain. In fact, his estimation was not wrong. Even though the gray-clothed youth had seen the small mountain before, they still hadn't found anything after about 10 days. Strange, I saw it. The young man in gray was a little discouraged. Don't worry, let's keep looking. We'll find it eventually. Long Chen said. There was nothing in the 9th Serenity graveyard. It was boring and lonely. If they were alone, they would be driven crazy. 10 days passed. With the help of the Wang crystal and the elixirs, Long Yu had completely recovered. The three of them had the fighting capacity of LV3 of the Earth martial arts realm. With such fighting capacity, they could definitely defeat the entire Wushu Sage Empire. As long as they could get out of here, even martial emperors would not be able to do anything to them. A super force like the ancient demon area only had one expert at LV3 of the Earth martial arts realm. Even the Wushu Alliance only had 2 experts at LV3 of the Earth martial arts realm. The three of them kept talking as they moved forward. This time, it was more important to find Xiaofan. Therefore, Long Chen did not have much time to cultivate these days. In the Earth martial arts realm, as long as you stepped on the ground and communicated with the power of the earth, you would be cultivating. In the past few days, Long Chen had removed his 100 battles martial king costume and restored his original appearance. This 9 Gloom Morning Soul Grounds is simply way too simple. There's nothing here at all, Long Chen said in a somewhat depressed manner. Yeah, other than this gray cloud and this gray land, there's really nothing else. Long Yu also said somewhat helplessly. There's also a strange stone scorpion that I haven't seen before, but I heard that it's quite terrifying. This stone scorpion is not a demonic beast, but looks like a stone. It's very hard and sturdy, and it's difficult for an ordinary warrior in the Earth martial arts realm to kill it. It's also very powerful. If we get hit by its tail or pinched by its pincers, we'll probably die. What's more terrifying is that every time this kind of stone scorpion appears, there are thousands of them. Wherever they go, few people can survive. This sentence was said by the gray-clothed young man. He had stayed here for a long time, so he knew more about this place. Oh, there's actually such a thing. Long Chen and Long Yu were both a bit surprised. From what he said, it seemed that this stone scorpion really was very powerful. It was a mysterious thing, and they didn't even know if it was alive. Its combat strength couldn't be measured by ordinary demonic beasts. This stone scorpion is like the god of death in the 9 Gloom Morning Soul Grounds. Every time it appears, many people will die. No matter how strong an expert is, without enough king crystals, they will also die in a group of stone scorpions. Fortunately, we have enough king crystals, and you don't have to worry. I heard that this stone scorpion only appears once in a few years. Otherwise, there would have been no one in the 9 Gloom Morning Soul Grounds. Just as he said this, he suddenly froze. What, the earth is shaking? The gray-clothed young man's mouth was wide open. Long Chen and Long Yu frowned. Long Chen felt carefully, and indeed, the earth was shaking. They had a bad feeling in their hearts, so they quickly looked around. I didn't jinx it, did I? The gray-clothed young man said gloomily. Yes. Long Chen and Long Yu said at the same time, because they had already seen a large amount of dust rising in the distant sky. The gray dust had completely connected the earth and the gray clouds in the sky. Occasionally, Long Chen saw a lot of tails raised up high. From so far away, they could see the stone scorpion's tail. Long Chen estimated that the length of the scorpion's tail was at least 10 meters. 10 meters, and that was the most conservative estimate. Oh my God, it's really a stone scorpion. I jinx it. The gray-clothed young man's expression was very interesting. He had just mentioned the stone scorpion, and he did not expect it to really come. The earth rumbled, and the terrifying shaking became more and more intense. From this, it could be seen how strong the stone scorpions were. They did not know what kind of stone the stone scorpion's body was made of, but it was definitely very hard. The three of them looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes, which was to escape. They didn't know what this stone scorpion was, but if they were surrounded by it, they would be finished. In this 9 Nether Morning Soul land, it was better not to cause any trouble. Thus, they all started to run again. In order to save Wong crystals, they maintained a speed similar to that of the stone scorpions. This was also because they had enough Wong crystals. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to outrun the stone scorpions. The dust that filled the sky was like a meat grinder, heading in the direction of Long Chen and the rest. It was obvious that the stone scorpions were staring at Long Chen and the rest. No matter how Long Chen and the rest changed directions, the thousands of stone scorpions were still chasing after them. I understand now. The 9th Nether Morning Grounds is indeed a natural prison. The combined spiritual energy of the three of us is probably the strongest here, so this place will automatically produce these stone scorpions to get rid of us, otherwise, there was no way to explain why they would chase after Long Chen and the rest. Fortunately, they had enough Wong crystals. Of course, this would delay their search for the small mountain. Along the way, Long Chen and the rest tried to find places with fewer people, but the stone scorpions were still chasing them relentlessly. The army of thousands of them was simply a nightmare for others. As long as they were human, they would be fleeing in panic. 3 days passed. They were all tired. At this time, the stone scorpions were much closer to them. When Long Chen turned around, he could roughly see their appearance. They were huge stone scorpions, their bodies made up of strange grayish-white stones. Every stone scorpion was relatively large, and their tails were raised high. It was not just 10 meters, but at least 20 meters. A pair of huge pincers were also raised high. Just like their tails, they were their most terrifying weapons. We can't continue like this. They have already killed many people along the way. However, they still have no intentions of stopping. Could it be that they will continue to chase us until we are all dead? Long Chen asked in a puzzled tone. I don't know either. We have already used up a lot of Wong crystals in the past 3 days. If this continues, I'm afraid we will die in the hands of these damn things before we can even find the small mountain, the gray-clothed young man said exasperatedly. Long Yu also smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had no choice. Another 2 days passed. 1 day and 5 days passed. The three of them were exhausted, but the stone scorpions still did not retreat. At this time, these stone scorpions were more than 100 meters behind Long Chen and the others. As long as one of Long Chen stopped, they would quickly rush over in a few breaths' time. Long Chen and the others were a little anxious. They did not have any clues about the small mountain, but they did not expect to meet these damn things first. They stopped. Long Chen suddenly heard Long Yu's surprised voice. He quickly turned his head and saw that the stone scorpions had actually stopped in their tracks. Smoke and dust began to fall from the sky. Tens of thousands of stone scorpions lined up neatly and stopped more than 100 meters behind Long Chen and the others. Long Chen could finally stop and take a good look at these stone scorpions. At this moment, Long Chen could clearly see that these stone scorpions' gray rocks did not seem to be special. It was just that there were circles of strange black runes on their backs. As they ran, these black runes flashed with a faint light. It was these runes that allowed these things to have such a big movement. They've all stopped. We're not chasing anymore. The gray-clothed young man swayed a few rounds in front of those stone scorpions. Those stone scorpions did not have eyes at all, as if they could not sense the gray-clothed young man's movements. They have not been able to kill us in 5 days. I guess they need energy to maintain themselves. Now that their energy has been exhausted, they should not have any strength left. Long Chen said calmly. That's good. We can finally get rid of these bird things. Let's go. The gray-clothed youth laughed. Wait, they're going to drill into the ground. This nine hells soulless land is so strange. Aren't you curious about where these stone scorpions came from and what's so special about them? Since we haven't found the small mountain yet, why don't we follow it and take a look? If there's any danger, we'll come back. Long Chen suggested. At this moment, these stone scorpions had already begun to dig on the gray ground. Although their bodies were huge, they seemed to be able to easily drill into the ground. Long Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, let's go in and take a look. If there's any danger, we'll come out immediately." Chapter 6:11. In Long Chen's heart, the spirit of adventure was quite sufficient. The gray-clothed youth was the same, and Long Yu was also a decisive person. Using the spirit-devouring demon eye, Long Chen could not see the soul from the stone scorpions, which meant that these stone scorpions did not have a soul. As for what it was, Long Chen did not know. Under the eyes of Long Chen and the others, tens of thousands of stone scorpions began to sink into the ground. The ground here seemed to be the home of the stone scorpions, and after they sank, the ground would automatically return to normal. As for Long Chen and the other two, if they wanted to follow them in, they could only dig their own holes. The three of them all had powerful dragon soul transformations, and the earth martial realm cultivated the earth. They could fuse with the earth and even communicate with it further, so they could roughly keep up with the speed of the stone scorpions underground. At this time, the three of them had all transformed into dragon soul transformations. At this time, Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth realized that Long Chen's dragon soul transformation was different from theirs. Long Chen's dragon soul transformation was much darker in color, and the rules of the dragon scales, as well as the bone spikes, all looked much better than the Long siblings. Although the ancient blood spirit dragon and the red dragon were both red, they were the difference between the strongest and the weakest. Of course, there was a huge difference between the two. Are you a member of our Long family? Why does it seem like you're stronger than us when you transform into a dragon soul? The gray-clothed youth said. Long Chen shook his head, and laughed. I don't know either. When I learned the dragon soul transformation, I was already like this. Big sister said that I might be from another branch of your family. Let's hurry up and follow the stone scorpions, don't alarm them. Long Chen did not want others to know about the dragon warrior, so he changed the topic. The three of them were silent as they dug underground. Their bodies, claws, and so on were much harder than the gray soil underground. It was easy to break through the soil. However, the deeper they went, the greater the pressure the soil gave them, and the harder it was for them to endure. The stone scorpions were still going deeper, and it was unknown when they would reach the end. Thus, Long Yu said, forget it, if we go any deeper, I'm afraid we won't be able to avoid danger. It's more important to get out. The gray-clothed youth nodded. At this moment, Long Chen exclaimed in a low voice, they disappeared. There's something strange up ahead. Long Yu had originally decided to leave, but after hearing Long Chen's words, she could only follow Long Chen, who was walking in front, deeper in. Since Long Chen could defeat the martial king, Yang Ningfeng, his strength was most likely the strongest among the three of them, so Long Yu was at ease letting him lead the way. Long Chen headed in the direction where the stone scorpion had disappeared. When he was about to reach the place, Long Chen suddenly felt a cool feeling in front of him. He immediately stopped and thought to himself, "What is it?" His hand gently touched it and moved forward. Suddenly, he felt emptiness, as if his hand had already extended out of the soil. Therefore, Long Chen immediately guessed that there was probably a hollow space in this very, very deep underground. Just how big was this hollow place? Long Chen was bold. Without saying a word, he said, "There's something strange here, I'll go in first, I'll remind you guys if there's anything else." He was the one who had suggested coming here, so he took the lead and headed straight ahead. All of a sudden, his entire body felt empty. Long Chen quickly performed the flying supernatural power that he could use after opening the first aperture of the first heaven aperture of the reaching heaven state after he reached the 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. He stabilized his body in midair and looked down. Suddenly, he was a little stunned. This was a huge rock cave, and Long Chen didn't know how big it was. The only thing he saw was that there was a large amount of gravel below. These gravel were exactly the same color as the stone scorpions from before, but those stone scorpions had disappeared. This made Long Chen suspect that the gravel that covered his entire field of vision were those stone scorpions. This was their nest. After coming here, they scattered from the body of the stone scorpions and turned into stone again. Of course, this was just Long Chen's guess. This hollow underground space was densely packed with gravel below. As for above, Long Chen raised his head and looked up. A layer of pitch-black light film blocked a large amount of soil, creating such a huge space in the underground. The pitch-black light was like the ripples on the surface of a lake, flowing on the surface of the light film. It looked rather beautiful. Long Chen had just passed through the light film and arrived here. This light film seemed to only be useful for blocking soil, so he could easily pass through it. At this moment, the light film behind him rippled again, and the figures of Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth appeared. They didn't wait for Long Chen to go back and tell them, but directly came in. That was because they were also worried about Long Chen's safety. After seeing the scene inside, both of them revealed a shocked expression. This cave is really huge, but where are those stone scorpions just now? Long Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with a doubtful light. Long Chen pointed to the endless gravel below and said, "It seems that these are the only things here that are stones." "You mean?" Long Yu's eyes lit up. Halfway through her words, she was interrupted by the gray-clothed youth beside her. At this moment, the gray-clothed youth pointed to a place in surprise, letting Long Chen and the others look over, and said, "Look, in the center, there seems to be a very big stone." Following his gaze, Long Chen looked over. Indeed, in the center of the countless gravel, there was a huge spherical stone. This stone was completely gray, and the material was probably the same as the stone on the body of the stone scorpion. This spherical stone was firmly pressed down on the countless gravel. Its surface was smooth, and it flickered with a faint light. Its diameter was about 20 meters. If there's anything strange about this place, it should be on this spherical boulder. Long Chen secretly guessed in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "It's rare for us to come here. Let's go take a look." As he spoke, he once again led the way towards the spherical stone. Along the way, it seemed that everything was calm. Just as they were about to approach the spherical boulder, Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of danger. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and called for everyone to retreat, and after they retreated, a black light appeared under their feet. Circles of black runes lit up in the air, and a total of more than 10 runes appeared under Long Chen's feet. Then, the gravel was quickly attracted by the runes, and under the structure of the runes, it quickly turned into more than 10 stone scorpions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, appearing in front of Long Chen. The black runes shone brightly behind them. "It's really these stone scorpions. They've all turned into gravel." the grey-clothed youth said in surprise. Previously, there had been tens of thousands of stone scorpions, which was naturally very terrifying. Now that there were only a dozen, they were not frightened. At this time, there were a lot of gravel on the ground, and more than 10 stone scorpions had only used a small portion of the gravel. Long Chen's mind spun as he said, "The stone scorpions from before chased us for 5 days. I reckon that they've exhausted their strength, so when we barged into their nest, they could only make a dozen or so to deal with us. Let's deal with these dozen or so first." If it was as he had guessed, then he had nothing to fear. More than 10 stone scorpions, Long Chen did not mind. With a whoosh, Long Chen appeared in front of a stone scorpion. The stone scorpion's huge pincers were like 2 meteorites smashing towards him with a loud rumble. Willow Catkin Wind. Long Chen lightly executed this movement technique, and the stone scorpion's attack directly blew him away. It couldn't even touch him. Long Chen was not blown far away, and he quickly turned back. With a whoosh, the tail hidden behind the stone scorpion launched a fierce attack at Long Chen. The speed of the stone scorpion's tail was quite fast, and its strength was much greater than its pincers. The scorpion's tail was its main attack method. The sound of the wind could be heard. Similarly, because of the willow catkin wind steps, Long Chen easily dodged its attack. He dodged to the side, causing the stone scorpion's attack to hit nothing but air. Huangfu clan's willow catkin wind steps. The Long siblings, who were about to fight with the stone scorpion, were a little shocked when they saw Long Chen's willow catkin wind steps. How did the Huangfu clan's willow catkin wind steps end up in Long Chen's hands, and how did Long Chen learn it? In such a short period of time, Long Chen not only broke through a level, but also learned 2 Middle King level combat skills. Among them, Long Yu was even more surprised. As for the grey-clothed youth, he deeply admired Long Chen. At first, he did have some sense of superiority. After all, he had reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm at this age, which was extremely rare. He was younger than Zhao Danchen by more than 2 years, but after meeting Long Chen, his self-confidence was mercilessly hit. What a freak! The grey-clothed youth was speechless. Long Chen relied on the willow catkin wind steps. The stone scorpion couldn't hurt him at all. Instead, it hit the gravel on the ground, causing sparks to fly and explode. More than 10 stone scorpions spread out. Because Long Chen made the first move, a total of 6 stone scorpions surrounded him. Countless attacks were densely packed towards him. To be honest, the attack power and speed of these stone scorpions were quite strong. Long Chen also didn't want to waste energy to fight them head-on. With just the willow catkin wind steps, he could play around with the 6 stone scorpions. Long Chen didn't need to make a move to win. For example, when he saw one of the stone scorpions attack him, he would instantly flash in front of another stone scorpion. When the attack arrived, he would then use the willow catkin wind steps. The stone scorpion's attack was just the wind that blew Long Chen away, but the real attack fell on the stone scorpion behind Long Chen. Chapter 6:12. Ka. The attacks of their companions caused the stone scorpion's wound to cave in, and web-like cracks to appear. The runes on the stone scorpion's back also dimmed a little. These stone scorpions only had enormous strength, but they had no intelligence and didn't know pain. They attacked tirelessly and were toyed with by Long Chen patiently. Even when one of the stone scorpions was directly struck by its companion and turned into rubble that scattered on the ground, they still didn't stop. In comparison, the attacks of the Long siblings were much fiercer, and the sounds they made were much louder. However, the stone scorpions attacked more frequently. In the end, it was Long Chen who destroyed the stone scorpions faster. In a short 15 minutes, before Long Chen had even made a move, 5 of the stone scorpions had already been killed by their companions. The remaining one was also badly damaged, and the black runes on its back vaguely seemed to be on the verge of disappearing. Boom! Long Chen dodged again, and the tail of the last stone scorpion passed him and directly hit the huge spherical stone behind Long Chen. With a loud boom, the huge stone shook for a moment, but it still stood steadily in the distance without any movement. However, the surface of the huge spherical stone had a crack. He didn't know what kind of secret this huge spherical stone had, but Long Chen couldn't let this guy destroy it. So he made a move, descending from the sky, and slammed his leg down. Howling wind kick technique, hurricane form. At this time, Long Chen was like a gust of wind, and the gust of wind was filled with afterimages of his legs. This gust of wind swept through the air and landed on the back of the last stone scorpion with a loud bang. Pa 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 pa. A terrifying sound rang out, and the stones on the stone scorpion's body exploded one by one under Long Chen's wind god's kick. By the time Long Chen finished using the hurricane form, the stone scorpion beneath his feet had already turned into rubble. This was the most thoroughly dead one. At this time, the Long siblings were still fighting the last stone scorpion. Each of them had to deal with 4 stone scorpions, so it was a bit easier. However, they were still a bit slower than Long Chen. Long Chen's Willow Catkin Wind Steps was simply the bane of stone scorpions. Wind God's Kick. The previous Willow Catkin Wind Steps had left the Long siblings speechless. Now that Long Chen had revealed his Wind God dash, the Long siblings were a bit absent-minded. They had almost been injured by their opponents. Flustered and exasperated, they had revealed their scattered soul dragon claws to end their opponents' lives. The cave immediately fell silent. 7th brother, your Catkin Wind Steps and Wind God's Kick. Long Yu's expression was a bit unnatural. In her eyes, Long Chen was still a child, but in an instant, he had reached such a level, even surpassing her. This made her, who had always been strong, feel a bit awkward. The Willow Catkin Wind Steps was given to me by the Huangfu Patriarch. As for this Wind God's Kick, I obtained it from Yang Ningfeng's corpse. These past few days, I've been cultivating whenever I have time, so I have some insights. Long Chen nodded. Knowing the origins of these battle skills, Long Yu was still very surprised. Long Chen had said that he had some insights, but Long Yu understood that regardless of whether it was the Willow Catkin Wind Steps or the Wind God's Kick, Long Chen was able to use them very well. Whether it's cultivation or battle skills, you're the best genius I've ever seen. Long Yu smiled bitterly. The gray-clothed youth's face also revealed an expression of admiration. He said, I, Long Chen, have never admired anyone in my life. In just a short month, you've cultivated 2 king-level battle skills, and in the end, you've succeeded. I have to say, I admire you. Long Chen laughed. The Long Chen you're talking about really makes me feel conflicted, haha, having the same name was a tragedy. Especially when the 2 of them bumped into each other, the 2 of them laughed. Although they were laughing, the Long siblings had already begun to feel reverence towards Long Chen. After laughing, Long Chen's gaze turned to the huge spherical boulder. The power of those stone scorpions should have been exhausted. What is this spherical boulder? Long Chen and the other 2 approached and lightly knocked on the boulder. They discovered that this boulder was the same as the other boulders. The only difference was that it was big and round. It's also a stone, so there shouldn't be any secrets. The gray-clothed youth said. Long Chen studied it for a long time and felt that it was more or less the case. This was only the stone scorpion's lair, so there were no secrets. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard some movements from the spherical boulder. Long Chen immediately put his ear close to the boulder. Sure enough, there was a tapping sound, as if someone was knocking on it from inside. With a look from the spirit-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen discovered that in the center of the boulder, there was a space with a diameter of 1 meter. There was actually a person inside. Long Chen could see his weak soul. What's wrong? Seeing Long Chen's strange expression, Long Yu hurriedly asked. In the middle of this stone, there's a person inside. He doesn't seem to be dead yet. Long Chen said solemnly. How is this possible? There's someone inside. Even if there is, he has been trapped for a long time. He's actually not dead yet. The Long siblings' eyes widened. How is it, big sister? Do you want to open it and take a look? Long Chen asked. At this moment, the gray-clothed youth exclaimed excitedly, Sis, I know who it is. I know who it is. It must be him, it must be him. Seeing that her brother was so excited, Long Yu asked anxiously, Who are you talking about? Sis, have you forgotten? When father was still alive, he told us that grandfather disappeared when he was very young. At that time, grandfather was an expert in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He and the Martial Emperor at that time were known as the two great experts. Although father couldn't be sure, he guessed that grandfather's disappearance had a lot to do with the Martial Emperor at that time, who is also the master of the current Martial Emperor. The gray-clothed youth said excitedly. Long Yu's beautiful eyes also revealed an excited expression. She said, Little Chen, you mean to say that inside this stone, it's very likely that our missing grandfather, Long Shan, is inside. Yes. The gray-clothed youth smiled. Then let's break this stone. Let's do it slowly. Don't hurt the old man inside. Long Chen didn't think that there would be such a thing. He didn't need to worry. Judging from the soul, the person inside was already extremely weak and could die at any time. Even if this kind of person was rescued, he wouldn't be a threat to them. However, if it really was their grandfather, then their grandfather was too strong. He had been trapped in this huge stone for so many years and yet he still hadn't died. This huge spherical stone must have been formed later. As for why this huge stone had formed and trapped him, Long Chen didn't understand. The three of them did as they said. Although this huge stone was hard, the three of them had ways to break it. Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth each took out a medium king-level weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It was still effective against this huge stone. As for Long Chen, they were now in the state of dragon soul transformation. Long Chen's claws were no weaker than their weapons. Your claws are so hard. The gray-clothed youth happened to look and was stunned. He realized that apart from his realm, he was inferior to Long Chen in every aspect. Long Chen smiled awkwardly and then continued working. Time passed slowly. It's about time. Long Chen said. Peng, his claws directly reached into a hollow place, and then he used force to dig out a huge stone. Immediately, dust filled the air, and the hollow space of the huge spherical stone appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen looked over, and sure enough, there was a person inside. After seeing this person, Long Chen couldn't bear to look anymore. This was an old man, as thin as a match, to the point that he was only skin and bones. He was about the same as Jiang Kuan when he used the great zombie technique. His snow-white hair was very long, and his white beard covered his entire face. His clothes were now tattered beyond recognition. Long Chen could only see through the dirty white hair that the old man's eyes were struggling to open. The eyes were murky and dim, and it was obvious that he was about to die. However, after seeing Long Chen and the others, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Long Chen felt a sense of bloodline from him. The feeling he gave off was similar to Long Yu and the others. Long Chen was sure that this person should be Long Yu's grandfather, Long Shan. After confirming the identity of the person, Long Chen took out hundreds of monarch crystals from the Taishu realm without hesitation and handed them to the old man. He was on the verge of death, so he was extremely short of energy. The monarch crystals could help him fill the gap. Emperor crystals. After seeing the Emperor crystals, the old man's dim eyes finally lit up. A suction force suddenly burst out from his body, sucking all the Emperor crystals into his body. The Emperor crystals were divided into 9 portions and stuck on the outside of his 9 martial apertures. Long Chen was relieved. He still had the strength to absorb and refine the martial yuan in the Emperor crystals, which meant that he could still recover. At that moment, a dazzling light burst out from the Emperor crystals and enveloped the old man. Long Chen took a few steps away and waited for the old man to refine the Emperor crystals. When he turned around, he saw that Long Yu and the young man in gray were already crying. Long Chen was even more certain of the old man's identity. Grandfather. Long Yu and the young man in gray had probably never seen Long Shan before. However, the feeling of being connected by flesh and blood left a deep impression on them. The old man who had suffered horribly was their grandfather. He had been trapped in the giant rock for at least 30 years, and only managed to survive. Just thinking about it made Long Chen terrified. Therefore, he knew that the Wushu Alliance's methods were indeed despicable and cruel. This time, if it wasn't for Long Chen's sudden idea to follow the stone scorpion to take a look, the old man would have died. He controlled his energy to an extremely low level and did not let himself die, because he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. Long Chen admired this kind of person. Without a strong will, it was impossible to do this. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.